Google wants 200, baby. You ready to get back to the trading action? You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Whoa. Do you see what happened to RBNE? It's like you showed up and just tanked the stock.
Yeah, that's what I do. His name's Money Mitch.
It was scared of you.
Get it right.
I just heard the beep and I looked over to where the contest screen is, and we just made like $3 million just like that.
Just like that, bro. Just like that. Let's go. We got to get back in this competition, don't we? Well,
yeah.
Only one way to do it, guys. We got to do it together as a team. Mm-hmm. So I say today we work as a team more than ever. So chat out there, we first got to figure out which way we're leaning, right? Which way are we leaning today, right? Because I think that if we're really going to come back, we need to almost lead the team today, Michael. We almost need to. We're not the type of people that do recommendations, right? But this is a competition, and we can have a little bit more fun. Exactly. So I think today is going to be one of those days that we're going to try to lead a little bit more here. We're going to be telling you exactly how we feel. You guys make your shots, right? Call the shots, but at the same time, lean on us a little bit. Lean on us a little bit today. Let us know what you're looking for, what setups, what stocks. We'll take a quick look. We'll give you levels that we're looking at, and we can do this together. We can all lean in and still bring this back because we need to bring it back, right? I mean, that's the true answer there.
Well, to summarize there, right, what we're talking about is we are down $11 million.
So, whoa. I thought it was 8. What happened?
We're down $11 million.
What happened there, man?
However, this RBNE, if we take a look here, this is what I was talking about with when Mitch showed up, this thing just dropped from $12 to $6, so it got cut in half in a second. I bet that's the offering. And look, that's helping that out. I don't know who this guy is with $400,000 in profit. It's certainly not me that was just YOLOing into this trade overnight, but there it is. So you can see a lot of this is what's making up a lot of the differences is this different. I've got a profit target. So yes, this is my trade, 90,000 shares short of RBNE. I'm just looking at these lows right here around $5. I'll be about a $600,000 trade. I'll help us up a little bit. But then we still have many millions of dollars to go. So yes, maybe we do this, Mitch. Maybe we pool all of our cash together, everyone in this room, take a couple big swings, see if we can dig out of the hole just a little bit and do it together. But RBNE would be a good one. I think that gets my count to maybe around a 1.7 or 1.8 million. So it gives some capital to go.
I mean, definitely not a bad one there on that cut down. I mean, that's a nasty cut down there, especially in the pre-market too, right? Because in the pre-market, the thing that I think most traders don't understand about these moves also is that on a move like that, where it's just complete bid action, you're not getting filled there on the offer. You have to bid down. And if anything, maybe even below the bid, because the bid's just dropping like 6 cents, 6x. And if you go and you put out a limit, because you have to put out limit orders, right? In the pre-market, you go and you put it out. Next thing you know, you might be taking 40 cents further down. And so these are learning lessons also, right? If you do get caught on the long like this, you need to be able to cut fast. And understanding that sometimes, especially in pre-market, we need to be also willing to take cash and also willing to get out faster, because that's easily how you get wrecked in the pre-market trading. I think I love pre-market trading, but at the same time, I've also been run over on a couple moves. And how does that happen? It's not like the intraday where you can hold a little bit more, maybe looking for a wick kind of cut through your level, and then it comes back. In pre-market, I don't play those games a lot of the times. If it wicks through a level, well, we might need to get out and get back in, because easily you can get run over.
Yeah, and it also depends too. It's one of those, if you are trading pre-market, make sure you heavily research companies. This was, I don't want to say obvious, but you take a company like this, that is an awful company and is just spiking because of some crazy BS news, they're going to do an offering, right? The company went from $5 to 17. This is super common, right? Now, it'd be different if you were trading Nvidia pre-market or Palantir or some of these stocks that are very liquid, and the odds of a massive news event that drops the stock 50% are tiny, right? If Nvidia ever drops 50%, something catastrophic has happened to the entire planet. But yeah, so make sure you're very, very careful on what it is that you play in the pre-market, because it can be, it can be big. So let's just look at some of these accounts here. We've got a lot of blown accounts. We've got like 5-6 accounts that are in the negative. People just shorted their entire account at some point, and that's what happened. And then we've got a couple accounts. So the highest account is still sitting around $1.9 million. So this is the same guy who was up 2.2 at one point, and he's just he's battling. But we've got a second place and a third place contester, and they are really, really close here. We've got 3 that are probably within earshot of that $2 million today. So it'll be interesting to see how many people we can have double today, for sure.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm ready to get after it. I think we can do some good work, right? Good work done yesterday. I'm ready to get after it. I'll tell you what, guys, no trading in the pre-market for me today. And I just didn't see any setups out there. And that told me what, just relax, just relax.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can do our work in the intraday market. We don't need to over push right now in the pre-market. That's where I think a lot of traders might make that mistake this morning, because they're thinking, well, I need to come back. I need to come back now. Right. Also, don't forget that pre-market moves, yes, there are some like smaller names that rocket in the morning, but a lot of times there's not the bigger moves in the morning. There's the bigger moves in the intraday. So watch for things like that. Mm-hmm. Now, there is a name that just popped on my scanner that I think is definitely one that we got to keep an eye out for. That is the APVO. I think that's definitely one that will be on my radar. Just risk and return potential. So I'm looking for things that actually have big return potential, right? There's this other one, there's other penny stock right now, RIDE, RYDE. So I'm giving you guys names that I'm keeping on my radar. Why? Because this one's what, 40 cents, right? If it makes a run for 60 cents here to $1, I mean, there's more than enough money there to be made, right? And these have a tendency of being what we call dollar magnets, right? When these penny stocks have a tendency of ripping, they can become that dollar magnet move. So I'm looking for moves like that. Yeah, PTLE.
Yeah, correct. Another one from chat. So yeah, 55 cents. And yeah, that's, if for the game and for the fact that it's paper trading, so there's no liquidity issues. A lot of this stuff would be great, because you could buy 2 million shares of this in a clip and
not affect the price, right? Yeah, and that's the key here. And being smart with that, right? I think another thing is understanding that you still got to be worried about the spread. So give yourself spreadability. Don't just destroy yourself because if the spread come and gets you. Well, that's just the spread, right? So I think another way that I went about it yesterday with CERO that maybe other traders can learn from is, what did I do? Well, I went in it with what? I went in with like a 2/3 of position first, saved that third, waited for the position to work for me, and then added in that third once I saw the position working, right? Yeah. I think this is the important part. If you're going to size up and play big, wait for it to start working, leave a portion of your buying power, and then take your shot, right? Because then at least you know that you're in the green, and when you add, you're probably going to be really tight and close to your entry, but still in the green. And that right there should give you the ability to go ahead and take a bigger swing, right? Because at that point, you can manage your risk and you're not deep in the red to begin with the trade. This is the important part, right? And I think that a lot of traders are what? They're buying, right? They're getting under in the red, and then they're adding a ton when they're deep in red, versus what should happen, which is add a ton when you're deep in green. Think about that.
And the other thing that's really killing people, right? That when we do, I'm going to be interested. I'm going to get the data for all this, and
yeah, we got to do a little
ChatGPT to play. But what killed so many people was shorting these low float penny stocks with
Yeah.
no ability to cover. That's what killed everyone yesterday. When I was here a little bit longer, I hung out with Steve there, and right, this CERO, which you got a great trade in the middle of this move, and then there was people we were talking about when you were there that were short it, and those people didn't cover, and we saw 3 or 4 people just completely blow up their account because they're short from 10 or 12 and with the whole account, and then it goes to 26 and they're done, right? And that's what I bet you, if we go and we look at every single one of these blown accounts, it wasn't for making a trade without edge or something like that. It was shorting and then having these stocks just double on you, and you're done, you're blown out.
I wish I would have held my last position. I did a 0 short at the end of the day on that $20 cut, but I just covered it right to the close. But man, this thing would have been a nice overnight swing on the short side. I'm sure there's some overnight swings on that 0 short that are cashing in this morning. And this thing could just come down further. I think this could make it towards 12 out the gates. And then I'll be looking to see if it reverses some, because that would mean like that full trip. I always look for some of these to make a full trip back and then look to see if buyers can step back in. Right.
Yeah, we got a lot of our RBNE that was an offering, but we got a lot of these. So RBNE, the top winner. So again, this is my trade here on RBNE, but we've got 2 people with me.
Killing it.
And then CERO, we've got some shorts there. We got ACXP. So what's making people a lot of money, and I think this is important to point out, is shorting after they break, right? The people that lost the account were shorting CERO on the way up. The people that are now making money shorting CERO is kind of like what you were saying, after they break. This is why, I've talked about it a bunch. I got a trader buddy who only trades the afternoon, and this is his style. He just takes every stock in the market, he sorts it by how much it's up on the day, and he's just hunting for these bleed backs, holds a little bit into the close, and quite often things like RBNE. And when you have junk stocks that move up this high, they're going to do offerings, and it makes perfect sense to do an offering. If your stock was $7 yesterday,
you're doing it wrong.
Like you got to take the CEO back and beat him. If your stock triples overnight and you've got no money, and he doesn't go, okay, well, now I can get 3 times the money with 3 times less the dilution. So yes, we're seeing a lot of that. Some longs are doing okay, right? Someone's trading this LGHL, which I've never heard of, but this is beautiful. And I'm actually going to talk to Michael a bit later about this. This is a great scanning tool, I found. And when I've done other contests, these are great scanning tools because you're kind of crowdsourcing your scanning. If other people are trading them, they're likely in play. There's some people who are going to trade your NVIDIAs and things like that all the time. But to find these things that are in play, you can scan through here. So that's what I'm looking at. This SAFX is one that people are trading as well. That's an interesting one. And this PIL or PTLE, which was talked about already in chat, there's a trade going on here. So I'm spending a lot of time now just keeping this up in the corner of my screen and seeing what the trades are that are coming through, because whether they're doing well or not, they're doing a good job trading these things, right? They're doing a good job finding, if not so trading, but finding the stocks that are in play that day.
I do want to throw out one thing though for those traders out there. Of course, there's some traders that probably aren't going to win the competition, but I think today's a really good day to get back over the $1 million mark. Right? I'm looking into the numbers there, and it seems like it's very few. I think it's we're probably talking maybe 100, 200 people that are above the million. That's telling me something, guys. That's telling me that we are not risk managing here, regardless of the fact, right? Yeah. And I think that that's one thing that we need to weigh in and actually try to make a comeback in. So maybe today your goal is just strictly to get back over that million, right? That itself, you can give yourself a pat on the back and keep moving forward. Understand that this is also a challenge for you and your skill ability at this level. Could you trade at this level? And if you're just getting wrecked, like I had someone message me on Twitter about my trade on the 500K trade, and they said they lost $1 million on that trade. Well, I was like, there's no point in that, right? That doesn't give us anything. right? Even my trade, right? You guys were watching me and I was like very antsy about taking gains and very weary about losing more than like 25K. I mentioned it yesterday. You might need to take 25K losses, 30K losses to then get the over 100K winner, right? That can cover 3 of those 30K losses. I actually had 3 of them yesterday and had an over 550K day, right? So let's do it together, guys. And understanding that you will cut some losers, it's okay. Just find the winner.
Well, and take those numbers, right, and just back them into your own trading, right? Instead of making a $500,000 day, well, you make a $500 day. And if you're going to make a $500 day, you do so, and your losses should be, $100, $20, $50 around there. And the people who lost their accounts and blew up just meant they full ported the account into a single thing and had absolutely no stop loss plan, had no exit plan. They just wanted to be right and then blew their accounts right now. Again, you hope that they're not doing this with a real account, that they're just having fun with a contest. But yeah, I always think it's good to take what we're learning in the contests and kind of bring those over and say, okay, we're having lots of fun here. Everyone's having a good time. Let's learn some lessons at the same time.
Always
try to
always
figure
lessons,
things
right?
out.
All right. We can go into a little bit of some market talk here. Well, I'll cover a little bit here at least. I know that Michael doesn't really care for all this stuff, guys, but we'll talk about it here.
Well, the problem is, right, I just brought up the SPY to look at it, and it has not moved at all. So we're waiting hard for FOMC. So
okay, all right, guys. Of course, today FOMC is going to be on the radar, guys. Futures ticking higher as there's the Fed decision looming, Middle East tensions escalating, and stocks reacting off of that. Of course, this morning futures were up a little bit there, so we'll be paying attention to see what's happened there. But a lot going on out there, guys. A lot of Trump concerns, of course, coming in. Trump, man, stay off the Twitter. Stay off the Twitter, man, because it's not been good here, guys. All the rhetoric is pointing towards the U.S. joining the war. And if that happens, who knows what happens to the stocks, right? In my eyes, I think that's really bad news here. But hey, we'll wait and find out, right? Iran's supreme leader also saying that Iran will not surrender and that the U.S. will be met with irreparable damage if it enters the conflict. Of course, meanwhile, President Trump weighing in on military strikes per the NBC, saying that we know exactly where that guy is hiding. Unconditional surrender is what we're asking, and we are not going to take him out, or at least not for now. Comments like this definitely shaking up the market. We'll see what happens with that as White House advisors are meeting in the Situation Room Tuesday to consider the range of military options. But that is bad news for me already within itself. You're telling me that they're sitting in the Situation Room. If you guys don't know what that is, that's the exact place where nuclear bombs can be launched. And I think in this case, this just tells me that, yes, the U.S. is preparing to join the war, and they're doing it tactically. So right now, there's mentions of planes being lined up in Europe. I think that this just goes to take a look into the one facility that Israel cannot attack right now because of their capabilities. There's a nuclear facility that's underneath a mountain, and that's where the U.S. needs to come in to try to help things. That's the number one place that they want to be taken out. And the only people that are capable of taking that out is us. So I think that we look to see what happens with that today to see if we join the war or not. And how will that affect, right? Well, I do think that you still look to see oil start to get higher and higher. I think that we've had a couple of days of some sideways now after the recent spike. I'm watching the trade gush and oil names higher. Chevron, names like this, I think can really start to take off here. And this is going to start to weigh in on inflation concerns. So I know that the market narrative is not looking good, even as we go to all-time highs. Price action still looks good, but the narrative in the background not looking good, at least for the time being. We can take a look at some stocks to run here. It's funny, stocks to run. Run is what I'm going to bring up. But stocks on the move this morning. RBC with a downgrade on Sun Run. Look at that move now back to $5. Solar, absolutely the wrong place to be in this environment and this administration. I would stay long away. And if I had investments, I'd be running the other way. But that's just me. I'm definitely not touching some solar. Zero, of course, in the news out there, down 28% despite orphan drug designation for leukemia. And that's why the stock exploded yesterday. We'll look to see if it makes another move. RGCL, another stock that has some news this morning. That's RGC. Is it RGCL? No, it's Regency. Oh, it's RGC. I don't know why I had an L there. Looks like AI made a mistake there. But 25 year to date, 59,000% off of after a 38-for-1 stock split. Well, that just goes to show you, right? Absolutely insane. But yeah, that's what happens when you do sometimes these splits, and we'll see when it comes crashing all down. Oracle way higher, of course. That's been holding on well. It did raise a price target, got a raise in the price target, the highest on Wall Street. This came from Guggenheim. Oracle is pretty much shifting the narrative here, and it's pretty much a decade in shift here. So pretty much they're calling Oracle like it's like the best software name ever. So take a look at that. Believe it as you want. Like I always say, analysts are lemmings. They chase price action. They see the stock go higher. They find a reason to call it the best, right? We'll see what happens with that. Yeah. We'll see what happens with that Oracle. I think you look for other names. I like CRM, but I'm looking at names to see what other names, what software names get hot, right? So keep your eyes on those types of action. I think software is definitely an interesting area. It's just going to be more dependent what happens the second half of the year. All right, last one I want to just talk about is Circle Group. Of course, this stock just keeps ripping and ripping, and the Senate passing the Genius Act yesterday, establishing the first ever federal guardrails for a stable coin like USDC. We'll see how that affects these crypto stocks. Will they make a move? I'm not sure. I still like coin above this level, right? If it can get back towards this 264, it's a good looking chart, but it needs a lot of action to get moving. That's going to do it for the Sunrise Report, guys. We'll take a look at different stocks and trades out there. Kicking it to you, my friend Michael. What you got? What you got for us?
Everyone's waiting for FOMC.
And the big bad wolf that's not going to say anything, right? I mean, this is as bad as an FOMC as I ever think it, man. I wouldn't even I don't even think anything's going to happen here. I don't even think the questions will be good because he's going to get questioned about, oh, what did Trump ask you when you went to the White House? Did he push on you? He's not going to give you anything. He's just going to tell you that, guys, there's war out there potentially that could cause inflation. We are not cutting rates anytime soon. Done deal.
And all that's priced in, right? If you look at the Fed fund tools, nobody really expects any raises. And, you know, when it comes to this price action, we're stuck inside a range. And these are the most frustrating for the most amount of people. When we're range bound, you know, they tried to take us down with tariffs and war and all this stuff, but the market stays resilient. Buyers stay big. Retail is just buying hand over fist all in this dip. So that's amazing. And we're holding here strong right below all-time highs. So really, it's one of those, as a technician, you're not really doing much to the short side if we're above 595. You're not really doing much to the long side if we're below 605. And inside this range, you got to take trades. You got to, buy the rip, sell the dip, wait for one of these things to break, take little profits when you can, and move on. And that made it actually really hard when I did my scanning, because there wasn't too much that was moving a lot in any kind of a way, right? So we've got some weed stocks with ACB. Spoiler alert, it's bad, right? It's welcome to the marijuana industry. This thing just tanked massive. It was down like 50% or something at one point, bouncing a bit. There's nothing really going on too much, so I need to just focus a little bit more on the swing side of things that has been working, but only if you're fading out there, right? And then Bitcoin still can't get going either. And this is kind of the most concerning thing I think here in the market. However, zooming out, it is still range bound. So we need something to kick us out of this range. And it wasn't war, and I don't think it's going to be FOMC either. We need breaks to happen. And until then, again, be just very, very cautious. These are not the times to really swing for the fences for the long-term stocks. It's a time to, take your money and move on.
Yeah, I do see some chat comments out there. Yeah, top prizes will include some evals. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but come on Monday to find out who are those winners. I'll tell you what, and guys, I am now 8th place due to like the active kind of pricing in there from the balance. I'm trying to get up there, guys. Got to get to the top 5 at least, guys. I was in 4th overnight. I didn't take any positions, so I'm going to keep battling, right? But it's time to make it out there, guys. I'm at 1563. So
oh yeah, so you're there, and I'm this guy. So yeah, you guys gotta get to work. You gotta pump up those numbers. This 125 to 15 area, there's a lot in this competition. So any of these. So basically, just if you're looking at your own account and it's sitting around anything over $1 million, really, but if it's sitting around 1.12, you're in there, right? You're in the list. You're very close to that top 10. So those people should really push. If you're in the 1.7s, 1.8, you're kind of in the don't mess up time frame where you just want to hold on to that. And then again, 1.9 is the leader. So that's your goal. If you're looking to win, you got to get over 1.9. And we'll keep an eye on this guy today just to see where he is, because he's the leader. Now, as someone who's run a lot of these competitions, quite often what will happen is the leader will keep an eye on everyone else and maybe stay in cash unless someone's coming up to challenge his throne and then take a trade here or there. So, right, trade small, long day. And we know for sure that come FOMC, there's going to be some crazy market movement out there. So, if you really want to go crazy, make sure you're here for FOMC day or FOMC time. Yeah, there's a couple people I just see, a couple people at the top holding RBNE. Yeah, there's a couple really good trades out there for RBNE.
I would avoid that GURE at all cost. For some reason, it does not. It's the platform's not liking that stock.
GURE.
The platform doesn't like it, guys. So I'll tell you guys, I'm not touching that stock. I can't even pull it up on my platform. So
wow, this is a weird. Wow, is this one of those? If I go back far enough, is this like worth $1 billion a share?
I'm avoiding that one like the plague.
Yeah.
APVO, probably my top watch out the gates. Guys, I'll be watching for that one to recover 7. But right here, guys, let's get ready for the open here.
I think my game plan, I've got some RBNE and I've got some money in there that I can play with. So I'm probably going to see if I just drew out a little kind of bear flag here. If we fail up here at VWAP, I'll probably be adding to that position and shorting. Now for the real money, the real account, I just heard run a purchase on Sunrun as we're holding really well yesterday. The gap down sucks if you were in the gap down, but we're holding this kind of 550 area. So taking a little bit of a shot there for a day trade and maybe a bit of a swing just to see if we can get up. Not expecting the gap to close or anything crazy like that, but right in at 560, stop around 550. So if I can get to like $6, that's a great risk to reward type of play. Pretty good percentage gainer too.
Hey guys, I see you guys sharing some trades out on Discord on top on that RBNE. Well, hey man, you're welcome to come onto the show anytime today. Reach out to us on the Discord. Let us know that you're trying to come on the show. I'm sure Tim will catch it and bring you on, my friend. Anybody out there, realize the door is always open to you guys. Smoke Tuna is a guy that I'll tell you guys, I'll point him out in the chat. I'm going to be bringing him on soon to the show. He's going to give us some names. He'll throw up some tickers. Guys, you guys check out those tickers. I'm telling you, he's a nice little scanner that he's using with AI that can bring us some good names. So KWE, I'll put it on the radar. Let's go trading team. Markets open. You guys know what time it is. It's the last day of what? The all for one competition. Go get it, traders. Go get that money. Let's see what we can do today. You know where you're at. It's trade the pool. Let's go, guys. Let's get it.
So just right off the bat on the SPY, a little bit of a downtick. Already picked up and bought there. So
leaning. We are bullish unless there's war news. That's the way I feel, Michael. You're in the same camp at least overall outlook.
I'm in. You buy the dips, you sell the rips, right? With the markets,
like that mentality. I like that mentality.
Yeah. I think if we move down a little bit, I'm a buyer. If we move up a little bit, I'm a seller. We are just really range bound on the daily chart and on the multi-day chart.
KWE, my man, on fire pickup there from Tuna. KWE, look at that move, guys. Straight up into a halt, 11.16, as fast as it can go, guys. That didn't last more than a minute. Wow, KWE, big rip there. Good call out, my friend, Smoke Tuna.
Oh, that's a great trade. Do you see this with prize version 1 on the screen here? On the stream? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. That's the... Sorry about that. I'll fix it up here.
Yeah, so
wrong overlay. There we go.
So we are up 500,000 real, which isn't the worst in the world. We're sitting around 10 million Unreal, spent 4 million in commissions. So you guys are big spenders, but I'm keeping an eye and seeing what people are trading. XAIR, haven't even heard of this one, but a lot of people are putting through trades on this XAIR, 21-cent stock people are betting on. So XC or CX, ACXP, wow. That one's moving. We got SLRX. Some of these are kind of repeat offenders from the day before. We're going to see what happens here. And then, of course, the people winning the open positions right now, we're talking RBNE right here. So I'm kind of averaging in a little bit into this VWAP, see if we reject from that. Got some of these EYEN. This was another, I saw this on StockTwits moving about. People shorting a lot of these names as well.
Oh, good Lord, guys. The Holy Grail, man. The Holy Grail. Now 45 and breaking out. You guys know I've been talking about this name now for, I think, like 2 weeks. That looks like a nice breakout. I might day trade this, guys. Let's go for it.
Yeah, it's a nice looking. If it can hold that, level, that's a nice looking break. SMR, I'm still holding some. Had a bad day yesterday. Doesn't look great today either, but I've just got a trend line on this thing, and I'll hold it as long as it's going through the trend line. SPY, again, not doing anything here off the open. We're just kind of chopping back and forth. We're holding right at lows. And pre-market lows. So pre-market lows in the SPY, we're talking 597.50. So pay attention to that. If we lose that, we can get a little bit of a flush. See if some buyers come in here.
All right, guys, limits out here for Grail on the pullback buy. And I'll tell you what, we got a special surprise for you guys. Joining in the background, my man Michael getting ready to come on. Let me know with a thumbs up when you're ready to go, Michael, because it's time to shine. Let's go. Sound that alarm.
Hello.
What's going on? Michael Katz here, CEO, joining ready to trade with us. How we doing, Michael?
I'm good. I just came to rescue you.
Rescue me.
The PNL, so
I'm long, baby. 30,000 shares of Grail. Let's go. Let's get after it.
All
Are
right.
you going to loan the competition another $10 million to get us back to even here?
We
Is that
might
what's
need
going
it,
to happen?
Michael. I need mass buying power. Mass buying power, please. All right, guys, taking a shot here to start it off here on Grail. We'll look to see if it goes back to the upside, but we are getting declines all around the markets. Just to call that out, Q's declining fast here. VIX is jumping, guys. Be careful out there, guys. Seeing the market drop fast here.
So RB&E actually halted to the upside now. Looks like there's some buyers coming in, even though they've done an offering that I think is like more than the actual shares they have in the float. So they're doubling their float on that offering. Looks like some people were buying it up. We got a little bit of a halt there. SPY is holding those pre-market lows, at least for now. So
all right, looking for Grail to recover back through towards the 45 and above. We'll see if I get it today on a breakout for Grail.
I'm trying to take some TQQQ.
Oh, some TQQQ kind of guy flipping on us, huh? Money making. Let's go. Let's make some money, guys. I'm looking for a break of 45 here to 45.50. If I get that break to 45.50, I'm going to add and take the real shot. Like I've been talking about, trying to get into the green and then take the ad to go big here. We'll see what happens. If I can get that ad back above 45.50. Won't be 30,000. I might need to go 20,000. Let's see what I can get.
oh, nice. Yeah, Sunrun is really running here, which is great. Some of these solars from the open are reversing ever so slightly. Again, these are right, you're looking for a big bounce on something that's down 50%. You're looking for like a 10% bounce. But we have First Solar up from the open, looking good. Again, that Sunrun up pretty big from the open. You're talking 5-6% from its opening print. That's good. Up pretty good on the day as well from the solar sectors. Again, just getting a nice little bounce. This is just an awful industry. It's like this and the marijuana sectors are just the worst and have always been the worst.
Solar's legal. Cannabis isn't.
Yeah.
That's one thing I will just say. At least solar's legal.
Well, yeah, I guess it depends where you are, but even in Canada where it's legal.
In Canada they just don't have sales. But
you should look at the numbers up here. No one's buying booze anymore. They're selling tons. So if you look at the small Canadian companies, when legalization happened, didn't help them. Actually, that was the sell the news event. So
I mean, I personally think here in the United States, at least the trends are pointing towards it. If you look at it nowadays, alcohol is going further and further away. Mm-hmm. It just needs, just wait for federal legalization, guys. If not, don't even look.
I'm still in the camp that will be another epic sell the news event, just because people have been talking about it for so long.
The thing is that there's also downside capitulation where the bulls can't hang on, and I think that's what will happen. And then the rise will happen. But hey, we'll see what happens, guys. Let's keep making money. Where are you guys seeing the trades? Any small ones continuing? That KWE reopened yet?
No, and RB&E is still closed as well.
I got one making a move that I'm not catching right now. APVO. I had this one on the radar. $7 break. It just broke 7. It's up to 8. This could continue to go, guys. I like this name today. I'm looking for a pullback to 7 on this so I can join the party. But I'm already long. I already got my trade long here. So I'm trying to just hang in on the price right now. But APVO, a good one to watch there.
I'm looking at the Reddit. RDD.
Reddit. Yeah. Big rip yesterday.
Yeah, so now 2% up.
There you go.
Going back a little bit, but looks decent. If we can break 138.
What was the leveraged ETF there? You taught me that one yesterday, Mitch. It already has a leveraged ETF, doesn't it?
RDTL.
RDTL, if you want to go real
crazy. You guys know it.
You get a little leverage in your position. You utilize less buying power.
I like Tesla long today. It was on the playbook. I didn't get to too much of it, but talk bringing up TSLL. I see Tesla ripping. This is a great trade. This is a buy the rumor, sell the news trade. The rumors, of course, is not a rumor. It's robotaxi next week. We know exactly it's coming. So I think this has a great potential to run today. Good move in Tesla. Get it, Talk.
Yeah, it's recovered all of the, the drama breakup that happened, news, like everything else, a little bit range bound. So no, that was a good little buy, I think, right? Because it's
Good little
daily
buy,
support
man.
right here, and you know exactly where you're wrong. If it even gets up to those prior highs, that's 335. That's 15 points from now, and you're probably
Everybody,
risking 5 points or so.
everybody listening in right now, make sure you have the Trade the Pool Twitter, because we put out these trade ideas every single day. These are ideas that I'm giving you guys so that you guys can do a playbook yourself, but use it to learn from and how you can be going after the markets every day.
RBNE just reopened. I just know a lot of people in the contest are in this guy. Let's take a quick look at where we are here. And we're down unrealized again. So yeah, down 10.5 million real, down about 400,000 unreal. RBNE seems to be the biggest position. This is the one that's kind of holding us on here. We got a couple of these short. LGHL, that's a new one. Someone's making a good short on this. Let me bring it up. LGHL. Looks like it's just falling out of bed here. Nice gap up on a penny stock. Someone's crushing a short on this as it's breaking down here. No real
looking good.
There's a lot of people are trading that one, Mitch. There's like 4 or 5 people. Man.
It's one of those where my buying power, I don't have enough, Michael. I think I might need more. That's how it is, guys. I need more money.
Yeah, a lot. Like if I sort by symbol, you can see all of the AP VOs here.
Well, guys, what needs to happen for that APVO to continue trading, right? What I talk about, and I've given you guys this strategy too many times. 9 EMA pullback. You see how that light blue line held here? It just needs to keep holding now. You might get the wick, the liquidity search to 7, though. Keep that in mind. Make sure you understand risk at least $1 on this name right now, and we'll see if it breaks 8.
Unfortunately, as many as we have long APVO, we got a couple people short here.
Come on, guys. We talked about it. We got to trade as a team today, guys. As a team.
Someone's down.
A team. We are a team in this battle.
Yeah, someone's down $500,000 here on APVO short. So
he wasn't listening to the show. He wasn't listening to the show, right?
Yeah, open the short at 583.
Jimmy, nice alert. RCAT alert out there.
Oh, yeah.
RCAT, good call. Good call, my friend. This is a drone stock in an area where drones are definitely something to look at. It had a nice, I think, offering. Look for it to come back up, man. It did the offering at the right time. Tesla, man. Tesla was the move here out the gates. TSLL is ripping higher, man. And you can go big on this name. Look at that. TSLL, big candle.
Yeah. Nice move there in Tesla, continuing to hold that level.
And NE catching a little love there, guys, under the dip there. QUBT looking well. AEVA, I'm going through names that are doing well today. RCAT's up 5%. That's the leading stock in my watch list. AVEA continuing up higher. UMAC also trading with RCAT, right? Nice move. Look for this to cut 10 again. QUBT, Tesla, AUR, IonQ, good move there. That's, of course, a leader in quantum. We'll look for it to continue making a move there. And then I'm seeing a lot of names that are up. So, hey, even HIMS, Pony, a lot of action upside here. Qs are still kind of wicking here. Let's see what happens. VIX is still on a setup also for a rip above 55 11s, and that's the VXX. I traded the VIX yesterday, too. I traded some downside action too. So I think that you got to be a little bit flexible. You can't just stay in one area too. Once you notice the trends turning, it's okay to turn with it and make some money.
Oh, there's APVO falling out of bed, actually, pretty dramatically. So some of these guys that were down big on their shorts are starting to really turn out. But because we have a bunch of longs out there, we're now down $1 million unrealized. So APVO helping a bit. There's some people out there with 200,000 shares short.
I'm gonna share my screen for a second.
Of course you may. Here, I got you. I'll put it up.
Okay, thanks.
Boom. There you are, Michael. Let us know what's going on. What you looking at, man?
Okay, I got the TQQQ at the bottom. actually waiting to add more if it will drop to the 73.20 area. But it's a nice one currently, and also Reddit working nicely. But I need to help to cover those 10 million minus. I probably need to add more size, but it's working nicely. The breakout was pretty strong. I'm watching also crude oil, right? You probably talked about it yesterday.
Oh yeah,
I'm guessing.
I like Gush today.
Looks pretty good, to break through that, right? We need maybe one more thing on the global events to push it really higher to the 78, even more than that. Previous was 80 something, right?
Yeah, I think
HUSA is a good way. A lot of people are using that to play the HUSA, HUSA. It's just this low float oil company
name, but we saw a ton of these right in the scanner this morning. Ton of these energy names that just love to kind of do these moves. KWE out of the hole, still staying up, guys. Barely pulled back. This thing is just ripping. It's gone from 5 now to 13. So these are the types of ones that you can make, like I did yesterday, a $500,000 trade.
Let's see where the next resistance level is so we can short this.
KWE, I got you.
Yep.
I'll take a look at what I see at least. So I like to look at daily patterns. And also one thing that I can see in KWE, this has done this in the past, right? So a lot of times I'll start measuring the last waves. They were about 110%. Then we had a wave about 100%. So it seems like this has a tendency of doing 100% move, 133%. 54% was the lowest like parabolic spike as of late. So out of 4 spikes, one of them was 50%, 3 of them were over 100%. So I'm looking for KWE to be over 100% today, and then we can start to look to see if it starts to break. Right now at 111%. So we're reaching towards those areas where, yeah, it is extended.
Yeah, maybe before the 14, between the 14 and the 16, it could be interesting.
Start sizing in there. I think another thing is like how we had yesterday. A lot of these have a tendency of running like the first hour of the day, and then maybe a fading towards the end after that, right?
Right.
And so another thing is like a kind of like a time look here and giving it like maybe in the first hour of the day. How much can you run that first hour of the day? And then I'm going to come after you. Use that high to get after it. Just a way to get after this, right? If you're trying to do it.
Great break from Reddit. Really nice move.
Yeah, I went back in that KWE, and it's one of those, if you scroll back far enough, it's like $100,000 a share. So it's one of those, yes, very common big runs after reverse splits and then all the way back down. So I like that one as a potential short later. I'm going to keep an eye on that because it has this commonality of gap, run, and then give it all back, right, all the way to 0 here.
Yeah.
This APVO looks like it could be failing further, which is kind of helping us out a little bit. Tried to rally, failed back down through VWAP, and now it looks like it's breaking 650s. It's breaking, and right now could break $6, then low of the day. This one could be one that kind of falls apart here. Is this another? I always got to click on the news to see if they're like YOLOing Pepe coin or whatever, and that's why it's up 100%.
All right, guys, just got a little bit of a dump there on Grail. I was doing a little tweet, so sometimes the tweets will catch you. We'll see what happens if this can come right back up here. I'm going to hold off the 41.88s. Could take a haircut today. It would be a little bit bigger than the other haircuts, about 70K there, but I'm willing to keep battling. I've put the stop here, and that's the key, though. That's the key. I have to know at least a level that I'm willing to give it and then just stop.
Yeah. And that's what I am going to be very excited to grab some of this data and start playing with it. I bet you if we go through the losers, the ones that blew up the account entirely, I bet you every single one of them is short, low float stock, no out, no stop loss, no nothing, just right, either blow up the account or do a hero.
Dude's coming back. So start looking for those stocks that are strong to continue strong. Look at that KWE, almost 15 already. 14.22 is a really strong move there.
Yeah, oh, this is one we talked
about.
I'll
be waiting to short it around this area.
I'm just trying to keep playing with Grail here, and then I can start looking at these penny stock names, guys. I do really well in these penny stock names. It's just that sometimes I do like to trade the higher quality names, and that's one thing that you'll see on this stream is that we're able to trade it all, right? We don't need to try to hide from areas in the market. Let's go with what's working, right? And I think that that's an important thing to look at.
Oh yeah, and generally speaking, I don't trade these crazy. I don't, as someone who wants to automate and systematize and all of this, I want to do it on the biggest, most liquid kind of names. But you're in a contest, you're going to have fun. You're trying to make or lose as much money as possible. You got to go where the crazy is, right?
Yeah, and this Grail I think could do a breakout to like 49 and 50s. So to put it in perspective, right? I'm talking about at least to 49. That's 174. So risk 75 to make 174. Not too bad. Better than 2-to-1, closer to a 3-to-1 look. Those are the types of looks that I'm trying to do with bigger money, right? That's it. Still staying in that risk to reward mentality.
Well, yeah, it's all about not blowing up, right? At the end of the day, I want to be able to walk away from this competition and say, I helped, even if just a little bit. I wasn't dragging us down. I wasn't a weight behind us. As we're trying to get over our $10 million loss, we're butting up against it. We've got some good trades going on. Still a lot of people short this RBNE that put in a little bounce. I'm looking to potentially add to it if we do end up getting this failure, because again, they went and they dumped over double the float onto shareholders here. So I'm currently short 110,000 shares, and if I can get more, I'll get more on any kind of a sell.
Well, they squeeze some RGC back above VWAP. We'll see if it gets to 70 today.
Oh, that's the one that halts every 2 seconds. That'll be an interesting play. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people looking to grab that one.
Look at RDC. It's coming back there. It just did the wick through the 56. So if you got short there, you just got runned over. If it's 70, I think you're going to get really runned over. So be careful out there. This is setting up here, I think, to try to make a move here, especially when you come back to hourly supports. A lot of the times people are willing to take a shot there because it's good risk to return. You're already doing well.
We got someone at PTLE.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now.
There you go. Short 2.1 million PTLE.
Let's hope you can do that. Oh.
Get that money.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a 50-cent stock, so that makes sense. I can go grab. Right, this is a pretty good one looking here as well, where if you look at the daily chart on this, it's gapping up nicely today, but it's really just gapping up into this range that it just sold off from. So it makes sense that there's a lot of bag holders that are probably caught here looking to cover. So I like this short, and tried to bounce at the 2-day VWAP, failed, back down again. So it's a nice little look for some trend continuation lower. If it goes to fill the gap anyway, that's a 50% down move. So that'd be $1 million trade if that happens. And then someone else trading Circle. Yeah, this thing has just been...
Yeah, Circle just won't stop, man.
Look, nice little base at highs here.
Another advantage, right, that we get here on Trade the Pool, being able to trade these types of names on day one. Day one, we talked about it right here, that this was the perfect IPO and the perfect timing. That's what I gave you right off the stop. Right off the stop. I said, this is going to be a name that you got to watch, because it's the right timing. It's always about timing with IPOs. It's about, do people even care about your area when you're IPOing? People were hot into Bitcoin when this came out. That's why it's doing well. It's not because the company's just great or something. No, it has nothing to do with the fundamentals of the company. It has everything to do with the story being hot.
Sunrun pulled back a little bit. I may look to add now that we're getting back above VWAP. So that's a great one as well. Someone was asking about the biotech sector, or not biotech, home builders. It's another thing. Home builders more than anything needs to wait for the FOMC to be done, because rates are all that matter when it comes to home builders, right? So Lennar, all these guys, it's really just a rate story. And if you look at TNX, the rates, they haven't moved very much, so you're not going to get much move in those as well. So if we get a little bit of a pull down and a push from this area, then rates start to come down, then I think that's going to be hot for home builders, right? That's what's going to get us moving. So you can look at Toll Brothers or Lennar or whatever. They're all going to move the same. And if you look at those and you overlay rates with these guys, you can see that there's just an insane correlation. So APVO over 8, someone's saying. Yeah, it could be. So we had it push, we had it fade, and now it's going again. Whoa, is that a halt right there?
Guys,
looks good.
I'm telling you, this is the one I would be on, and the reason why I'm not on it is probably why it's going to do really good. So get after it. Go make that money, man. I'm telling you, I wanted this thing at 7s. I would be loaded up right now. I'd have at least 70K on this name already. This looks great. It looks great.
Yeah, our short. This
is my
is
top watch today.
This is someone down now 500,000, and they're short that APVO.
Dude,
so,
listen to the show. What the heck?
Yeah. We've got some people that are long it. They're not up as much as the people that are shorted are down. So at the end of the day, we're kind of hoping, I guess, this thing doesn't move, so it doesn't hurt either side of us, and people can make some money in some other accounts. For me, I'm just still got this RBNE, right? Massive push down when they did their offering. It's rallied up, kind of tabbed a little bit of a 2-day VWAP, and now it looks like it might be rolling over. So I'm going to give this one a little bit. I'm going to stop it above this Wix high right now, which would be just a cool $100,000 trade or so. And then I can start to free up that buying power and look for something else. But yeah, that'd be about 100,000 even if that happens.
4 minutes left on my trade, guys. If it doesn't make the move in the next 15-minute candle, I'm just going to cut it. Opportunity cost. I'm losing opportunity here, so I might have to cut my trade and go trade something else. To give you guys an example why.
Well, that's always an interesting discussion too, because I'm feeling the same thing, Mitch, where I've got my whole account in this one trade, and it's not, you can look at this chart, it hasn't done anything pretty much from the open. So in my head, I'm thinking, well, for the contest, but also when it's your own money as well, being in a dead stock is almost as bad as being in a loser, because that you're just taking capital that should be applied elsewhere. Probably why in the real world it makes sense to never apply your whole capital to one setup, right? Split
especially when you have
different.
that much money, right? When you have that much money, it might make sense to be in uncorrelated areas of the market so that you can at least have yourself a chance of winning, increased chance of probability in the green. But hey, we'll see what happens. SPY's been strong.
Very strong move in the market here. However, I just want to remind everyone, right? We are inside yesterday's range. That's inside this massive,
right? Yeah.
So it looks good from the short-term chart. You get some good trades off it, but FOMC is coming. I don't expect a massive move in either direction until not even the news announcement, just for if anyone who doesn't know, because we all know it's going to be no change. It's the conference after. So as soon as you see J Powell walk off stage, that might be where we actually get some kind of movement in the market that is real and more just kind of speculation.
Tesla, don't want to stop. Let's go. Of course, where can you guys get this? Guys, I can't say this enough. We put this out every single day for you. Catch it on the Twitter. Catch it. If you don't got it already, well, hit that link right now. Hit that follow.
I took some shorts on KWE. Actually, timed it badly. I didn't take the top, unfortunately, but now it looks pretty good. 30,000.
Try to help us or hurt us, Michael. We're checking you out here, man. What's going on?
So far, I'm helping.
That's what I like to hear.
Not enough to recover that 10 million loss.
No, unfortunately, I don't think we're recovering that today. But you said around 16, so we got to 15.37. What I like is at least you're in the range that you were looking to short. So let's see how it plays out.
It really touched the area between the 14.50 and the 16 and dropped. I would expect another push to the upside, even testing the 16 a little bit higher and then the major drop. So either way, I'm shorting this.
You're looking
all right,
at
guys,
Marvel
almost 10
there
o'clock.
as well.
10 o'clock. Big watch here, guys. 10 o'clock. We'll see if we get some 10 o'clock moving action. Let's go for it. And go Panthers. Yes, the cup is ours.
Tesla, new highs. Market slowly grinding new highs.
Nothing like taking cups from Canada.
Yeah, good luck.
Oh, those Canadians are mad this morning.
Oh, that's one thing that will rile us up for sure.
All right, big cut there in Grail here, about to get out here, guys. It's 10 a.m. I'm seeing down action come in fast there. We'll see if we start to see a leak there. VIX is a way that I'm thinking about it, but I think the big thing is it's hard to react early in this. We still have to wait to see what happens with the U.S. today. Cut in Grail, 88,000 on the slippage, but we'll bounce back. Let's go.
Yeah, just going through some of the sectors here, not a lot is up or down more than 2%. We have the psychedelic sector up 2%. You got, a little bit of a bounce in solar, a little bit of bounce in space, but everything's about 1% up or down. Same with a lot of the different commodities out there, right? Natural gas up a little bit. We have uranium up a little bit, but everything's around 1%. Give or take.
Long APVO.
APVO. That crazy, dude.
Guys, I told you I wasn't going to miss it. If I got my opportunity near the 9 EMA, I was going to take it. You guys know my strategy.
What's the symbol?
APVO. Gotcha. I'll put it up right now. Show you guys.
We got, I'm watching this guy blow up in real time, down 550K on this trade. So, right, have your stop losses, guys. You got to.
If we get to 9, I'm gonna try to add another 50K, guys. It's actually looking good to add it through this 860s, but I don't want to push too fast too early.
Yeah, we've got somebody long here from 200,000 shares at 716.
There's a dip to watch out for, guys. Qs are struggling too, but Key has to hold 8 here. Shouldn't cut that 780s again. It's only risking about 25K here, 27K on that move. I'm out. I'd rather get out, guys. I can reload in with the 100K when this really starts to go. Right there, that 780 is a little danger spot there. We could still recover it, but we cut the wick to the left-hand side, and that tells me get out, watch for VWAP undercut. So I wasn't trying to cut this low right here, the 797, but this is the third cut through that 90 EMA. I can't hang on to that. Maybe for a close below that, but it's too much right there. So I'm going to wait for the next move. We'll see if it gets going here. That was a liquidity search, right? Because it could have been the liquidity out move. But I thought the move before at the 8 was the liquidity search.
RBNE is starting to drop a little bit here. So I'm watching this one closely.
0 dropping fast.
Yeah, a lot of these high flyers from yesterday look like they're giving it back. At the same time, the Qs are, right? So some of the fun being deflated just a little bit in the market, but whoa, never mind. It's just, as I said that, the Q's reversing big. Was there a number out at 11? I don't think so.
10 a.m.? No, that'd be a 10 a.m. number. There is some 10 a.m. There's some numbers expected to come in here.
Yeah.
So
Thursday, the 18th.
Usually always some numbers around here. The thing is that we're getting some of Thursday's numbers too. So it could be a number that normally falls on Thursday that's falling today. Like we got today earlier with jobless claims coming in today.
Yeah, there was nothing there. Just some wild action on the market. We dipped down to VWAP. You were talking about how it was selling, and then we just reversed highs. New highs of the day for Q. New highs today for the SPY. Tesla continuing to
Oh,
rocket.
here it is, 10 a.m. I'm not sure if this was just came out, but it says that President Trump says, I'm going to go very short term and get rates way down, then go long term.
All right. I don't know how he would do that, but good for him, I guess. Just by willing it into existence, or
still
is
watching
he actually...
this APVO. It's still holding well on that 90 EMA. I might get right back in it. If I do, I'm going to load in here, guys. Looking good, but try not to react too early. Trying to watch the flow here. The flow is adding in. It's adding in right at 8. Right at 8. So I'm looking to see if it holds here.
So yes, Trump. I'm on Walter Bloomberg stream here, and Trump is definitely talking.
Yeah,
he's putting out like a tweet at once every
whether
minute.
the U.S. will strike Iran. Iran has a lot of trouble. Iran wants to negotiate. Should have negotiated. Nothing is too late. Iran's reached out. Big difference between now and a week ago. They've suggested they've come to the White House. Don't know how much longer it's going to go on. They're totally defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever.
Yeah, so just for competition and for your real money, just know, you guys know me. I don't care what he's saying. I don't trade based off of news. Just know that he's talking. So could be one of those, drops, could be a rally. You never know what the guy's going to say, whether it's going to be bullish or bearish. So just know that there's some yapping going on, and make sure you got your eyes glued on the screen accordingly.
All right, guys, taking a shot here in APVO again. Back in here, guys, 100K in here. Just got to be careful. We're going to set the stop at 8 here. Don't want this to break 8 again. It's coming right back towards 8. Could break it right here. So now I'm in it, guys. I'm taking the shot right back on the 90 EMA recovery. Let's see if we can get it. So 90 EMA recovery happens. So now would really like to see this line hold here, right? So we shouldn't be breaking towards below the 90 EMA, which is the 796, right? So maybe I could put 795 as the risk here. Let's let it go. Let's see if it wants to run to 9 here, guys. If it runs to 9, I can get the 100K back and we can be right back in this. Let's see what happens. Taking the shot here. And like always, it's the comp. We got to take some shots. We got to take some money. APVO is definitely a name that I can make some money on. Let's go for it.
Yeah, it's definitely holding well. Every time there's some sort of downtick, there's buyers in it. I'd say this is probably the most traded symbol that I'm seeing. Yeah. Just seeing it go through our little screen here. People buying, selling 50, 60,000 in a clip.
Yeah, it's because it's also having a big range right now. It's about 40, 50 cents, right? On just the action within itself in 1 minute. And of course, at an $8 stock, you're talking a pretty good percentage move itself within this, right? You're talking about 5 to 6% right now in between 1 minute, right? So.
Okay, KWE started to move. Finally.
KWE, there you go. My man's really starting to get that going here. I'm gonna need you today, Michael. I'm gonna need you. Hold it up.
Hold
here. This up.
This is why I'm here. I canceled many meetings for today just to be here.
There you go. Tell all those meetings to.
Nice. Alrighty, so I added a little bit more. Again, I'm still thinking that it might be 16, but I added a little bit more for the competition. Added a little bit more on Reddit as well, if it can bounce back, and the market looks pretty decent.
APVO is not it, guys. Not it. It just ran into a heavy guru sell there.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's a guru right there. It's gonna downhole, guys.
There's
a guru that just killed us, guys. Oh man, I watched them on the tape there, bro.
And I saw that one guy who was short, almost this close from being down $1 million on the trade.
40,000 shares at 784. That's someone getting run over on the pullback there. I didn't have my stop out, so I didn't get triggered, but I put it at the low there on that wick. That was a classic guru move, guys. I can tell you that right now, because the trade was looking like a breakout, and right when it got to the breakout is when they just dropped. They just dropped some. I'm guessing dark pool ordering right there around the $9. It hit $8.97 and it just chapowed down. That is a classic guru furu type of trade right there, and it got sold into really quickly. All right, well,
We have
it's gonna be a tough one to
five-
watch here.
5 people in shooting distance of that $2 million mark. Just looking at here.
There you go.
So there's five people that are around 1.8 or so. Someone who's up to almost 2.2. So some really nice moves there. And again, this PTLE is one that people are trading a whole bunch of. So we can take a look there. PTLE. But yes, APVO has just definitely been something that's been frustrating for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, PTLE have been selling all day. Looks like it could be gaining a little bit of a bid here, but certainly working for sure.
Yeah, I was up 50K there for a slight second there on APVO, and then it just dropped at 9, guys. I was looking for the continuation through 9, and it just dropped like a tank. And here it goes, guys. It's definitely dropping fast, guys. I'm probably going to get cut out right here in a down hole. Yeah, it's probably going to cut out right there. Oh, the bounce is wicked here, guys. So just be careful, guys. Definitely APVO had that move, ran into that guru furu sell, and now it's going to be tough to get it back through 9. So it's going to be struggling through that. I'm probably going to take a big hit on this, but hey, that's just the way it is. I'm going to keep battling. I can still make it back. I know that much. I'm trying to get in the top 5 today. Let's see if I can get it.
Is that KWE short?
Price.
Or halted?
Yes, KWE.
Oh,
My
Yeah,
man.
it's halted.
Halted on the
No.
downside. Let's go.
If you're short, that's what you want to see. Hopefully it opens up around 8 or 9. Actually, let me check to see if there's. We've got a bunch of people short. I see a couple shorts here: 110,000, 60,000. So that would help us a little bit. We're back down to 11.5 down on the realized, and down another 1.3 million unrealized here. And the culprits are people both short and long APVO. So it's crazy to see, right? It hasn't moved very much, and short and long on APVO, everyone seems to be losing money on this stock. So
it's just the guru fake outs, right?
No.
And I think this is the classic one to learn from, guys. This is why I say that with these penny stock names, it's why I say small size, look for bigger moves. Small size, bigger moves, right?
Mhm.
And that's what keeps you safe in these names. Where I feel the traders get it wrong is like we're trading now, where we're trading big size and trying to get a bigger move. When you're trying to do that, it's very difficult. You can run into heavy selling really quickly.
Yeah, people look like, just looking at some of the trades, it looks like people are chasing highs, then they're chasing lows, then they're chasing highs again. So, we've got everybody with just really awful fill prices overall.
Yep.
Apple.
QUBT going red there. It's crazy to see the Qs the way they are right now, and I'm not seeing much of what I'm following as deep green here. So I got to find what is green.
Apple ripping, TSLA moving, that KWE just opened up.
Well, Tesla, of course. Tesla's up to 324 now. Marvell leading the market here, up 2.5%, at least in the Qs, leading the Qs action. So seeing Marvell, Intel, Datadog, AVGO. Yeah, that one looks really strong, AVGO. Trade Desk, the Trade Desk looking really strong. EA up a little bit. Amazon that announced 4 Prime days for next year. 4 Prime days.
Sure, why not?
You know what? We used to give 1. We're going to do 2. You know what? What the heck? Let's do 4 of them. We'll just do 1 every quarter.
That's always a bit of a worrisome slippery slope, though, where you have, if you're doing that many sales, does that mean there's something kind of going wrong with the underlying business that, you need to give people massive discounts on things?
You ain't wrong on that end. I mean,
that's it was the early sign. It was a meme with Bed Bath & Beyond before it went bankrupt, right? That they were just like hucking flyers at you in sales every time you'd open up your mailbox, and 20 Bed Bath & Beyond discounts came out, that was the early sign they were done.
Yeah, I think when I saw my wife go to Bed Bath & Beyond and pull out 3 or 4 coupons and you can stack them, I was like, yeah, that's the problem right there.
Yeah, they're done.
You know, I think she stacked like a 50% with a 20% on top of it. I was like, okay, how does this work?
You said like short.
Oh man, we'll see what happens, guys. APVO will go from 750 to 14. Well, I will hope you're right, my friend.
Maybe. Or we've got a lot of people that are shorted as well, so I don't feel good for those people. But
I don't know if we have a Spanish bot here, but it looks like we're making some people laugh in Spanish. Let's go.
Nice. It's kind of French, like a little bit of French.
I don't even know, man.
Same,
it was
right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing when you start learning, right? Everything derives from Latin, right? So things look pretty close.
The Romance languages, yeah.
Guys, I'm still in this thing. I'm just gonna stay in it. Let's see if the guru comes back in it through 8. I feel like he sold the rip at 8. Like he bought like 25K, sold it right quickly as it broke out. Let's see if he rebuys. Joey with a good alert here. ASTS, one of the hot stocks in the market, doing really well.
Ooh, that's a nice looking little breakout there too.
Good call out, Joey.
Yeah, the intraday chart, nice sideways action into a breakout, and then yeah, that daily chart is just insane.
You get a prime day. He gets a prime day. We all get prime days.
KWE is just not moving. It is, well, it's big range, but yeah, it came down, held VWAP, that gap down, pushed up, just farting around the range here. My RBNE is almost going to just, I think, frustrate me out at some point. I was looking to see if we kind of gave up the ghost, came back to the 650s or so where the initial news brought us, but we're just kind of
this
farting around.
quantum name. I haven't traded this one. New quantum name for me. I don't really look at it often. ARQQ. Off the 35 here. Looks interesting.
I have never heard of that one.
Never heard of it. I'll tell you what I have heard of. APVO, let's go.
Trying again here.
It's trying, man. It's trying. I'm just going to hold on. If it gets to 9, I'll add. But other than that, I'm just going to stay on the sideline. Oh, and as I say that, look at that move.
Wow. That's a big candle. Let's hope whoever is selling is done for now.
Look at the selling there. It's savagely selling at 840s. I almost feel like waiting here and not adding. There it is.
Go through 9.
That's what I needed to see. I'm looking for a 9 pullback to add. Under 9 pullback to add. Under 9 pullback to add. I'm looking at the offer. Boom. Let's go. Got it, baby. Got it. Let's go. Below 9 on the add. Now I just need this to keep going, guys. Keep it going. Let's go for the win with this trade. We're going for the win with this trade. I'm up 50K right now. Just literally sitting up 50K. Let's go. Let's break this 950. Let's go to 10. Once we get to 10 already, I'm up 200K. So I'm taking the shot here, guys, to win the comp. It could win or lose here, but I'm going to take the shot. Told you guys I would go for it. Let's go for it. It's up 65,000. Let's go.
Yeah, that gentleman short APVO from 5 is now
He's
down
gonna get wrecked.
650.
You are killing us.
650. Like, take your stop, man.
You're killing us, Smalls. All right, guys, taking the shot there. Definitely, we'll see what happens there. I was looking for it to get back through my level. I let it pop towards there, went to 960s, and I got an ad where specifically 904. Not a bad market fill. Shout out to Trade the Pool for that market fill.
Thank you.
CoreWeave was a really good one, Joey. If I would have just stuck on CoreWeave, remember when I was super long CoreWeave on day 1? Now that would have been a good move, man. That thing's been a complete monster.
Wow. Yeah, it has been.
All right, let's see if this goes. You know, on other accounts, me being down 117, these are days where I'd probably take back to break even. just to give it in perspective of the difference between the competition and a regular account. If I was just saying hypothetically, right, down 100K on this day as I made 500K or 600K yesterday, I'd be more than okay with going back to break even, right? And then just being like, well, I'm going to take it easy and reassess, right? So that's just mentality thinking, right? So like on a pop here, I'd probably sell into the pop and take some money, right? But we'll see what happens here. As it's a comp, I'm going for the big move.
What's that moving average that's sitting on your screen there that it just rejected from that yellow line?
The yellow line above here?
Yeah, not the Bollinger Band, but the one coming down.
Oh, that's a anchored VWAP, I believe so.
Oh.
Let me see what I got here.
Yeah,
that's
whatever.
just the Bollinger Band. That's just the Bollinger Band just coming down fast with it on the daily. So the Bollinger, it's on the top end of the Bollinger Band, which is not a bad look.
Yeah. No, Bollinger Band breakouts are a profitable strategy in the long run.
So right here, can we get to 10 and keep going? Up almost 80,000. Let's go.
SPY to 600, right? So your TQQQ must be killing it. Oh, yeah.
Do I have more buying power? Do I have more? I don't think I do. Maybe like 15,000. See if I got 10,000 more. Yeah, I got 10,000 more to give. All right, if we go for a kind of pullback on the, so now remember, we keep getting above the 9 EMA and kind of breaking it. We got to see this hold. So this is the light blue line you see here. It needs to hold finally. It keeps breaking, right? And going to the 50. This is the yellow line. A lot of times some traders hold on that 50 also. So it's not just always the short-term moving average that you got to focus on. Focus also on your medium. For me, that's the 50. Some people use the 20, and that might be where this is holding better too, right? This is why you have to have multiple moving averages and understand it. CL drop and TAC. Good look. Good look.
Yeah, oil's dropping pretty substantially. I'll go check, see his. We still getting Trump yelling? Is that what's going on here?
On KWE.
Apple is going to buy a lot of Trump gold cards. Okay, sure. Yeah, he must still be talking because it's like every minute Walter Bloomberg's tweeting out something that he's saying. So
even Trump thinks Powell's not cutting today. Even Trump said Powell probably won't cut today. And he's a stupid person.
Well, and we took so he's with the 99, I think it's 99.5% that I saw for the Fed Watch tool.
Come on, don't look, Mitch, don't look. Eyes closed. APVO, let's go.
Oh yeah, 99.9 actually. So listen, if you want to go to Polymarket, there's a 0.1% chance of a cut. You could, if you really wanted to roll the dice there, you could go right ahead. Be a good payout.
You know what was an interesting bet was Iran nuclear deal early on in the year was up towards, I think, like almost 80%. Now it's down to like 30 or 40. So it's been interesting taking a look at some of those bets. I know you've talked about it, Michael.
Yeah, I really want to get into for longer term trading these betting markets because they're so accurate that I think there's systems out there to look for where price is misaligned from the betting markets. And like some of these are silly, like what will Jay Powell say first?
Can we break triple digits? Broken triple digits in the green. Let's go.
Yeah, what's the payout? Yeah, you can 10 times your money if they cut 25 basis points, and you can 100 times your money if they cut more than 25 basis points. And so you can put $100 in there and get 10 grand out on the 0.1% chance that they actually do cut.
So one thing I'm seeing on this APVO, it looks like a 15-minute cup and handle pattern. So you
Mhm.
see how this looks kind of like your nice cup pattern. Be careful for the pullback, also kind of creating more of like that handle look at this 880s. So I think we're still building, right? We've built pretty well off of this kind of trend line look, off of the eights. So now, of course, 8 needs to hold, and we just need to stay constructive on building volume here.
Wix just got a beat down. WIX.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, not a lot of liquidity in that Wix though, unless those are halts. Yeah, no, definitely not a lot of liquidity in that Wix. So just be careful. It's definitely selling off, but yeah, it's just not a super liquid name.
And for APVO in the pre-market, you guys can rewind it. I said I was looking for a break of 7. I'm joining this party way late, right? If I was at 7, I wouldn't even be feeling pressure anymore, right? Like at this point, I would be sitting back, relaxing, and enjoying the show. So I think that's one thing to also notice with these penny stock moves. I think personally, you got to front run and be small, because jumping on the spikes, I think it's almost near impossible to react that fast like the algos do, man. I just traded these for a lot, and I can tell you guys, I've traded these side by side with some of the fastest gurus. And I learned a lot from those. And a lot of that was, hey, man, it's not about the 1,000 share size. It's about finding the ability to find 1 or 2 of these winners, maybe every 2 to 3 weeks. You're not trying to find 10 of these winners in a week. And if you have that mentality, you're having the wrong strategy for penny stocks. At least that's what I would say. And you got to really do your search in the data to kind of find that.
Well, and it's trend following, right? Trend following historically
It's going to be very
low
low
win rate. But you hit a couple here or there, right? Just trend following on a very short time frame. So it's really no different than the rest of that. So
Trump comments keep coming in. Trump talk on TikTok ban, saying that I think we need China to bless the TikTok deal. I think they will bless it.
RBLX, I'll just show this one. I took this short in the auto trading account just there.
It doesn't want to do it, man.
Just a nice little, like, look at this Roblox daily chart. This is just crazy. So that's why it showed up on the scans for a potential reversal. And then you can see the blue arrow alert right there on the 5 minutes. So just took a little bit of short there with the stop the high of the day. At some point, this thing has got to pull back from like a double in pretty much a straight line. Not very many pause days or rest days or down days. A great trade. But again, just from an intraday standpoint, just the algo trying to get from VWAP to VWAP. I also talked about the sun run trade. These are not competition trades, just taking a little break to talk about real trades. The sun run still in this one as it just kind of continues to grind higher here. For my competition trade, I really feel like I might need to kill this in a second. Not because it's not working. I'm up $300,000 on the position, but I feel like I need to trade more in order to help out the cause here. And I've just got my whole stack just in this one short from pre-market and kind of in this range right here. So it's been a great trade, but I just want to see it kind of fall out of bed here. So at least I can cover some and just get a little bit more active, start participating. Just summarizing where we are total, down 11 million real, up 700,000 unreal. APVO guy, I'm watching this guy closely, down 650,000 still on the position. Holding on
What's his
tight.
name? What's his name?
We should find him.
Shame him.
Go to his house.
NNE, big rip on NNE. So watch for nuclear stocks to start pushing stronger. NNE, nice push there. So names you can be looking at: recovering CEG, NRG, GEV coming back there. What else? SMR. SMR still red. NNE, nice little push there.
Yeah, SMR holding on. Just check that one every time I hear because I've got it in my personal account. So
yeah, it's a little bit more expended. So
yeah, I'm in from
ARQQ trade. I talked about this just a short while ago. It's looking well. Quantum name that I never heard of. I didn't hear about this one. And you guys know I'm all about finding names, right? Like knowing the themes. This is looking good.
Maybe it's another beverage company that just changed its name.
Quit Quantum.
They sold hot dogs or something, decided to change their name to Quantum, like that
Tell
drink
you one
company.
thing. If you compare it to the other quantum names, it might be the best looking quantum name right now.
Yeah, well, in an intraday
Maybe
chart looks amazing.
QUBT looks very similar. I would say QUBT looking very similar. So like the chart looks almost identical.
BT. Holy smokes, you. I'm typing here. There we go.
I hate when I get like that. Instead of tongue tied, you're getting type tied.
Well, the mic's in the way, so I'm looking around. Yeah, this is an interesting. QBTS is the one that I've got. And I like this daily chart. If this gap can continue to hold, just huge sideways range, holding this gap that kind of took place here. So that's kind of my pick for the next little run.
If we get to 14 today, like someone mentioned in the chat, that's another 800,000. So let's do it.
Well, I like just look at all these topping tails and wicks, though, right? There's definitely some distribution going on. You need whoever's doing this to stop, to leave you guys alone for a bit.
Yeah,
it's like
somebody keeps selling it, and there's a bigger order that's selling out. So sometimes when a bigger order wants to sell, right, he's hitting it and stopping the momentum. Essentially, it's like a big wall. Some people could say it could be an iceberg order here. I don't see the dark pools, so I can't tell you specifically if that's what it is here, but it seems like that's what it is, right? An order that just is almost endless. Every time it gets to these levels, it gets rejected. Yeah. So sometimes what you got to do on these is look at a bigger time frame. That's why I'm watching the 15-minute chart, trying to keep myself neutral by a bigger time frame.
Yeah, it's really just, can the people that are the retail guys that are pushing it up this much just overwhelm that seller, right? If they can, eventually he's going to be done.
And it's definitely on the dark pool because it's not coming up in the level 2s, right? So you're not seeing a big wall like 100K at, let's say, 950 on the level 2. If I saw that, I would tell you guys that, but it's just not there. This is why you also want to use our partners. Shout out to our partners, right? Bookmap. If you guys haven't checked out Bookmap, go check it out because that's exactly what they're intended for. Specifically looking into the dark pools, specifically looking into order flow. And I think they're one of the best out there, especially right now for that specific service. So check it out, guys. One of our partners, Bookmap.
Yeah, it just can't get going here. I'm tempted if we break this wall right here.
We're launching. That's the way I feel, but I have to stay in it too because it's the comp, right? Like if I'm going to come back and take like a big move today, this is it right here. So I'll take the shot, guys. I'll take the shot and we'll see what happens.
Well, looking at this, it looks like the whole firm is with you. Top 3 players and
they listened. They listened. Let's go.
this right. A lot of everyone's either short KWE or long APVO. So we need both of those things to happen to net out here. We need APVO up.
Zero short. Can't get going today. Can't get going. Yeah, it could be an opportunity within itself, right?
And then, some APV long, not nearly as many. So this guy will get blown out soon. We'll lose that $1 million for the day and be done. If we break out here, that will get that out of the way. So it's kind of like we have by stopping these people out, we have almost like stop losses on like forced stop losses on some of these crazy positions. Down $1 million day definitely wouldn't be a lot of fun.
KWE, the most profitable ticker, almost 700,000.
All right, guys, up 120K. Let's go. Up 150. Let's go. Up 365. Let's go. Let's go. The sweat is real, guys. Let's go. Hands off, Mitch. Hands off the controller.
Yeah, let it go. Right, only
Let
one day
it
left.
go. Let it go.
This is the last day. You gotta hit it.
All right, let's put this a little bigger so you guys can see the cash kind of moving here. You guys see it right there. I put it on the screen there for you guys. We don't need to see no fees. Forget the fees. I'm making thousands. I'm making thousands, man. Look at that. Look at that cash's flow, guys. 240,000. I tell you right now, on a spike of 360,000, I might just cash there at 11. But I was just like, you know what? Just let it go. Let's have some fun with it. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
This SPY chart is just crazy today.
I'm going for the million, guys. I put it in the title for a reason. Going for 1 million in profits in 3 days. Can we do it?
Yeah, just relentless bid in the SPY all morning, which I'm not really, we're still inside yesterday's range for context, but not really a fan of. I kind of like if we sell into FOMC and then maybe, buy the news, but we're rallying hard into FOMC. It makes me a little bit cautious of potential just kind of rug pull and drop down.
Woo-hoo. Let's go.
Yeah, I gotta cover this RB. I'm not helping. I'm not helping. I'm just sitting with my $250,000 up trade, and I wonder if this thing is getting impatient that I've only made $250,000 today. I'm like, what's going on? Let's go.
Guys, I'm up almost 500K again. All right, we're going to take some money, guys. Taking some money there, guys. I just took out half of it there, guys. I just had to pay myself. If I'm going to get to 1 million, got to be able to take a pullback here and then re-add like I did yesterday. I sold the rip and then I re-added that same size right back. So where would that add be? It'd be back below the 90 MA, below 10 here for an add right back in.
Got to trade around that core position, right? You got to, free up capital. Remember, you can get back in.
I was down 100K. I just took 200K. So now I'm up 74, right? So you got to battle. There's the cut. I missed it, guys. I was too much talking. Too much talking there. There's the cut back down below the 90 MA like I talk about, right? That cut right there would have been the perfect add. I can't do it now because I'm chasing, right? I said I was going to do it and I missed the execution time. Also, a thing that you can learn from, if you miss execution, it doesn't mean chase, right? I think that some traders do this where they wanted that 10 and so it went to 950, they didn't get in, and now they'll hit it at 1050. And that's, to me, the number one way of ruining a position, right? You have to look for pullbacks if you're going to add to positions. I really don't think it's good to add on breakouts because it just moves your level up, and then any pullback gets you pressured to stop out. So missed that pullback there. I mean, imagine if I would have got like a 975 add there, 950 add there. I'm feeling really good here with a position that I can go break even with the rest and just let it work.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame, kind of not. Good lesson. The guy who was short on that position got blown out right near the top. That's where he hit his negative million. Right? It'd be pretty classic if that was the top of the day and the thing reverses, right? Just to show position size matters, right? He could have stopped out of his position, maybe tried again a little higher if he really likes the short on it, then go ahead, but you got to get out. But we're a lot of positions doing well. We got 2 or 3 guys that are up over 300,000 on this APVO trade.
Shout out to them.
One up $500,000.
Show us that. There you go.
Yeah, so these are top few positions right here are all this APVO. We got 570,000, 434, 400. A lot of big names taking big swings in this trade. Fortunately, we have a lot of people that are short like another one. This isn't the same guy who was down 650 before. There's another one who's now down 500,000 on the position, a whole bunch of negative 200,000s on the position. So I'm seeing more people starting to take the bet that this is roughly kind of where we're going on this one on the day.
Yeah.
Better fills anyway than the $5, but this is a $6 fill and this is a $9 fill. So looks like there was a bunch of people shorting kind of in that zone before the breakout, and now right obviously underwater. So hopefully they have stops near the highs and then they can retry if things happen. But that's what's going on right now. Still boat flat on the realized, and we are 9.5 mil down on the unrealized. So we've clawing back. We made about 2-3 million of our losses back. Plenty of day to go.
Next one jumping. Alerts out there. TMC. I like this one. It's the metals company. The Office 7 here. Going to be looking to maybe take a shot in some other names. Since I couldn't get the ad in APVO, I'm not going to chase. Will not do it, guys. Will not ruin my average here. I'm all the way down to 864. I only wanted to add on down action that whipsawed back, right? So at this point, I'm just going to leave the break even and go trade another name while I'm letting this one work, right? While I let this one try to rip to like 13 and make me like 13, 14, that's another 400K. I've taken 200. If I could take another $500,000 trade, guys, we are golden. We hit $1 million. I'm at a 1,600,000 right now. I'm trying to get to 2 million. We just need another 370.
Yeah, so APVO, nice grind up here.
No better job than this. I agree, Tack.
SPY, a little bit of a downtick, nothing crazy, but you spent, go to the 2-minute here, spent a little bit inside this range, downtick just a little bit. This circle or shaded area I have up here is yesterday's high, so that's makes sense. We're resting a little bit before yesterday's high. See if we want to just pull back and then go. Could be. I'm officially killing RBEN, so it's probably going to tank now. I gave it enough time. I may start nibbling into APVO short. I just looking at it here. I know it's already up a bunch.
Did you guys just hear this guy?
I heard it.
This guy here?
We got
14.
Guys,
we'll be back after this message.
So yeah, the idea is the last spike was up to 14, right? If we're gonna start getting to 14 where we failed last time, up in this area.
Nah, man, I want this thing to go, man. I want this thing to go. We got to come back in the comp, man.
Well, you could.
I'll tell you what. So I'll give you my breakdown level that I'm looking for this to hold now. $10. Simple as that. It should hold $10 at this point. At this point, $10 break, probably break this stock down. So at this point, I can just let this work, and if it breaks 10, I want out anyways. Look at that, yeah. 200,000. We up 400,000 on this position overall, right? For the name, looking to make another over $500,000 trade and celebrate $1 million in 3 days. I mean, can't go wrong.
Yeah, nice slow push up. So it's basically between here and then roughly, call it this 1450 area. That's where I want to start getting in. I'd like to see it obviously higher, and then ultimate highs here at like 26. That's a nice
orders out. Orders out at 1358 for the 200 to 2 mil. Orders out to 1358. Nice. If I get it, I'm out. It popped there to 1311, guys. I could stay in this name too, but I'm looking for goals. Goals in life, man. Not just hero plays. Goals over hero trade. So my goal is 2 million. I'm going to go for that, guys. And I'm not going to get greedy if I can take it and run.
So yeah, that first spike, that's where I started the position around, where's my average? Around $12. When it rallied through there at 12, I took a little bit of a short to get started.
Oh, thanks.
Then I'm just going to start start averaging in just to see if I can snag a top. We got one guy almost $1 million trade on this APVO. He's up.
Let's go. He's gonna get that million.
900,000.
Get that million, my friend. Whoever that is.
That's a. Let me sort and see by who's winning the most here. What's our big account balance kind of look like? A couple there in the negative to the downside. We've got 3 people over $1 million and 2 people very close to being over $1 million in profit. So.
Oh, I'm close there. I'm 193 there. 193 projected balance right now.
Yeah, so that puts you in 6th or 7th. So
what?
That's good. Yeah.
Good Lord, I need to make more.
Yeah, you're right here. That would be you.
I need to make more, guys. Oh man,
this short there, APVO.
So
traders
now,
on both sides, huh?
So now we have these guys here. It was this guy. Now we have these guys here. You see this? You see this, guys? We're gonna have to have a little UFC octagon. I know how you guys in Israel, they like to battle too. They like some octagon action. We're gonna have to have a little behind the scenes battle here. I'm going to take these 2 boys to the back here. I might have to do one of these. Push them out the way. I got this. APVO, man. APVO. I'll bring them back in, but I can push them out when I need to, you know? Let's see what happens, guys. Let's see what happens. Up over 300,000 on this name, guys, and I took 200. So another $500,000 trade in 2 days. Yeah, I don't think I could do it better than that, man.
We continue to push here.
Joey, we just need to beat the queues, but I think I don't know about that.
It might just be beat Money Mitch. That should have been the comp.
Yeah, the queues haven't moved since I think they're like pretty much at the exact. Yeah, this is Monday's open price, and this is here. So we haven't moved in these 3 days, but yet we've lost like $12 million. So something tells me that we're not beating the queues there. We're up like probably what, 0.25%, if that, on the queues. Yeah, and then we're down a lot. So we got a long way to go. Or the queues could just go to 0 from here, and maybe we don't lose any more money. That would be a way to save us. That'd be another way to go.
No, it doesn't matter if the queues is doing negative or positive. It's the number.
So we're not getting it, guys. We're gonna get
either way. We're not winning here.
Yeah,
90 EMA test coming in here, guys. There's the 90 EMA test. As I say it, literally, boom, bam, 30 cents down, right to the 90 EMA and holds. So I'm not the only one watching this 90 EMA now. Be careful for a breakdown through 11s here. At this point, can't let that break down through 11. Not going to give up the gains either, but trying to get there to the goals, right? That's what it's all about in life. Here comes 13s for the move. Can we get it? Can we get the 13s? It struggled there. Needs to get to 13 if it's going to pop to 14 and 15 here. Let's see what happens. I think it could get to 15 and 16 overall, but I'm still going to take the money at 1360s, 1370s if we get there.
Yeah, another potential blow up on the way here. Someone's down $750,000 on their APVO short. A couple 500,000s, couple 400,000s, and then we've got some to the long side, right? We've got the hero here up $900,000 on that trade. I wonder if his goal is $1 million or if he's got some sort of target in mind, because there's no take profit put in, right? So you can see if they put an order out there to sell. So in this case, he might just be riding the wave. It looks like kind of a consensus here is we're seeing a lot of people putting in orders at 16, 19, that kind of area for APVO. So a lot of people think there's a lot more to go here.
Orders out here, guys. I'm looking for the push. If I don't get it, it could cut 12 really quickly here, guys. So just be careful out there. You're going to get some shakeup here. There's the 12 touch again. Second 90 MA attempt here. I'm starting to get tightened down to where I might take 200 or 400K, right? Somewhere in between there. But I'm not going to give up more than that, right? I can give up 80,000 here on the gains. I'm not giving up more than that. I'm still keeping that in mind, right? The idea is still to move forward. I'm not just going hero trade. That's the difference here that I think is very important for traders to understand.
Yes, a lot of people took this challenge or this contest as just a way to just a pure gamble, right? I'm going to take a trade,
Hero,
right? Right? No stop loss, no profit target. I either win or I lose based off this trade, and those people aren't the people at the top of the leaderboard. The people at the top of the leaderboard took big bets, but had
Also
stop
lost.
losses, took profit
Yeah,
targets,
also lost,
right?
right? Multiple $100,000 losses in those guys that are leading. So that just tells you that it's not about just holding on for dear life. It's about holding on to the right positions, the right big ones when you have the move, right? And that's hard. It's not easy to hold. You have to use strategies. For me, that's a short-term moving average.
Jeez. Man, if only this ever gets back to $2 million a share, which is the height of it here. Just gonna get back to that 2 million.
Happening right now. I'm watching it, guys. It needs to start going here. If not, it's going to be breaking down here. Stops out. I'm out. Taking the cash and running, guys. I'm also not going to be dumb there, right? Not going to battle there. It cut the 9 EMA, and it's cut this 9 EMA plenty of times now. Now could be the time where it goes to the 50. That's a move back down to 10, and I'm giving up 100K there. I'm not going to give up the 100K. I'm just going to get out here and look to get back in. Why? Because now I have 273 in the green, and I can keep battling to get to that $2 million spot. I tried to make it happen there, but like always, I'm not going to be dumb and just battle for no reason. This could still come back, but it broke down there pretty fast to that 1150. I'm out of this trade. Let's start seeing what happens now.
You're not alone there, right? As I'm watching the kind of the trades go through, a lot of people took some profits.
It was a little too much there on that pullback there.
Yeah, not a lot, not all their profits, but a lot of people took a little bit out there.
And the fun part is I could get back in here now and then use some of the profits to risk. So that's the key there too, right? If I don't take these profits, right, and the trade comes back to me, right, then I'm always feeling like I lost 200,000 today versus as I made the money when it was there. Unrealized is not money made. And sometimes you need to make it towards that money made side. Now I have what? Close to $300,000 of cushion to work with today and try to get to the 2 million. So,
but you got to make 11 million to get us out of the hole. So just start,
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to
swinging wildly on those.
I'll look for the next penny stock. And I think APVO still can make this move here to 14. So you can still watch that. 9 EMA needs to recover here and hold, but it's getting weary. It's getting towards that tippy toppy type of look. And why? It's multiple times to this 9 EMA. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Let's see what happens now.
Oh, APVO just dropping.
That's what I was trying to avoid.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to avoid. Traders, that's exactly it.
You're trying to avoid me and Michael are both loving it. So that's when it halted. I'm up 250,000.
I told you, boys. I told you I can push you out and bring you back in.
Put me in. Let me brag a little bit.
I got you, my friend. You guys need a little cash. I got you. Just ask Money Mitch, right?
So let's see. It's wild that when it halted, like I'm watching the screen of everybody trading, and you know it's always flashing with crazy lights. And the second that halted, it just calmed right down. It just shows how many people.
This is also why I got out at that spot. This is a good lesson, guys, in that 9 EMA moving average. And there's rules to it too. As you get further and further touches, more and more touches happen. When the stock does break that moving average, it's a fast move to the moving average. So as I get 3 or 4 touches, I start to get weary of the position, right? Just careful, cautious, ready to take profits at any moment. With these penny stocks, it's also about taking profits on the rip. I sold the rip here, right? When it started to come back up, I sold some at 11.30 and then I got to sell some at 11.20. I'm good with that, right? I gave myself the probability of this to keep going. It didn't. I got out. And some traders would have not got out there. And I'm sure there's some traders long right now that went up from being maybe up 300, 400K to now they're only seeing 100K. And they're like kind of scared now. because where this reopens, they could be down.
Yeah, the guy up $800,000 is now only up $400,000. So he gave back $400K. Our leader right here, right? That he was at one point kind of winning the whole competition. You can see he's right here. He was up over 2 million and now 1.6, and it's halted. So it could open up much lower depending if kind of that was the end. And now we're seeing, funny, none of these short guys are really doing well, because we had the guy who was stopped out when it hit $12. We had a couple of those anyway. And now if this is the top and we just reverse back down to the open here, again, it's going to show you that sizing is just so important, where we had, it would really be unfortunate to get stopped out for the competition. Then you go look at APVO at the end of the day, and it's a $4 stock, and you got stopped out much higher. So yeah, position sizing, stop losses, everything.
That setup in the ARQQ played out pretty, guys. This was a setup that I brought in when it was at the VWAP. Look at that, right back to the highs and through. So if you were able to nail that ARQQ today, another stock that I was able to find, and this is what I do in the show all the time for you guys, is just find stocks that are moving. I can't always trade everything, right? But this was a pretty bull flag and pretty move higher, right? Like, this is just a simple setup. Sometimes it's about finding simple setups. This was one of those today.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of waiting. It's funny. This whole thing is just stopped waiting for this guy to reopen.
Yeah.
That was doing well here, guys. I'm looking at Tesla tight flag pattern. Can it break the tight flag pattern?
Oh, there's the news. That's unfortunate. APVO offering 8 million offering. So if that's what caused that, I could see this thing opening under 7.
Yeah,
maybe in the 6.
Oh, let's go.
So that's.
I hope you guys loaded the boat.
Yeah,
I got 75,000 shares.
Oh, come on, add 150.
I got 120, and that's all I could get. So that my whole $1.3 million is short this name. So I'm gonna make sure I get out some on this. And again, we talk about it all the time. These offerings, they come and they have to, right? If your stock was $2 yesterday and it's $13 today.
Good Lord. Why'd you have to do it to me, Great Scott? You had to do it to me, right? You had to put me back on the planet and bring up Grail. If you guys remember, this was the one I was longing out the gates that stopped me out on that wick down. I was looking for a move back to 45, and this is just on a takeoff now. This is looking great on the swing trade alert. Swing trade alert for all my swing traders out there. Grail. There's a reason why I call it the Holy Grail.
Yeah, this is again. I'm just waiting. The whole world seems to be waiting. Mike, did I short? Yes, both Michaels are short a lot of APVO.
They tried to come get me. I felt it, guys.
I'm around 12. I think you are as well, Michael. Around $12. Your entry.
12, 16.
Yeah. So everyone's around 12.
All right. Q's are a little toppy here, guys. There is one stock I'm keeping an eye on, APPS. Remember, I traded this yesterday, made really good money on this, guys. I got close to making 200K on this yesterday. Only took 100K, but it's holding really inside day today. I'd be watching this for tomorrow or Friday. It could still make the move today. You can see it's trying, which would be a move to like maybe 8 today. So we'll see what happens on this one. APPS still holding on, now recovering VWAP.
Well, and also remember, everyone, right? As the closer we get to FOMC, the more you're going to have kind of volatility and interest dry out of the market. Especially we talk about this the days leading up to FOMC. There's not a lot of big guys making huge trades. So you better believe the hours and minutes leading up to FOMC, they're not making a big trade. They're not going to make a trade 2 minutes before J Powell comes on stage. They're going to wait till after. So you get a lot of these choppier moves because there's less overall liquidity in the market, less trading in the market. Then you'll have the speech, and then things will go back to normal. Generally, at that end of the day, you get a trend where they've heard everything he needs to say, and then go from there.
I think we're going to go red, and there's a reason why I think we're going to go red now is that I keep seeing solar being that's running technology up today. So that's scaring me a little bit that it's solar that's lifting the market up. So I'm going to be watching to see if that starts to flip. There are some names that are strong that are weird. It's like Caesars Entertainment. Could not know why the hell. This has to do with Macau and China, but it's lifting, right? I will say that. So keep your eyes on maybe some casino stocks starting to make some type of move. But there's not like market leaders leading the SPY. And that is a sign of concern when the market leaders aren't the ones leading, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm keeping a watch on two bigger boys like Datadog and Tesla, which are really hot today. Those two names are really hot. Like Datadog was also I'll give a shout out to Jonathan Kaminga from Wedbush. He was talking about Datadog this morning, but big push there in Datadog up today, almost to 130. And this is starting to be a breakout in software. We've seen Oracle really strong. So if there's one space to watch right now, it's software. All right. Did we get any open on APVO?
Not yet. Not yet. Everyone's watching.
Oh. Is it over 5 minutes now?
Should be. I thought it was.
They're on a 10-minute halt.
Oh, good.
10-minute halt.
Okay.
2 minutes left.
APPS starting to get going there. I'm looking at that one. I'm also watching the scanners to see if there's anything jumping in the small cap space, and I'm being smart, right? I'm not going to go and then try to short APVO now. I'll tell you guys right now, I will not do it. Now, I will look for maybe a KWE squeeze here. Now, that might look a little bit better. This actually does look better, guys. I'm looking at that.
Yeah, I'm watching that one too a little bit. Just basing under VWAP. Just keep banging its head on.
Strategy for me. 1, 2, 3 times try to break it, start doing a bullish engulfing look. So really the risk is closer towards this 1163 right now, and I'm looking for a push above 1250s.
Yeah, when something's that tightly basing under VWAP, just shows that there's somebody filling an order there. Yep. If that guy fills an order, is gone. Just like we talked about APVO at like 9. As soon as that guy was done filling his order, and it shot to 13. It's an amazing move. Now the company kind of ruined you there, but that's just the way it happens.
Yeah, it's also a flag recovery above the kind of the 1250 look here. So we're going sideways right on the trend line. If we take 1250s, I think this can go. And I'm probably starting to end the day here, right? It's already almost 11, guys. It's past 11, guys. This is what happens, guys. Let's bring on Steve, my man. What's going on? How we doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good to see you.
All right, guys. Just bought a little bit there of KWE, 20,000 shares here. Let's see what happens. Taking a little shot here off the 1160, which is about 19,000 in risk here. Going to look for this to shoot through the 1280s. If it gets to 13, I'll go for another 20,000 share ad. There it is, 1250. Steve, you get to watch one in live action, my friend. Haven't had to get the chance to trade one with you just yet. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. KWE, Money Mitch on fuego. Let's go. Ready to keep it going.
Whoa. APVO.
APVO.
I didn't have time to get out. Halted again.
APVO. So I see you boys.
$500,000
of the year. Money Mitch with the save of the year, man. That was the save of the year for me. Here it goes, guys. 1280. I'm starting to spike here on KWE.
It's unfortunate. The guy that was long and up $800,000 on APVO is now down.
Going for it, guys. Wow, just added there. Now I got 40,000 shares here. 40,000 shares long on KWE. Let's go. Money making Mitch. Feeling it, guys. Gotta ride it while it's hot.
That is a clean cut through VWAP there. Very nice.
It's all about the setups, right? We got to stick with the setups, right? There are potential here. If we get to 14 and 15, guess what, guys? $2 million.
Oh, boy.
Oh, good work. So, yeah, I just, because we got to take off to a meeting here, and this is going to be halted for another 10 minutes, but just know for the viewers, to summarize my APVO position, I'm just gonna get out whenever I can. That was too fast. It unhalted, dropped like a stone, and then halted again. So I was planning on getting out after this halt, but now it's halted again. So now I got to wait to get out after the next halt. I have no idea when that's going to be.
All right,
Let's
looking for
look
this
at
to really get going here, guys.
I'm getting the chart.
Yeah,
So,
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wild. Wow. Casual
Crazy
45%
move
drop.
here. I gotta be honest, I also took some shorts here and then covered it nearly at the top, and then added entered again to it. It's a crazy move. I don't know what. Probably next up the 6 area, right, Michael?
Yeah, at this point, that's kind of where I think people would bid on it, but that's a huge offering. So it was 8 million shares, and I had just looked up the APVO, the float. I think it's like doubling the float.
So I have a way that you can set up an order now. If you guys want to know a little tip about Trader Evolution, there's actually alert trigger orders that you can go and you can put in an alert and then do a trigger off the alert. So this is how you're able to put in an order right now. You're not putting it into the working order. You're putting it into an alert setup, but just giving you guys a little bit of a tip, a little bit of always got to know how to work platforms. If you don't know how to work our platform, please figure it out, guys. We have tons of videos teaching about this and teaching different ways to use it and kind of maximize the platform.
Yeah, I'm just gonna punch out of 100,000. I got 120,000 shares short. Well, next time it opens, I'm just gonna punch out 100,000 of that. Maybe leave the 20,000 till the end of the day, and then just be happy that I did my part. Like probably 700,000, 800,000
that you did,
profits.
my friend.
We're down 6 million, 6.8.
Oh, all right, Steve, you got a task, right? You gotta take them in. You gotta make back $6 million, bud. Come on.
Well, Michael, I was on stream when this happened, so I think I get credit for this one too. I think that's
all right, but you still lost the 8 million first, so you're still down 2 million on your credit. So
you got me there. You got me there. We'll make some progress here.
All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the action today. Great show, guys. I'm going to go ahead and head out here. But hey, man, it's been fun with you guys today. We'll see what happens with KWE and some other names. Can I get to 2 million? Find out. I'll be posting up on the Twitter, of course, on our Trade the Pool Twitter also. So keep up with that. We'll see you guys battling out there. Stay safe, traders. And it's been a fun time. That indeed, guys. That indeed.
See you guys.
Bye.
Take care, y'all. All right. This is an exciting day so far. And let's see. Let's get you guys something to watch here. How about charts? There we go. All right, I'm just catching up on these wild moves here, but what a move on APVO. Congrats if you caught that, guys. Looks like KWE is still setting up. We got a nice little back test of a key level here for me. So going to keep an eye on this one. As long as it holds the previous pop-up, I think it's good to test this 14 handle. Let's see what else is cooking here. So you guys know me, big fan of hymns here. I think that it's just waiting to go any one of these days. Today, I thought it was going to be the day this morning when I saw this pop, but it looks like it's still not quite ready. So we're going to keep an eye on that too. All right, I am checking out the chat here. You guys seem to be on some CRCL, some CoreWeave, some OMEX. Lots of interesting stuff there. Let's take a look at some of those. But first, I want to touch base with SPY. Let's clear this up. So what are we seeing? We are seeing just continued consolidation here. We have the big flag on this hourly. Seems like it's trying to make another flag here. We did get this move after hours that we were looking for to retest this zone, but I don't know. You guys think it's ready? Looks pretty close. I know we're waiting for FOMC. We're waiting for this expiration to kind of see what the unpin does. We got the nice clean downtrend line break here this morning, so that's always a good sign. Let's see. Through the equilibrium, we like to see that too. And zooming in on today's price action, just like always, I get online and then the red candles start. So we gotta be careful. I think that we want to see a back test of this pre-market high along with the equilibrium. And look at that, it aligns right at 600. So that's going to be a big level of interest for sure. We also have our volume profile forming a nice B here. We could be seeing a revisitation of this low volume node, something to keep in mind. What's going on? Tesla long running, TSLL. Ooh, very clean, very clean. Nice call there. So zooming out, what are we seeing? It looks like it's trying to rebase here very nicely with the double bottom. Zoom out just a little bit, and I don't know, that could very well be a flag. It's going to have a lot of overhead volume to contain, or to kind of contend with. Hey Joe, good to see you, man. Sorry, I am seeing, okay, there we go. My head's moving back and forth a little better there. I'm trying to work out why I'm having some frame loss there, but it looks like the charts are good at the very least. So we're going to make it happen. So Tesla long looking real strong here. You love to see it. I would like to see it negotiate the high of yesterday here at 1279. And then we can start talking about an actual breakout. Right now it is still range bound here. Nice little pennant forming. But I think a lot of stocks have been kind of waiting. I have a narrow window. Yeah, what's up with that? Not sure why that is. I do see what you're talking about. I'm not even on an ultra wide or anything. That's interesting. I do have like a little bar up here at the top for StreamYard that you guys can't see, so I think it's cutting that off. Okay, what do we got going on? What are some of these names in the chat? OMEX up 17%. Remember the White House need for oceanic drilling. Okay, so they're an offshore drilling company. Those have been quite hot recently. And look at that. This is small cap as well. On the 4 hour, definitely trying to set up a nice squeeze out of this and reach for some of these targets up here. We do have a nice big volume shelf at 146, which that'll have to contend with there. And when I look at this consolidation, I see a lot of tops and bottoms of candles closing right around here, right around that 147 as well. So that makes sense that it's the high volume node. So I'm going to keep an eye on this level here. Zooming into today's price action, we see, oh, look at that. Look at that accumulation volume. Big buys all the way up. So what I like to do is when I see these big volume buys, I like to make note of where they came in on. So we got a couple right there. And then we have a couple right about there. So these are kind of banks where I would expect there to be some potential support forming out. So we're going to keep an eye on that there. And see what else we see. Catching up with chat here. Let's check out the high flying IPOs. CRCL. And boom, look at that. What a clean move. All right, this is very nice. We have a nice flag break here. And I bet if we zoom out, this thing is just, yep, blue skies ahead here. So this thing shows no signs of slowing down yet. You cannot short this guy. These IPOs are crazy. And look at the ramp. Just boom, 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 boom. Big candle starting to come out. As we get the expansion. We start having to think about projecting targets. So as you see, we had this range that I wanted to project outwards and use that to find our potential stretch targets. And as you can see, man, it's going to hit this real quick. It hit the 1.68, and that's when it did start wicking down. Then it reconsolidated up here, and now it's pushing for this 2 extension of this. So keep an eye on 175 to 175.30. Typically, this is going to be an area where if there is a short, that's where it might start setting up. But still, even then, I need to see a spike high, and then I need to see a lower high, essentially. Then I need to see it lose some of these moving averages on the daily time frame. Let's pull those on. There we go. So still a lot of work to be done if this is going to be a short setup. As for now, just, man, what a ripper. I think 175 is very reasonable. We are seeing a top wick. I'm not sure that that's anything to worry about, but just something to kind of note there. Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm gonna watch the sizing because I was sitting there wondering why I'm not. I was like, I added this. I'm like, why am I not showing up? Why am I not showing up? And then I realized it was still in the one person. I forgot they have the little narrow sidebar presentation view on.
Oh yeah, I see. So right now we're in the 3 heads setup there. So there's a little
yeah.
space
The two head is the 2 head is okay too. Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, and then core weave is another one that I'm assuming. Yeah, look at that. Okay, this one looks like something I might chase a little bit. Probably pretty extended. But man, look at that. Look at that buy off the hourly trigger. If I had seen that this morning, I'd be all over that. So now we are pumping through this high volume node here. That's beautiful. It's going for high of day. It should see continuation here. Should see continuation. We have essentially a big old flag. I think it probably looks cleanest on the hourly. Maybe the 4 hour. Oh, that doesn't look very clean.
And basically just take all I have so far in the competition one is Robinhood that I hopped into again last night. So
okay.
That lazy boy I got myself out of it. I guess it was a net. Oh, this is still it was a net loss with actually no, weird. It closed with a net. Super weird. Anyway, yeah, out of that bizarre swing. And then yeah, hood. It's interesting. I did go long hood or long lazy boy in my swing, but it's interesting how Robinhood's pushing now, but yeah, indices starting to show weakness at least. Let's see.
Yeah, let's take
at
a look.
At least the S&P.
Really quickly, I just want to note that CoreWeave. I mean, man, this is such a tight flag setup for continuation, this ascending triangle. So what we can do is we can draw a fib from the high to the low of this kind of basing and give us some extension fibs on the 1.6 and the 2. So if you're in CoreWeave, keep an eye on that 187 and the 200. I think at this point it's got to go 200, right? So sorry, just looking at that. Now let's check out what you're about there.
No, I was just seeing some weakness on. I guess I can share this here. Just
yeah.
On individual. Let's see. Said I'm still a little slower today, but still going.
Oh man, I do like the hood setup here though. This is consolidating really nicely.
Yeah. By the way, Lazy Boy is interesting because we were talking about it. They had an earnings miss, and I thought for sure that that joke or that slop short, we'll say, was gonna print, but they were actually pushing back up. At least they were.
Yeah. But
yeah,
now
it's
good. Being double top. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, where's my TTP swing here? Let's see how much I've already taken of a. I forgot the little 2K. It has like the I got that one redhead, the bearded redhead, telling me my daily is smacked out. So
I don't like seeing that guy. That means I did something.
Wait, hold on.
What's up?
That makes no sense, actually. All right, I'm gonna have to talk to somebody about the fills here because that is a little strange.
little ghost in the machine there.
Something.
Yeah, there's every once in a while there's something to iron out, but I'm just glad the support team always is so snappy and fast to make it right.
They are. Shout out to Iveta and everybody else, of course. Omri and Devin and Raph and see now I'm gonna feel bad.
Yeah, if you miss somebody, you're.
I know. I'm a bad person. I'm gonna just get a chart.
All right, so this lazy boy is like a textbook violently flat, right? We got the sweep out in the morning. Sounds like they might have missed earnings. Looks like they missed earnings a little bit of a revenue beat, a little bit of a surprise down. Not too Nothing really too crazy, but just in terms of technicals, I remember we were looking at this big 38 level on the daily chart. I was saying I think it looks kind of grim if it loses that level, and it is still holding on with its fingernails to this monthly trigger here. So can't say too much about that, but what I can say is look at that wick up and look at the precision with which it transacted this gap. Very, very clean. It said, oh, this is an imbalance. We need to come back up at some point. We had falling resistance here as well, and it didn't even need to get up there. It just said, let's see what we do in this gap. The gap sold hard. So Tim, I don't know. You think this might be one to hop back in short, to be honest. Nice double top on the intraday action. And now we are losing just about everything we could hope to hold if we were bulls. So we lost the 1 minute here on high volume. Now we lost the 5 here. So I think any back test of the 5 or of this falling 1 could be a valid long, and a valid short. And we could expect this double top to play out and try to go for these lows and this 38 handle. So that's one to keep an eye on there, I think. All right, we got APVO. Let's see what that one's doing here. Oh, it woke up. Awesome. So yeah, I was looking for this 5 handle here, this half-hour trigger plus the hourly trigger here, and man, yeah, tagged it. Very nice. Okay, so now we got to watch and see what happens. We have Alka saying he bought instead of sold APVO. I don't know, brother. I don't know. At this point, I don't know if it can hurt you much more. It looks like it's trying to base off this key 5 level. Those round numbers are always going to have some buyers, so it might take a while to digest, even if it is going lower. What I would like to see is a clean sweep of the space, but that might be pretty ambitious here. So we are seeing some buyers. We have to note that in this daily range that we formed, we have this golden pocket here between the 6.2 fib and the 7.8 fib. It's respecting that. This 0.78 fib is often the stop run fib, right? This is the one where they get everybody like me. And you can see they just tagged it. It aligned with the 5 price handle there. And now we are seeing some organic buying. So what we can watch is a filling of this gap. And just like that lazy boy daily chart, we want to see what price does up in here, whether it rejects or whether it bounces around, digests it, and then tries to push higher off of that. So that's something to keep an eye on here. If you want to be a bull on this 6.63 level is key too. So it's basically aligned with the top of the gap. It's also that daily trigger that's been a pretty clear line of interest, point of interest here since the big volume pop. So keep an eye on those. If we do clear this, we have potential to 775 and a potential to fill this gap here. So that's kind of what we're looking like. I would not get out if you are already in, but if we lose this low, I'd be out. Okay, let's check back in on KWE, see how Money Mitch is doing. Alrighty. So
share this with.
He was in here. It swept this out, but still, this looks like accumulation to me. Sure, there are sells, but the buys are higher volume than the sells by the looks of it. They're starting to kind of stack up here. We're starting to really respect this VWAP and start to actually show significant buyers underneath it. Before it took a while, right? So first time we popped VWAP and lost it, took about, how long? Took about 35 minutes to reclaim. The second time took about 7 minutes. The third time, 1 minute. So to me, that's telling me that people are getting more and more eager to buy this thing up every time it's at a quote unquote discount, right? So this is looking good to me. We have a nice little flag forming in this kind of pattern here as well. I can throw that up on the screen, show you what I'm seeing. Something like that. Close enough for government work there. And the last thing that I would note is this is also digesting this downtrend line break, right? So we pop above it, we back test it, and now it looks like we're surging. So that's beautiful. Targets on this one are going to be the 1396 to 14 handle. This looks really clearly a pivot to me, not just because of this big old purple line, but just because of how these candles are trading off of it here. See all these top wicks above, and then the surge up got rejected here as well. Keeping an eye on that for sure. Tim, you got any feelings on KWE here? Are you watching anything right now?
Right now I'm just checking. I'm just gonna finish making a note on this before I forget.
No, absolutely. Do your thing and just hop back in whenever you're ready. But
yeah, for sure.
distract you too much.
I don't know if is my machine gun keyboard coming through, or
is your what coming through?
is my keyboard making machine gun sounds, or is it good?
No, I wish. I love the ASMR, but no, we're not getting any noise from your end.
All right, brilliant. Then I'm not gonna. That way, if I do see something jump, I'll make a shout.
It's always funny when you don't have your noise suppression on in Discord, and I'll just randomly just hear flurries of I'm like, oh wow, Tim's in the zone. Tim's locked in. All right, so we got a resistance zone up here that I would love to see retested up at this 15 handle, we'll call it. So we're going to keep an eye on here. If you are in this thing, I would say I would be long as we do not close a candle under VWAP or break this previous low here, the swing low at 12.14. So pretty wide stop, but I mean, hey, these are small caps. You know how these move. The potential for this one is significant. We should draw out some targets here. We are getting the surge. Beautiful stuff here. We love to see this. Congrats the longs. Congrats Money Mitch. He is killing it lately. So how do we find our targets?
I will note, it does seem like we're starting to see those individual names that we're having some strength, starting to see some strength come out of those. Other than GameStop, which is still strong. So here we go. It's negative beta time, everybody. And who in the chat is familiar with beta? When you hear people talking about high beta and low beta, when you say alpha, do you know what those things mean? Everybody shout out if you do or do not.
Throw some ones in the chat if you
No, I hate the one in the. Where did that start anyway? Like,
I don't know.
Oh man,
it's easy. It's binary, yes, no. All right. Throw some whatever you likes in the chat.
Anyway, let me see here. Let's see if Hood.
All right,
Judy knows. Cool.
All right.
So yeah. Well, anyway, for those that do not, so let me see if I have this right. But yeah, it's basically relative to some reference value, I guess, or input. But usually it's an index, usually like SPX or something, right? Which would be SPY if you want, something comparable. Basically, you then see what the basically the volatility is relative to that, and it's signed. So if you have positive, it's basically the correlation of a given instrument to that reference point. So if SPY moves $1 and your stock moves 30 cents, then it would be 0.3, right? But you can also have over 1, which would mean it's more volatile, right? So in theory, intraday 3x on what is it, SPXL, right, should be roughly 3, right? And then you can also have negative beta, and that's where you have the overall market moving in one direction and your particular thing moving in the other. So you have an inverse correlation.
And you can also,
and those can be larger or smaller.
Like me. No, I'm kidding. So you can also have negative alpha if you trade like me.
Yeah. And alpha is basically if you I'm trying to remember, but alpha is if you factor out the factor out not the risk-free rate of return, but the reference, or is it inclusive of the reference? I always forget alpha, but that's where, like, seeking alpha, that's where the name comes from, for those who don't know.
Yeah, honestly, I just think of it like alpha's a good thing. You want alpha, No, I don't know. Sorry, I'm getting distracted watching this 14 level on KWE. So
I thought you were just getting distracted watching Andrew Tate or something over there, like the alpha. Alpha.
No. Come on, I love wasting my time, but I'm not that bad. I can find something better to do than watch Andrew Tate. All right.
So funny. I stumbled on him before he would really blew up, like on Twitter, like it's what Cobra Tate or whatever, and because he had some random stuff that was like, okay, that's cool, and then just not a lot of random stuff, and then like over time I just see like random insanity pop on my feed. And look, it was always, I'm like, who is this? Like, what? Why am I even? This is great.
Whoa. Okay, so sorry to interrupt. No,
and eventually I unfollowed because it was just too much. It was just
Yeah, it's a lot. Anyway, so we must have some news, I would imagine, on payment processors. We have MasterCard, MA, and V. Both
Check
taking
out PayPal and what about COF? Check those.
COF.
Yeah.
COF
That's
is
it.
strong, Capital One, and apparently SoFi is popping as well. I love to see that. I'm a holder long in my long-term port, and I'll show you why here real quick. We got a beautiful cup and handle. Let me clean this up for y'all. Guys, I get so embarrassed. It's like when you invite a girl home and your room's messy. Like my charts are so messy.
What about Circle?
Circle? It's beautiful, super strong, I think. SoFi,
Is it still?
Yeah.
10
that?
seconds later, is it still like?
Is it still? I don't know. I'm scared to look. Really quickly, this SoFi weekly chart is
PayPal would be
absolutely
the other.
beautiful to me. We've got a massive base, a massive handle here. It's respecting just about everything it should. And if we go to the daily here, it's doing something very similar to HIMS, but even stronger, where it's just every single dip under this 20 EMA is just bought up relentlessly. Now it's getting stronger and stronger, where every dip off the 9 EMA is being bought relentlessly. We had a nice 4-day consolidation here. Now it looks like it's going to be looking for extension, breaking up and expanding into the 1610 handle to fill this imbalance before testing. Well, I guess that is the high volume node here. So, oh, there we go. There we go. So 16 to 1611 would be my target in the next couple days if it can get that expansion stick. Oh, you're speaking my language, brother. Coin is spiking too. You guys know I love this name. I'm in from 242 right there, and that is beautiful. Really nice flag break, really nice. Like a couple days ago, it was kind of looking limp and a little scary down here, but I held my breath and I bought some, and now it's looking like a really constructive flag and breakout here. And again, you know me and my cup and handles, I'm all about them. So we have the little cup and handle on the daily. If we zoom out, we have some fractal cup and handle action going on here. So this is a long-term hold for me. I'm all about it. I think this is the best place to put your money for crypto right now. Man, such a pretty chart. All right, you love to see it. Boom! What a candle! Wild expansion there. So let's slap some ATRs and find our daily targets. Oh, we just superseded them there. So if you're in this as a day trade, it's probably time to take some off the table. You do see that pullback happening as we get over the ATR move. This is natural, just sellers coming in and saying, hey, I'll take a little mean reversion, stab at a mean reversion short just at this logical level. On the daily chart, we probably have it sweeping one of those past peaks of the flag. Yeah, exactly right there. So that 265.69, there are sellers stepping back in over there. We filled this imbalance, and now we are seeing a little bit of a pullback. If you are scalping, probably time to get out. Probably time to take your money with these top wicks forming. It could very well flag and keep pushing, but I just look at it like today the move is done. Okay, Senate passes Genius Act. I don't know what that is, but that's
Stable coins.
What's that, Tim?
That was stable coins. So that's why Circle was doing well. That was earlier because they do USDC. I figure most people know, but that was earlier though. So if something just happened just now, but there were some fluctuations just in the market generally.
I don't know when I hear stable wait, it's Genius Act and it's about stable coins.
Mm-hmm. No way. Oh, that's amazing.
Well, either that's hilarious or the universe just has a funny sense of humor, but
universe has an amazing sense of humor.
Oh, that's
so all right. Now Hood actually is pushing strongly. How did Visa and MasterCard do? Did they recover or
I don't know. I'll check back in just a sec. Hood looks absolutely phenomenal here, pushing out of these moving averages, out of this tight consolidation. I love this. You could play the break of the top here. You could play a long off any pullback into these moving averages. I think you get in and you send this, and look at that. Look at that. There it starts to go already. Our targets are good.
What is the MasterCard ticker? Is it MC or?
It's MA. It's MA. I know it's
okay. Because Visa is just absolutely beautiful, V-shaped.
V for Visa.
Yeah,
remember when McDonald's made that giant M?
I missed that, I guess.
It was a while ago. It was last year, I think. Look at this expansion on Hood. This is beautiful. Congrats if you got in, boys. So our targets here are awesome. I love a setup like this when it's been consolidating for a few days and basically consolidating, and it gives you a lot of room on these daily targets. So we've got room up to 78.60, 79.30, something like that, as long as we can clear this 77 to 77.30 range. So this is what I'd be watching. Coin's still very strong, but we are still seeing sellers stepping in here. I think that it would be a great idea to take your money here and maybe slap it into Hood. I don't know, on any pullback.
Hood is, Hood. Chug. Here we go.
Let's go, baby. You'd love to see it. So yeah, we got the very stable Genius Act being passed, it sounds like. It's kind of like, I don't know, if I was at a restaurant and they were like, our food is amazing, like, I don't know, it's like, if that's in the name, it makes me less likely to believe you, but but hopefully it's good. It seems like it's good for these stocks. Coin just completely proven me wrong. So when you do see strong moves through ATR targets like this, it's a high probability sign that this is like an actual breakout, because it's going above and beyond the average move of the day. And so these shorts tried, and it looks like they got mopped up, they got absorbed by longs, and now we're pushing higher. It does make sense based on the daily chart that we were looking at, just so much room, so much potential energy there. So I'm thrilled. I'm hanging on to my coin shares, which are now up how much in a few days? From 242 all the way down there. 11%, although I did start my position at 246, so my average price is 244. 10%. I'll take it. So we've got Hood cooking there. We love to see it. We're going to keep an eye on coin as well. Let's go over to SPY, and then I want to check out some of those high flyers from this morning and seeing how they're reacting. SPY heavy into the 600. We need to see a sweep out of that level and a reclaim for us to get bullish again. Otherwise, we could be looking for some mean reversion fades just down to VWAP here. Probably not getting too aggressive, too crazy. What else we got? Got to check on my baby hymns. Just hanging out all day. All right, it's not ready yet, so we'll watch Power Hour. Maybe Friday it makes the move. Good morning, DJ 2 a.m. Good to see you here, brother. What else we got? Popping back to SoFi. Just ripping, beautiful stuff. All right, so we hit the ATR on SoFi, but again, on these names, it seems like they're ready to go, right? It seems like maybe this bill was the catalyst. So, hey, lock and load.
Hood is just, wow.
Going back through the chat here, seeing what I see. Oh, yeah, let's check back in on APVO. See if my advice to Alka there was terrible. Okay. Starting to do what we're talking about. Look, okay, so we were talking about, okay, if it's bullish at this point, we are going to need to see it fill the gap. Let's take this off the screen. There we go. We're going to need to see it fill the gap and then negotiate that gap. So it filled, came back down, basically held, overshot a little bit, came back up. So now it's flipping this zone to support. Now we're starting to engage with these falling triggers here, these falling moving averages, and let's see how we interact. Slap the multi-EMA on there. And okay, so we have a bearish crossover on the 1 minute, this red, and the 5 minute, the orange here. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We have downward pressure in SPY. That's not going to help this thing. We are also negotiating this key level here. So you can look at it as a reclaim of this level.
I mean, SPX is it's at right around the 6K mark exactly. So it's obviously a big round number. I don't know where it's lining up with on SPY, but I'm sure.
Sorry, what was the ticker?
Just SPX, just the index itself. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's right at 6K. I don't know where SPY is sitting at. Like, I can't quite get it.
599.98. So that's interesting. There's an.
It's interesting. There's usually a little bit more difference between the ETF price and the. I think it's probably just because it's such a round number that everyone's converging on that, like regardless of the NAV.
That makes sense. That does make sense. So for APVO, keep a close eye on the 666. Ooh, spooky. Very inauspicious price level there. If it can hold that, then we can look for a push higher, but we are going to have downward pressure. So there might be better stocks to be long in, to be completely honest. That being said, what else do we got? Check back in on OMEX. That was a fun one. And boom, just flagging higher. This looks incredibly strong. It's a lot clearer on the 5 minute, I'm sure. That's a high and tight flag. Looks like it's going to break higher. So we are going to watch it transact this 1.47, 46 level. And as you can see, we're eating up this imbalance between these two candles, and it looks like we are, yeah. So yeah, we're working in this. Once we break out of this, then we need to clear this, and we have room to surge up and somewhere in this zone. So there could be a significant gain on the table here if it can get past this volume node. Definitely one to watch.
Let me see where my traded pool company. Okay, up $1,000 in the old competition account. Nice.
All right, you're doing your part.
I'm doing my part. Put in some trailing stops here. How many am I up? 173. Always remember, guys, turn on the PL offset column in your open positions. Very helpful. If you have that in an order entry panel, you can just put trailing, partial trailing stops. It's just amazing. So.
Oh, KWE. It did the thing. All right. So we said if it can get over this 14 handle, that's the target. If it can get over that, then we can break out bigly. The sellers did step back in here, and now it's looking a little rougher, I must say. So now instead of this tight downtrend breakout, surge squeeze type thing, we got to reevaluate and say, okay, maybe what we're looking for is something more like a longer term, just a little bit wider flag here. Could adjust that, maybe like something like that. And you could see maybe we come down and we sweep out these stops and we test the equilibrium here proper, maybe go under, maybe test this rising 200 before we decide whether we're still in bullish territory here. I see SPY is still playing games, holding this 600 level, and it will be trying to form a double bottom off the 5-minute trigger. So we're going to watch how it negotiates this 1 minute and this 5 minute here. We got the classic pinch. So you always give precedence to the higher time frame trigger, and also you always lean bullish if you're on the fence because the market likes to go up. So I would be inclined to believe that we are trying to bottom here, but I need to see the proof in the pudding here. See how sellers are still stepping in here. So it just needs to negotiate this, digest this red line, and kind of work itself out. And really quickly on the daily chart, let's check in with SPY. Despite all the messy indicators, it looks like we are essentially in an indecisive, choppy flag here. And I mean, heck, what can you say? I think it still looks like it would be nice to get a pullback to this 590-ish area, but it just doesn't seem like we're really getting that, does it? So until we start losing short-term moving averages like we're talking about, until big red volume starts coming in, I guess the show must go on. I guess we can keep partying. These are nice bottom wicks here. That was a spicy candle there. Tried to pop up, couldn't. Tried to pop down, couldn't. Holding, flagging. This to me looks bullish. That kind of setup there. Trying to go back through chat and see some of the other tickers we were trading. MRIN. It's a pretty wild one, looking pretty constructive. Got a nice cup forming here. Looks like it's ready to test 133 again to me. Oh yeah, let's check back in with Tesla. So, alrighty, and there's the target. All right, so I would definitely consider taking some off here, just because this is the daily trigger. There's almost always a reaction to some degree there, and we also have a mitigation block. So we were consolidating here, nice consolidation, and it failed. And now, if you were trying to long this consolidation, assuming we would go up, you have a chance to get out break even and watch in real time as the sellers step in right off that key level that we mentioned, right off kind of the healing of this big knife down. So if you're in this, definitely consider taking some profit there, and we will watch and see how this progresses. SPY still is having trouble, so we just gotta see what the system tells us here. If we lose the 5, it seems very healthy to come back and test VWAP. Even if we're bullish, it would be pretty healthy to just dip under this equilibrium and then give buyers a chance to kind of show that they want this thing at a discount. Maybe they're just not eager to buy it over 600, but they would buy under 600. All right. Takuetsu, sorry, I'm probably butchering your name, but you want puts on Q or on K. Sorry, let's check out K. Is that what is it? Calanova? Yeah.
Or Kellanova, yes.
All right.
It's a strange name. Kellogg cereal. Special
the
K.
icon kind of looks like Kellogg cereal too. Now I'm hungry, you guys. Come on. Okay, so SPY is rejecting the 5-minute there for now. So let's watch what it does at VWAP. I thought this candle was kind of bullish the way it printed a bottom wick, but held over the 5, but apparently not. Good to know. Good to know.
Well, we had, let me see who we had. Share it to resources earlier. Howard, yeah, shared a stat on how the market performs in the final hour of trading during FOMC, but yeah, usually down. That's the end of the day, obviously.
I am so out of it. So I'm not in my normal time zone right now. When was or is what's going on with FOMC?
You're only in Montana. You went literally one time zone.
All right, that's my excuse, but I'm just I'm in vacation brain
so
here.
That is in let's see, 2 hours 15 minutes.
2 hours 15 minutes. Okay. All right. Well, and then Tim, we're scheduling in New York time. I'm used to San Francisco time, and now
we'll have to make sure to be back from the lunch like promptly here. But
yeah, okay, for sure. So yeah, K here, we're getting a nice little rebound. So what I'd like to do is, if you want to get short here, I think this is maybe a good opportunity. I want to hone in a little more. Okay, so we basically wick up over the 50%. I would love a little pop up into this golden pocket, into this impulse gap that was just opened, fair value gap, and then we can start. For me personally, I would start looking, yeah, just as soon as it goes over VWAP, and ideally into this 1 minute trigger here at 79.79. That being said, it looks heavy already, so if it just knifes this, you could just take a short here. Wait, K equals Pop-Tarts? Is it really? Is Villanova Kellogg?
That's what I said. Yeah, Kellogg. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think Special K is?
Well, I don't think it's a lot.
Oh, you thought we were just joking about cereals? The K? No. It's literally the people who make Special K. Not ketamine, folks, but the kind you eat in a bowl, not that you inject or whatever else you do with ketamine.
So I thought Kellanova sounds like a biotech company that might make the other Special K. I don't know. So I don't know. That's my excuse. Okay. Well, I even said, hey, that looks exactly like the Kellogg.
It's been a busy week. I think we're both a little bit fried, perhaps.
A little bit. Talk's making me hungry. Cheez-Its, Pringles. Come on, man. Come on. All right.
I've gotten into the Dollar Tree DLTR, which how's DLTR doing today anyway? I'll just let you chart because you're just so much quicker on the draw here today. But Dollar Tree has, what is it called? Toastums or something like that. They're Pop-Tarts, but it's $1 for 5, which is
are those the
keeps the wallet fat, but unfortunately it also keeps you fat, so it's not as great of a. Let's see here.
So you long Dollar Tree and Kellogg's, and you also long Lily.
There you
right?
go. Yeah, I win no matter which way. I win no matter who wins. I come out on top.
Exactly. The Pop-Tart wars aren't going to get you, Tim. You're going to be printing off the Pop-Tart wars. Pop-Tart wars are bullish. So we have that $100 level. We have big levels of resistance there as well. So that'd be where I'd be looking for a little bit of an extension. But man, look at that climb. It's impressive. Nice read. See what else is going on. Calling dollar
I didn't
fall.
even look at my.
Dollar is. It broke kilos. It is just consolidating under kilos. That looks like a setup for a short to me. I agree. And it's interesting. We're starting to see a little bit of that old inverse relationship between the dollar.
So
and,
all finance stuff. Bank. I didn't look at Wells Fargo. Bank of America up. Carvana up bigly.
Oh goodness, that one guts me. Did I tell you I was long?
All right, who's in Carvana right now in the chat? Come on.
Cars in the chat. No, I'm kidding. So BAC is looking great with this flag breakout here. That's a real nice clean move there. I like this a lot. XLF, I'm sure, is looking pretty similar. Okay, XLF is actually weaker, so this might be something specific to certain names in terms of its benefits, which would make sense. That being said, I like XLF here. I think that it's nice and under, it's not super extended or anything. It's trading off a nice double bottom off our key daily level here. We have a nice volume shelf here and a nice low volume node here under this high volume shelf. So you could look for a scalp here from 50.47 to 50.59. Man, this thing does not move very fast. Okay, let's get some juice. What's what's the 3 times XLF? Is that I know I can go to your handy dandy ETF link, but
For
let me
what?
think. I'm trying to think of what
XLF?
the 3 times leveraged XLF.
Oh shoot, I remember.
FAZ, I believe, or FAS. It's one of those two. Yeah, FAS is the bull one. So be careful because the spreads are a little wide here, but then you can get some extra juice. I like this, and you can also play individual names as well. Let's keep an eye on these financials because I think, let's go to a daily chart, see what I see. Yeah, on the daily chart, this looks like a pretty nice consolidation, a little bit sketchy. So I'd love to see a candle close over this key level here, this daily trigger, just to kind of show me that it's real. But in general, not a bad amount of consolidation. We could see a nice push up there. FAZ, okay. Yeah, FAZ is short. Talk, you like the short? You think this is a sell off VWAP here? Could possibly be, but I'm seeing SPY popping. I'm seeing a lot of the other assets in XLF doing pretty well. So we'll keep an eye. Maybe we're dueling here. No harm in that. Two sides to every trade, right? So we're also breaking the downtrend line on XLF, or no, testing the downtrend line. That's fair. And we got Great Scott saying silver. Let's check out silver.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, it's time, baby. It's time. Whoa. Okay, I apparently have some interesting colors going on my chart. So silver, what do I see? Broke out, flagged, consolidated, broke out again, back testing just about the high of this after undercutting to 33.33, a very auspicious level there. And now we are coiling under the hourly trigger, but over VWAP. So I like this setup for a little bit of a long here, I think. I think that there's a potential for this action up here to be a rebasing move as opposed to a distribution move. Having a bottom here, having it swept out, and trying to reclaim that area of support. So as you can see by my indicator drawing this yellow box here, this is kind of the area of resistance that it needs to chew through. But if you want to get a little bit of an early jump, if you are a silver bug, a silver bull, you can long it with risk under this VWAP, maybe under this swing low. That's probably what I would do, this nice volume shelf. So you can long it there and look for a push up. We are seeing a push up on SPY. So this was indeed a buying candle here. This one that scared me and made me think I was wrong, but turns out just needed to push down once more there. So these would be like a short covering candle here. And then this is where the buying started. And now the buying is starting to continue here, it looks like. So let's keep an eye on that. We have potential up good amount higher, a couple bucks higher to 202 or 602.50-ish if things start popping. But the next area to transact is definitely this 680. That's the area of interest. That high volume node here. We push off of this high volume node. We should go to the next one. Okay, TAC is short GC, short gold. I'll give you a GLD so it's in real time here. Interesting. So I don't know if
You guys remember about glitter, right? GLTR. That's the physical gold ETF. I got it from one of the M-named hosts of our morning show.
one of those guys. GLTR. Okay, interesting. Is that
Never day traded it. I can't remember how the spread is and liquidity, but the it did nicely over as a swing trade for a little while. So
physical precious metals basket shares. So maybe not just gold. Maybe glitter has other stuff in there too.
Yeah. It has gold, silver, platinum, palladium, I think.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah,
I was not aware of that. So GLD is an interesting look. Pretty ambiguous to me on this intraday chart. So let me zoom out and see where we're at. I kind of like overall just the thesis of short gold, but 4 hour looks like it could very well be basing here. I think we're kind of make or break at this area. I'm seeing kind of the same scoop down before a little bit of a squeeze up that we see on this asset quite often. DBP and DBB, okay, those are some of those ETFs.
So let's
for
see
sure.
here on
I don't know. Is this a flag break and back test? Kind of looks like it to me. So
Moomoo.
I don't know. We'll see if
we've
you're right,
got-
Tuck, but I think this might be a long for a swing. Maybe it's overextended right now intraday though, because it was up in the golden pocket of the daily range. You can take a
No
look
pun
at that.
intended.
Oh, look at that. It actually, for the first time in my life, the pun was actually unintended. So we will see what we see. We're seeing SPY. It
I'm
looks
just gonna
still
check on Moomoo here. The gold. Let's see. Analysis constituents. Gold 66%, silver 25%, palladium 4%, platinum 3%.
Okay. What are we seeing? Yeah, DBA is agriculture, like potash, absolutely. Soybeans. Yeah, I used to have a lot of fun trading these names. I
Moo
love
is a good one too. That used to be what I'd have in my Moomoo account. I had 2 Moo shares, just to
Nice.
keep things, just to hold it open there.
What actually, all right. What else do we have going on here? Can I unlink? I want to have one frame just showing what's happening intraday, and then interval. There we go. Okay. So 1 minute on here. Let's throw a daily on here so we can just scrub through some stuff real quick. Oh no. All right, there we go. I thought it crashed on me. All right, we'll keep SPY for you guys up in the left here. This is a tight little flag break going on by the looks of it. Give it one of these. And look at that. Nice flag break, back testing the moving averages. Can't talk. I would love to see 1 or 2 more candles barcoding here as these jagged lines are just lower time frame triggers start to catch up, cross over these guys, and then we can buy off of there. Maybe we dip back into this fair value gap really quick, back test the market structure break here, and that would be a really nice look. So I pulled up this daily chart because I want to see what the heck wheat's doing. Wheat and corn. Whoa, look at that. Okay. Today was the day. Today was the day to check. Okay, so wheat is breaking out. Corn, I would imagine, is a little bit stronger, a little bit weaker. Interesting. Okay.
Here we go. This looks like this is actually a, I'm going to actually just show you this on, here, hold on a second. I'm going to actually put this up because this is too nice of a,
Whoa, coin is up $25. Am I going to be very happy when I look at my big boy account? Oh my goodness. Oh my God. That's incredible. Look at that move. Okay, so remember when I said probably take profit here intraday? I am a clown, but that's also why I said, hey, but if you're long-term, setup looks good, hang out. Check out the Baltic Dry Index. Yeah, I heard it's jumping like crazy. I would assume, wait, wouldn't. I heard some shipping indexes jumping like crazy, and that's probably the only one that matters, right?
sorry, wrong thing.
What is it?
There we go. All right. Yeah, so this is just this is XSP index. This is actually a 10-second chart, and I'll zoom in a little bit depending on people's viewing resolution. This is actually almost like a textbook rising wedge here, and you see even the previous level. Look at this.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
This is XSP puts on FYI on positioning. I'm long only in my trade the bull things, and so we have this rising wedge, attempted breakout to the upside. It looks like it even had an intraday gap because this is on the index. It's computing it based on things, or it could just need a refresh. But yep, that was kind of a big instant pop up. It's called an exhaustion gap up, and it came up, came down to retest, tried to reclaim it, failed, and now here we go, down, 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 down.
Absolutely.
And let's see, where would we draw this one? Oh, right.
I'm gonna grab some more water real quick
So
there.
we'll just pick the best. Oops. And we're just going to put a fib right about There we go. That looks good. And down we go. All right, so it's just, oh, wow, it's already almost noon. So here we go, folks. And interestingly, this is, again, not really hitting. These are all calls here, except GameStop. Let me see this. Oh, yeah, okay. So these are not really, again, it's not really hitting individual names, except maybe, so this is ARM. It's kind of up there still. Where's Roblox? Roblox is the other one. All right, well, I don't have it on here. Let me go back over here now, and I can go to. Here's why I trade the pool. And we'll see if I've got it open on here. So this is ARM on the left here. It's kind of up here. This is starting to look toppy now. And Roblox, I already took a hit on Roblox before. So now GameStop is up, but could be flagging there. It's a 12-minute. Let me a little better. Right, and of course a rising wedge again here on GA. Me as well. I'll go to 6 minutes here.
Oh man, coin. What a move. Sorry, I'm just enamored by this chart. Cleanest chart in the market for me, up there with SoFi and HIMS. Sorry for the alarm there. So a beautiful extension through this flag.
Is that Steve or me with the bandwidth? Shout out, chat. If yeah, you can. If you want to go back on the stage, you can.
Cool, sure.
Drive again.
Sorry. My bandwidth is my mental bandwidth is a little limited here. So yeah, we got the really clean flag break here on coin on the daily. I just absolutely love this thing. I think we are going to. I'm calling my shot. We're doubling by the end of the year. We're doubling, baby. So this is looking absolutely beautiful. If you're in coin, what I should have said here is watch this 9 EMA on the 1 minute. That's what I should have said instead of trusting the ATRs, because so my mistake was I'm a mean reversion trader at heart, and I'm just now realizing, hey, the setup's here. We got the catalyst. Why wouldn't we break ATR, right? Why wouldn't we have a bigger outsized day to start this breakout? So in these types of situations, you can just watch the moving averages as they climb up. And now is the first time we're even starting to test it. And I would bet that we flag out here for a while until some of maybe this 21 catches up, and then we keep pushing higher. But until this stuff breaks, there's zero reason to be out of this thing. Just keep on riding it, and we can look for that 300 level. 300 levels next. And that would be pretty ambitious today, but it could very well happen overnight or tomorrow. And I think it's looking great for a swing here. I just absolutely love this chart. And we got in at the real clean level here, this 244, we'll call it, between our entries. So is it that time of the day that I check on HIMS again and lament at trading flat all day? I like the setup on HIMS here. We're getting an entry here off of the VWAP, the confluence with VWAP, the 200-minute moving average, and it's going to attempt to print a candle above it. And for me, that's a buy entry. Here. We are consolidating here. I think that there's a lot of incentive for these names to start moving. And we are seeing follow through here. Broke of market structure bullish on the 1 minute. Next target is up here at 60.54. If we can sweep this, then we can really get cooking. On a 15-minute chart here. Looking pretty okay. Kind of ambiguous, but, you know, heck. It's one of these names that you got to kind of let it work itself out. Hourly looks a lot better. Cool. And I will go ahead and pop this back on the same. And we'll keep an eye on SPY. What a yeehaw. Okay. So my read of SPY has not been good the past day or so here, I gotta say, at least intraday. We tried to clear over this and we popped into this low volume node here, just about. and said, nope, not ready to go. So now we are seeing how price is reacting under this red line, under the 50%. We want to see beach ball underwater if we're right. And that would just look like a shakeout of bulls on this fake breakout. And then they reload at VWAP. They reload under the 50. They reload off this 200-minute moving average that we were mentioning earlier, that confluence coming up. So yeah, this is where patience comes in, right? It took a while, but if you were patient, you did get your VWAP entry, and now you're very safe already. You can put a stop right under there, just risk a few cents, and start cooking. Okay, Uber's selling off. That's interesting.
Speaking of the time of day, it is actually into lunchtime, so I don't know if we want to put on a webinar or I can hang out for a couple more minutes.
Oh, is it lunchtime already? I thought we had another half hour.
It is lunch. It is lunchtime already.
Okay. Well, yeah,
I don't know what the let me see what's.
Let me double check my schedule. Was I just on a half an hour longer than I needed to be?
Oh no, I guess it had it on as until 2. Well, anyway, or until 12:30. All right, but yes, it is into lunchtime at this point. Just FYI, traders. So tread lightly between 12 and 2. There's less
Might
going
take a
on.
while for some moves to stick. So Uber. It's got to be news, right? I'm gonna search for news really quick.
What about Lyft?
Lyft? I don't know. Let's see. Lyft taking a header as well. Let's see if Google responded.
Dash.
It's way more exposure.
Dash
Dash
whatever
is what
Grubhub
I'll
is.
I'm getting a little lag on my browser here, so bear with me. Google did respond to that, and they're eating up the gap. Makes sense. Okay. Uber, Lyft oppose some bills that aim to prevent assaults during rides. Okay, that's not dystopian or anything. Probably those bills are good ideas. So whatever. We'll keep an eye on that. How's Uber doing on a daily? Still holding the 80s handles. Yeah, okay. So we did knife through a confluence of supports there. That is not a great look, I must admit. And I'm an Uber bull long term, so I'm not loving this. But we'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on this volume shelf here, and we'll keep an eye on this 50-day moving average as well. So far that's holding, and it looks like it's also holding the bottom here. Uber's a real sloppy trader, I've noticed. You know, it really shakes and bakes and shakes people out. Like, I thought this cup was really clean, but it still needed to undercut it really violently and looked like the whole pattern was broken. So maybe this is less of something to worry about and more a buying opportunity. So we can take a look at that. I know historically any bad headline for Uber has been an amazing buy opportunity. This was a headline. This was a headline. And it didn't matter. So probably this one doesn't matter either. I guess I don't know.
Like Hood is still chugging.
What's still chugging?
Hood.
Hood. Nice. Yeah, we were calling that this morning, and oh yeah, what a beautiful breakout. I'm looking at a daily chart thinking that was intraday. Okay, we'll see. Okay, yeah, beautiful breakout. Looks basically the same. So Uber's still very heavy, but we are seeing some buyers stepping in here and starting to build out a base. So if this is valid, we can look for a long trade back up to VWAP. That's nice. SPY still coiling, doing its thing, consolidating under our 50% handle here. Uber probably down because of robo-taxi. Tesla was strong today. Okay, interesting. So let's pull up Uber here and see if they align. Pretty close. I don't know what's going on with Tesla and the robo-taxi. Are they rolling it out already? I thought it was going to be a little bit longer. But we'll keep an eye on that. So, man, we squeezed over this level. And just like we mitigated this level, we then have mitigated this consolidation level. We came up and very precisely negotiated this high volume node where there was consolidation. So anybody who was long here and got dragged is getting a chance to come back. Yeah, watching Tesla for a reaction off Waymo. Okay, absolutely. So I guess there's Waymo news. Alrighty. You're my squawk today. You're the talk box. I love it. I'm I don't have my usual full 4 monitor setup chaos, so I'm a little flying blind here. So I appreciate you there. This is a solid 15-minute stick that SPY is posting. We're going to keep an eye on that. And yeah, surging back through our equilibrium. So this is telling us that there is an incentive to take this higher and to try to cook the high of the range here, I think. We might need to wait until power hour to get the move to really stick. So instead of buying a breakout, I would be more inclined to looking for these dips. Maybe it comes back and revisits our VWAP or our 200-minute moving average, and we get another entry if we miss this one. Coin 281.75. Keep talking to me, baby. Keep telling me what I want to hear. Look at that. And that's like a high and tight flag breakout. So this thing is absolutely explosive. The boys following my newsletter are going to be happy on this one. Hopefully Hims will follow, because that one's just been annoying us. Man, very clean move on hood or coin. You love to see that. Okay, Texas to start robotaxi. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate that. Okay, absolutely. So that's a big headline. And Tesla responded to that by a nice little squeeze. It is selling off now, and we're looking for a rebuy location off of maybe this 5-minute trigger, this basing here, this high volume profile, and this 324 level I'm watching. So that's all things to consider. And another thing to consider is, hey, it swept up on the news. It took the ATR move and it popped back down. So this is a difference in type of character compared to, say, the coin move that we just saw, where it hit those ATRs and just kept surging because it's on a legitimate breakout. So maybe Tesla simply just has too much overhead pressure to actually break out from this. What we can do is we can see if it can hold this swing low. We can see if it holds this 5-minute trigger. And if not, we're probably heading back to this big high volume profile here, or high volume node at 323. So keep an eye on that, but there is potential to hold in here. And SPY, again, we are, okay, so to me, this is like very classic lunchtime action, right? Like if it goes under our pin, it wants to go back up. If it goes above, there's somebody selling it back to here. So ideally it holds here and pushes up, but it could definitely take some time, I think, into the end of the day. So we might have some better trading action on SPY as the day gets a little bit further on here and volume comes back in. Let's see, I'm gonna hop onto my scanners real quick and see if anything's popping up for me. I'm seeing ARC K 67 calls. Those came in about 10 minutes ago, as well as some AMD 129 calls. Let's see how those are doing, see if the scanner's working. So those came in right about there. Okay, a little pullback and then nice move up to VWAP. Okay, this looks pretty constructive, and they're buying off of the hourly trigger. And we are entertaining the possibility of this being a explosive flag. It could also be distribution, just with how this is kind of surging up, projecting, surging up, and kind of forming a rounding top. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. Not sure how to feel on AMD at this point. But if we do get a bullish move, the target would be up here in this demand zone or supply zone. And that's 130.71. So it makes sense that they target a 129 strike for Friday. And then let's look at those ARC 67 calls. Boom. Look at that. That's clean. All right. So
GameStop is also going to be either an upward breakout or complete the rising wedge here.
all right. Let's take a look.
GameStop. Sorry, I don't know if I said ARK back to you because you said ARK.
No, so you're on it. You're on it.
Here's my drink.
Okay, so this is like day 3 of just watching this bull flag or bear flag or base, and it looked like right here that it was going to try to make it a bear flag, and then it held, and now it's pushing up, trying to reclaim. So, what are you seeing here, Tim? What are you seeing on GME? And feel free to pull up your chart if you want.
I was just zoomed. I'm just seeing it here. I'll just do it here.
No, it's okay. You can describe it, and I can just.
No, I'm just like horrified by the. Yeah, no. So it just seems like a pretty clear cut. Here's like this channel, but it is sort of there's this. We got 2 things going on, right? We've got. I don't really set up for actually. Go. Not really set up for drawing on this one, but I go here. So we've got this channel here. So I guess there's a channel tool, but that's fine. But I want to actually get here, and so this is this channel right there. You can also see that it's forming this again rising wedge. And the question is, which is the real deal, we'll say. Either way, it's punching up, but the question is if it's just if this is it for it, or if it keeps going. So you cut out, Steve. You're muted. No, you're not muted.
I took a bite of some food and forgot to unmute. Classic. So yeah, I'm totally seeing what you're seeing. I think that level you drew is very key. I think that coin's gonna hit $300 here. Wow, look at that. Just beautiful. Just keeps on cooking.
Whoa. I didn't.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, coin is I'm sure they own a big chunk of Circle. So the Circle's basically coin.
Beautiful. Which means coin needs new all-time highs. All right, we got Nygaard saying he is short PTLE. Let's take a look at that. PTLE. Okay, I like that short setup. So we had consolidation over the 5-minute trigger. It looks like it rejected. Now it's under the 1-minute trigger. Everything should start rolling over here. And to me, this looks like a rising wedge with potential to break down. Something like you could draw it as a channel like that. That looks valid. So we're going to keep an eye there. I like this. I like this. It is a very small cap stock. Look at that. Beautiful. Very small cap. So, sorry, give me 1 sec here. Okay, I'm back. Had to put out a fire real quick. All right, so we got the initial breakdown out of this couple minutes of consolidation. I'm also seeing the first actual red candle on coin. I wonder if there is a red SPY candle. Yep, red SPY candle. There you go. So what are we seeing? We are seeing an inability to make. I'm just making sure I'm not muted. An inability to make traction over this 50% fib still. Yeah, coin topped at 284.09. That does seem like a valid top there. I mean, we got a heck of a move here. I'd love a little pullback to add more on the breakout because I think this thing is absolutely gonna respond. So PTLE, we're watching that 40 handle for a potential reclaim. That could be potentially bullish and it could hold this channel. But personally, I do think this looks pretty heavy. We can zoom out a little and see if we see anything else. We could see a head and shoulders play out where it pops back up to VWAP or over VWAP before continuing yonder downwards. On SPY, we are still pinned to this 600 level. So this is one of those FOMC days where I think what's going to be more important is watching for the daily candles range break, you know? So that is what I would be kind of looking at. Maybe the move doesn't happen today. Maybe we just kind of pin to here and then we watch the directional break where the volume comes in and pushes us up through 600 and away or down. But pretty textbook to have not a big move on a move mean reverted on FOMC day, and then seeing the actual move start to stick towards the end of the week there. What else do we have going on? See if Hims decided to wake up. Oh, it's Hims is waking up. Hims took a pill. Let's go. We got market structure break there, market structure break here. It's now running this stop in this low liquidity run here. You can redraw this. Oops. Like that. Okay, this is nice. So now we can start entertaining the possibility of a surge up into this kind of low liquidity node. They're just, off of this base and pushing up here. Very bullish. We like to see this. And it is kind of counter bidding SPY a little bit in the past couple minutes. So that's good to see. Nice volume coming in.
ARM, yeah, it looks like ARM is going for you now.
ARM? Let's take a look. Oh, look at that base.
Just recatching. Yeah.
That's nice. On a 10-minute chart. Nice and clean. So yeah, keep an eye on this one, guys. If you like ARM, maybe look for a wick down into 146.66 to 146.75. That would be a nice little clean entry there. And then you can hold for a potential breakout here.
And Tech, Amazon has a chip. They have an ARM-based data center chip. It's called, I'm trying to remember, but I provisioned Amazon compute nodes with those. So.
Okay. All right, trying along in KWE, he says, Mr. Great Scott. Let's take a look. So what do we see? We see basing into our rising 5-minute trigger. So if this is not done with its initial morning move, then this is a pretty good look. So it came back down. It tested a few times, but it does seem like it's holding. We have, if we zoom in, our 1-minute trigger never actually crossing over the 5. It is holding and supporting. And so to me, this is bullish. I like this a lot. So we have the break of market structure here as well. We had this kind of base going on with the high at 1169. It popped it, back tested into that base, and is now trying to push back above it. So that's a valid entry here. You could buy the back test into these moving averages. That's probably where I would be getting in. If it gives you another look, it might not. And then you could also just play the breakout, the flat top breakout of 1191 as well. And look for a little surge to VWAP and take some off there to protect your position is what I'd recommend. And then you can hold for the bigger move up to the top of this flag and potentially much higher. Okay, what else?
GameStop doing the thing.
Okay, so let's pull up GameStop for you. Doing the thing. That's what we like to hear. Whoa, it's doing the thing all right. Big. Excellent. So on the hourly, what are we reaching for? Probably that 2380 handle, I'd say. Trying to sweep this high here and potentially go much higher. This might be the bottoming process we're looking for. If it can reclaim our monthly trigger here, I think we probably want to surge pretty high. Maybe... yeah, nice volume shelf there to push off of. If we can get through that. No, we did get through it. Beautiful. So yeah, good name to keep an eye on for sure. And NVO, we're talking NVO. So the White House wants no more pharmaceutical ads. Yeah, I don't know. How do you guys feel about this? Tim, you think this is actually real or it's just posturing?
I think it's it sounds likely. I mean, whether they actually go for it, but just RFK stances, and then it's a fairly it's interestingly sort of I wouldn't say nonpartisan, but it's like a lot of people respond to that idea. So I think that's an easy way to get a populism win, right? Which is obviously
Right. Totally valid. And I think it's also a kind of thing that, so I need to do more research in this, but I don't think it will actually impact these companies' profitabilities as much as people may think. And I think you're right that it's a PR kind of slam dunk. I think that it's a bipartisan issue in a sense of a lot of these kind of healthcare stuff, because I mean, it's so rare that you actually get both sides of the aisle saying, hey, this is not working for the average person, you know? So that's I mean, you know my stances, so I think that's great that I don't think that we should be necessarily advertising it. Not that it matters what I think, but you know, it'll be interesting to see if my opinions are reflected by the majority of people, and if that is a voting block worth courting, I guess you could say. So NVO with a pretty sharp dip here. It is holding for now, so we'll keep an eye on that. Did Lily have a similar dip? Yeah, Lily's taking a little bit of a header, and it was coming back. So I think that these are probably going to be dip buys, and maybe $10 here on LLY. I'd love to see that 777 handle. And I'll show you what I'm seeing on the daily chart as well. Although I gotta say, this is kind of like a rounded top here. So it's a little bit sus, but I think that it's still a kind of sloppy pennant here. And it is trying its best to carve out a double bottom off a key support level and make some traction over this weekly trigger, which it is having trouble with. So we're going to keep an eye on this. And the real breakout will happen when it reclaims this 200-day moving average, the big thick purple line there. Oh no, KWE halt down. Let's take a look. Oh, good gracious. Right down to the 50% fib. So, man, it looked like it was reclaiming. But I don't know if some news came out there or something. I don't know what the heck a KWE is, to be completely honest. So, let's see. Visa really trying to picking up downside. Okay. MC2. I'm assuming you're referring to MA, probably. MasterCard. Yeah, very, very rough. And I remember looking yesterday when we did the rundown of the top 20 stocks, I was saying, hey man, Visa's looking weak. MasterCard's looking weak. So we are seeing some follow through from that. It lost this daily trigger of ours. Next stop should be the 544 handle. Yeah, no worries. I always say MC2. It's like, it doesn't make sense to me. MA feels like a completely different stock. So Visa as well. Let's take a look there. Probably going to be identical chart essentially, just slightly weaker. Yep, there you go. So these guys have room, and we could start entertaining the possibility of an actual topping process with these double tops. So something to keep in mind. Probably needs to retransact these lower volume or high volume nodes lower, I should say. So great read on these. I think these moves probably have some legs because coin was flagging really long and it was ready to go. Visa and MasterCard are running so hot, and they have been for so long. Just insane. You know, that's not a sustainable chart. I don't care how amazing your company model is. You need some sideways action or downwards action at some point. So CEP, someone's mentioning. Oh, Cantor Equities. The crime is a service. They're I don't know what the heck they do. I guess they're a holding company for Lutnick's son. And Tim, do you have any thoughts on this chart? It's kind of hard for me to get a handle on here.
Lean bearish. Can't quite put my name on it. Could be like an Adam and Eve type pattern.
Oh yeah, so the rounded
second
sharp
area is not as high. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I'm seeing this pennant
I
here.
mean, yeah, a wedge, but like that pop above it could be invalidating. I don't know.
Yeah. I think I need to see it reclaim the high of the volume shelf here, which aligns with this daily trigger. So that would be 35.75 or so. Otherwise, I think it might need to take a little bit of a tumble. I was looking for the 200 day, but this thing doesn't have a 200 day. It's been trading for... Wait, has it been trading for 200 days? I got to zoom in so far to just see the price action on these candles. Started trading there. Yeah, less than 200 days. All right, yeah, so not a ton of information to work with here on CEP. I'm not sure really what to make of it there, but talk is talking about shorting MSTR. Okay. Yeah, I got out between 400 and 420 there. Those are my two levels to get out from, was it 311, 310, something like that, where I was long. Interesting setup. So you could argue that this is a bear flag, right? And potentially breaking down out of a bear flag. Let's see. Something to consider there. We are watching this 50-day moving average, kind of holding the line for now. But to me, this flag pattern takes precedence over a 50 moving average. If you lost the 20, I don't know why the 50 would hold you more times than not. Yeah, OTMs could print. You could get a move into this imbalance here. That looks pretty viable. And that would be a $30 move, $20 move, 6%. Otherwise, it could just sweep the previous low, 3.5%. Yeah, it looks like you're saying 3%. So probably you're shooting for a similar target into this kind of demand zone of these previous swing low wicks. So definitely keep an eye on that. I like that. KWE order for prototypes of his next generation battlefield laser detection system. Okay. Interesting. I'll have to keep an eye on this name. That's a wild headline. Battlefield laser detection.
Mm-hmm.
Armored vehicle program. Okay. So KWE.
I'm charging my laser.
Yeah. That's an old meme, sir, but it checks out. All right, so we're still waiting for KW to unhalt here, and it looks like we are at lunchtime here, Tim. Wanna
right.
close out here and we can get the webinar going?
Sure. Let me flip up to our where is it? And we'll see. I don't know that I'm back on, so I will just say to everybody, hey, remember to check out tomorrow, like next week, I believe early, there will be a follow-up to this. There should be some updates going out tomorrow, possibly, but then early next week there should be a follow-up event, is the rumor that I heard. And don't forget, tomorrow the markets are closed for Juneteenth, but you can join us on the Trade the Pool Discord for some games and learning and fun and just hanging out. So there is an event in the Discord events list on the upper left. Make sure you mark that, and if we tweak the start time or add some things, you'll make sure to get a note when it starts. So that'll be your best bet, and keep posting in that competition channel. And yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a great rest of the day. Really exciting. So it's going to be some fun stuff with with Purple Tie Man. Exactly. So let me put up this other banner that we've got here. When was this one recorded? Did you already edit the date?
This webinar?
Yeah. It says webinar recorded on June 13th.
June 13th.
So that was the latest one, right? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that would be part 2. I'm not sure how far we got into it. I think there's probably some room on that left. We could also just run an older one too. Whichever
one you want to do. It's just it's got the banner has webinar recorded on whatever date, so we can.
I see.
Or I can just change it to say pre-recorded webinar, and you can play whatever you want. About that.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the webinars right now. If you guys have any preferences, you can let me know. But I think that instead of, because if we run the last bit of the second one, since we did add 2 parts and we've done it for 2 days, so they're basically done there. So, oh no, perfect. Okay, so yeah, I'm losing track of time. We did do another one since then, I believe. Did we do the how to make your own trading plan, the foundation mastery start yet? I think yesterday we just did the advanced gap trading part 2. I will, you know what I'll do? I will, sorry, you guys are getting inside baseball here. I'm going to go and check the stream and see what we did yesterday. All right. Okay, perfect. So yes, yesterday we did do the part 2 of the gap trading webinar. So now this time we are going to start with the first episode of a 6-part series, and we're going to be talking about building a trading blueprint from scratch. So everything.
And this was the one that was recorded on June 13th, right?
Yes, and you were right. As usual, you were right. So, we have that. I have a link for you, Tim, if you want, or I can just throw it up on my stream here. What's easier?
However you did it before is great.
Okay, sure. So
and if you want to paste the link to it in the sidebar here, so it goes out to all the streams, that'd be great.
Okay, great.
Copy it to the Rumble side of the house just to make that easy.
All right. In that case, I will stop sharing my charts. Start sharing my face. Oh, that's flattering. I love that. Okay. I'm going to stop looking at this. Let's make sure sound's working. It is not. For you, I'm making sure to make it widely accessible here. So there's going to be something for you no matter what your trading level. I think there's. Let me try a lot resharing it here. And yeah, I appreciate the kind words there, Talk. It was fun trading with you and the guys today. We will well, I will be back after lunch and we will get into the real fun stuff. All righty, welcome everybody. Welcome. Getting my right screen up here. Perfect. There we go. Thank you. All right, guys, good to see everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for joining. We have a really nice webinar for you today. We're going to be talking about building your own trading blueprint from scratch here. So this is going to be a series. We're going to be doing 6 episodes every week. We're going to build on this concept and we're going to get you everything you need to start trading if you're new and to hone your system if you're not. So if you're not a new trader, don't worry. There will be stuff here for you. I'm making sure to make it widely accessible here. So there's going to be something for you no matter what your trading level. I think there's a lot to talk about here. So we are going to get into it in just 1 second. Checking my audio here. Looks like we are good. Awesome. So thank you so much for joining, guys. I see you in the chat, DJ. I see you here, Tyler. Appreciate you guys always showing up. Let's get into it here. So there we go. Trading Foundation Mastery Series. We are going to be mastering some foundations of trading or something like that if I do my job right. So I think that we're going to be able to get a really nice outline for the blueprint here, fleshed out in about an hour. We're going to have a lot to talk about, so keep those questions coming. We're going to have a great Q&A session at the end. But let's just jump right in, guys. Let's do it. All right, Tim's giving me a hard time already. That's how I know I'm on the right track. Okay, great. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, we're going to learn why 90% of traders fail. And I know that's a scary statistic. We're going to talk about it a little more. Don't be scared. This should be a good thing for you because you're here. You're educating yourself. I believe all of you have the potential to be in that 10% if you're not already. So we are going to talk about 7 essential aspects of building a trading plan. We're going to be going through all of them, and we're going to help you take it from this intangible kind of concept into something really, really concrete that you can take into your next week of trading, and you can start building off of that. So we're going to be doing this in a way that's customizable and personalized to you too, because we're all different types of traders. There are some things which are pretty cut and dry in terms of rules, so to speak, but there's so much room for your own style to come through, for your own preferences, for your own personality to be reflected in your trading system. So I want to focus on that and make sure that everybody's getting the kind of information they're looking for, and helping build that plan to go forward. So there are some common mistakes that we are going to talk about. As always, got to watch out for those pitfalls. And fair warning, you guys are going to have homework. I'm ramping it up here. You guys are serious students, so you gotta show the work, right? So we're gonna have some easy things that we're gonna be looking at taking into next week, and gaining some information, gathering some information on your own trading styles during this next week. And then next Friday we're gonna meet up again. We're gonna talk about how we did, and then we're gonna build off of that. What's up, Bill? Good to see you, man. All right, so here's the harsh reality. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you guys. Trading's really, really hard. It's not an easy game. It's a battle against yourself. It's a battle against institutions with, quants and algorithmic trading, that you need to know what you're getting into, and you need to come prepared, right? It's not the kind of test that you don't have to study for. You got to put in the work, but if you do, you will fall into the 10% who succeeds. Because honestly, it's not about intelligence. I wish I could tell you I'm the smartest guy in the room. I'm very rarely the smartest guy in the room, but I have work ethic, and I'm very cognizant of my shortcomings. So I know what I need to work on, and because of that, I've been able to transition from a unprofitable, sporadic trader into a consistently profitable trader. So there's always going to be a bigger fish. There's always going to be somebody better, which is why I always got to stay humble. But I do think that I've gotten far enough that I have a little bit of insight to give to you guys in this regard. So it's not about intelligence. You don't have to be a genius. You just need to be prepared and dedicated and disciplined. And honestly, that's harder than being smart. So that's why the 90% fail. But the other thing that's really important is most of these failures happen in the first 6 months to maybe a year, and most people give up. It's incredibly demoralizing in the beginning. You feel like you're up against a mountain of factors against you. You feel like all the hedgies are coming to get you. You feel like your own mind is coming to get you. So being able to kind of temper these things that are that are in your control, so you can face the factors that are out of your control, is really where the rubber meets the road. So I just think it's important to mention that, because so many people get discouraged, and I just want you to know it's not abnormal. It's completely normal. It's heck, I get discouraged still, and it's all about coming back to the basics, hitting those fundamentals and just building off of that. So why do most traders fail? Let's get into a little more detail about that. We know 90% just can't cut it, but what goes into that? I think the biggest part, and why this is in bold here, is you don't have anything written down in terms of a trading plan. You have ideas of a trading plan. You have, there's concepts of a plan, but it's not a concrete thing where you can quickly identify that if you made a mistake, okay, well, what rule did I break of my system? It's that kind of thing. So I think enshrining these into some kind of written thing really helps take it out of your brain and into the real world. And there's a lot of science behind actually writing things down, and how that changes the parts of your brain that are activated when engaging with this material. And so I think it's really important. And we're going to talk a little bit more about how to structure that writing. And you don't have to write a bunch of essays. Just a few notes every day will set you up for so much success going forward, because what you're doing is you're building a repository of actionable data that's customized to you and your trading style. And when you have that data, you can really, really easily hone in on what you're maybe missing. So I think that having a trading plan is a huge part of this. But I think the other biggest factor is emotional decision making. That so many people fall under emotional decision making, and they don't even realize they're being emotional. It's so easy. I do it too, but it's really important. And what I think it is, it's like training a muscle, right? So when you recognize the problem, it won't instantly be fixed, but it's like hitting the gym, right? You're able to practice that discipline muscle, practice that tempering of emotions muscle, and you'll see some really, really profound results. So I still suffer from emotional trading, but I catch it so much quicker than I did 1, 2, 3 years ago, right? I don't let it snowball. I'm able to kind of recognize, oh, hey, maybe I'm a little out of it here, a little, operating on FOMO, operating on fear. And you're never going to get your best trading when you're operating out of that, because the market is all about capitalizing on emotional overshoots, whether it's euphoria, and you can find mean reversion to fade these types of euphoric moves, or whether it's fear. And it's all about being able to separate yourself from these emotional markets, these emotional situations. And I think that it'll really pay dividends to focus on these two things in particular. That being said, risk management is always a huge factor, right? We talked about a written trading plan and emotional decision making, but it doesn't matter how disciplined you are emotionally if you're not disciplined technically, right? You can say, oh, well, this doesn't even bother me. But if your stop got blown through and you're not respecting it, maybe it should bother you, right? So I think in any conversation where we talk about a holistic trading system, risk management has to be near the top of the list. So besides that, I think the biggest thing, and it ties into the first point, is that it's very easy to fall under an inconsistent approach, or to start practicing inconsistent approaches where maybe you're dialed in one day or 1 week, but you're not able to kind of carry that through to the next session. And it's very easy, especially if you don't have that written plan. So I think it all kind of comes together here. The last thing I want to talk about is just unrealistic expectations. A lot of people really, they either start trading and they're like, man, I'm going to be a millionaire by next year. All I have to do is keep compounding at this rate. And absolutely, there's so much to be said for compounding gains, but it's really important to kind of temper expectations and remember that this is a very hard game and your goals should be realistic. And if you have realistic goals, you'll hit those goals and you'll be able to build up on those, off of those. And if you don't, you're setting yourself up for failure, and you're setting yourself up for emotional decision-making and inconsistent trading as you try to hit metrics and targets that are simply not feasible. So I think it's super important to just kind of keep this all in mind. It may be kind of boring. This isn't the flashiest lecture, but I think we really need to find the foundation of what actually matters when it comes to trading and building a profitable trading strategy. So last thing here, hope is not a strategy. I know. It's tough. You can feel something so strong. You can have so much faith in something, but if you aren't practicing risk management, if you're not practicing discipline, then it just doesn't matter. You're going to get killed. And I'll just hit on this point again. That's where 90% of traders fall. I'll be completely honest. 90% of people who try their hand at this simply do not have the emotional discipline and the regulation to do this successfully. I bet if we did the odds based on people in this room, it would be a lot better odds than 1 to 9. So I have a lot of faith in it. Just the fact that you guys are here and willing to learn. So that's great. I think we're all on the right track here. So let's talk about what successful traders do actually differently than unsuccessful traders. What does that 10% of successful traders actually accomplish? So they're very pragmatic. They know their stats. Usually they know their win rate, they know their strategies, they know when they're trading those strategies, and most importantly, they know when they're making mistakes. It doesn't mean that they're always going to catch it the second it happens, but the more it's in the forefront of your mind to practice discipline, the faster you'll correct yourself. So they really do follow their plans religiously. This is where you can use your faith in the markets or in your system or whatever to your benefit. You're not saying, I know this one stock is going to go up. You're saying, I know if I run this system 100 times, overall it'll be profitable, regardless of what this one stock may or may not do. So they track and they analyze their performance, and they use these key metrics to inform their decision making going forward. If you're doing something that's just not working, if maybe you trade morning, afternoon, and morning, lunch, and power hour, and you notice, man, my stats are so much better in the morning. Why am I trading these afternoon sessions? So not only can you improve your win rate with these stats, you can also improve your hourly rate, so to speak. You don't have to be in the market always. You can focus on when you operate best and lean into that. You know, no, we don't have to take every trade. Our strength lies in our discipline and our willingness to not take a trade. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but often I would say 9 out of 10 traders would make more money if they took less trades. Hey, Zlak, good to see you in here, buddy. Really glad you could make it. Awesome. Yeah, so you got to plan your trade and trade your plan. It in some ways it really is that simple. So obviously we got to talk about what the plan is, right? Anybody can say trade the plan. What is the plan? Well, we'll talk about that soon. But first, I just want to keep talking about what we're gaining from this, why it's worth the effort, because it is effort. I won't lie to you. I mean, I gave you guys homework. You know, this is not light and fluffy stuff. This is I think much more valuable in certain ways. So we need to remove that emotion from our decision making, and we need to essentially find a structure that will provide consistency and discipline. So trading plans, that's the way to go. You gotta have structure to this stuff. So like I said, all of this stuff, it will enable your performance, and you'll be able to track and really gauge the improvement that you're making. So it might be hard work, but it's so rewarding to be able to see your numbers go up. You know, it's like you're leveling yourself up in a video game. So I think it's really worthwhile use of your time. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just fixing my layout here so I can see everything I need to do. Awesome. Almost there. There we go. Great. So let's get into it. Let's talk about the 7 essential components that I want to go over here. We have some really key things to focus on, and I think that they all are very important. So we're going to be talking about these in general. We're going to be going into how I actually use these, you know, like what my strategy is. And then I'm just putting it on your radar. Going into next week, I want you guys to think about this, and I want you guys to have a rough plan in place here. And bear with my loud kitty over here while I let her out. Go on, get it. Oh. Knocking everything off my windowsill. Great. All right, now we're good to go. So let's get into it. Trading goals and time frame. I think it's super, super important that you have realistic goals, like I mentioned. So we're going to be talking about how to set those realistic goals. We're going to be going over how to actually tangibly assess your risk tolerance and your position sizing. And this is super important because you need to know what your sizing is going to be before you get into a trade. Because when you're getting into a trade, you need to be hyper focused on the setup and what the price action is doing. And if half of your brain power is tied up in saying, oh, how many shares can I afford to buy? What's my, you know, all this stuff, you know, it really does take away from your processing power that really is, you know, most essential in these key moments where you're entering a trade. So super key there. Another thing is just market selection. You got to know what your system or what markets your system works best in, and how to kind of, you know, just leverage that into actual consistent gains. So a lot of people I see kind of they're all over the place. You know, one day they're trading Forex, one day they're trading crypto, one day they're trading options, one day they're trading stocks. I'm not saying you can't dabble in other things, but you should know what your bread and butter is. You know, you should have your fundamental approaches set in stone, and then you can branch out from there and kind of add things to your toolbox, as I always say. So it's important to have specific criteria when you're picking a strategy too. And like I said, this all ties into what works best for you as a trader. So once you start to identify that with some of these homework prompts that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to hone in on that, and you'll be able to kind of identify the type of trader you are and focus on that. What comes with specific selection criteria is also specific setup criteria, right? You need to know what makes a valid entry. You need to know what your exit rules are. If you have all of the stuff preloaded and ready to go, you don't have to panic mid-trade when something goes against you. You can take that emotion out of it and just say, hey, here's the setup. If it does this, great. If it does this, unfortunate, but that's the way it is. And just by taking out that emotional strain of having to contest with your own emotions, with maybe moving goalposts, moving stops, it just takes so much of the stress out of it. And you know, I think a really great example of this is our good friend Michael N, CMT. And whenever we're streaming together, I'm always so impressed with his just robotic execution. You know, he has such a tight system, and he just hammers it. You know, he really does know what the most important factors of this game are, and that is consistency, and that is not getting caught up in your emotions. So just shout out to my boy Michael there. Really good stuff, and I always learn a lot from him. So always check out our streams there on Trade the Pool as well. Yeah, and I think that like I said, performance review is super important, and I think that having a schedule for that is really important. So every day I'm making notes about my trading and about the market, and then every week I'm reviewing those notes, and then every month I'm reviewing my overall performance, and I'm touching base with how I've been doing, and kind of gauging, am I trading to my full potential? Do I need to work on these things? And I'll be completely honest with you. Most months I'm not super satisfied with my performance, but what that tells me is that I can see in the numbers what I'm doing wrong, right? And then every month, not every month, but most months there is improvement, and then there's still so much room to learn. So don't get discouraged if you don't like what you see reflected in the numbers. That's just your baseline, and that's just where we're building off from. And we all got to start somewhere. So that's what we're going to be talking about. Let's jump into the first one here. What do we look for when we're setting trading goals, and what is our time frame for success? I think that it's really, really important to set these smart and achievable goals, and to keep things moving in a sense of having a scale of progression, a path that you'd like to work towards. And, there's always going to be unforeseen obstacles. There's always going to be things to overcome on the way to these goals. But if we keep setting these milestones and they're not too far out of reach, just psychologically, it's so much easier on us, because we're playing in a game of psychological warfare, against the market, against ourselves. It's just, it's the meme. Every day I wake up and there's another psyop. So we got to be really, really cognizant of this, and we have to fight back, and we have to fight back by, countering all of these negative emotions. Oh no, I heard something's going on with my audio here. If I could get a 1 in the chat here, if you guys could hear me while I try to sort this out. Definitely want.
It's just like pause. It like cuts out every once in a while.
Huh. Okay. Saying I'm cutting out once in a while. If this is an issue, please let me know in chat. Awesome. Appreciate you, Zach. Great. If this becomes an issue, let me know. I don't want you guys to miss anything here. Awesome. I appreciate you guys. You're the best. Okay, great. So let's get back into it here. What are some examples of measurable goals? So you could be looking for. Okay, it sounds like maybe it's on the Discord side here. So yeah, keep me posted, guys. But getting back into it here, you could look for generating a certain percentage of annual returns, and you can obviously be looking for what's my max pain here too. So in general, shooting for like 3-to-1 risk reward is what I kind of look for in a trade. It's also what I'd like to see on a larger time frame as well. Obviously, I would like to do more, and the bigger goal here is to outperform the market. But just in general, you always want to frame things as you want, just in a setup, you wouldn't take it if it's a 1-to-1 odds. We're not gambling. We're not taking coin flips. So our goal is to have a system that reflects that, and ideally it'll be looking like something like generating 15% annual returns on average with a max drawdown of around 5%, so something like that is a good longer term goal. And for a shorter term goal, you can look for just dollar gains on a day, and this is always going to be reflected, based on your account size. So, for example, in my trade the pool accounts that I like to trade these 25,000 net account value accounts, so I'm just looking for $100 a day. If I hit $100 a day, I pass easy with about half the time left. So if I can hit those consistently, we're good to go. And the big thing for me is that I don't need more. Everybody's different. Everybody has different goals, but setting these achievable goals, often I'll well surpass them, and that feels amazing. But when I don't, it keeps it in perspective too. So I just want to, just really remind you guys, it's so easy to set these lofty goals and miss them and feel terrible when maybe you're on the track to success anyway, So keeping it realistic is really important. And the other thing is just to consider the time frames here. So, everybody's different, everybody's schedule is different. And I think it's really important to essentially tailor your trading to your lifestyle. If you only have the mornings to trade, obviously only trade the mornings. If you can't look at the stock market much during the day, that's okay. You can swing trade. You can take entries at the end of the day or the beginning of the day, stuff like that, to kind of not have to micromanage positions. And along with that, you will be sizing smaller. You will be expecting pullbacks to add into, stuff like that. But you can tailor your trading strategy to any schedule. And hey, if you're working all day, every day during the market hours, but you're a scalper, trade some forex, trade some futures. You know, there's always opportunities out there. Money's always moving, and like our boy Jim Cramer says, there's always a bull market somewhere. There's always a way to exercise your edge in the market. So getting into risk tolerance and position sizing, this is super, super key. So for most accounts, I would recommend a maximum risk per trade of 1 to 2%. Honestly, I think 2% is kind of crazy. I have a 0.5% maximum risk on every single trade I take. And for this webinar, I'm going to be using the example of the trade the pool account, just because it's a nice round number. It's I love trading them. I trade them every day. I also trade my personal accounts, or you know, my money accounts. But you know, to practice my scalping, to hone my strategies and all this kind of stuff, I absolutely love the product they put out, and I just want to, you know, keep it in that realm because it's so easy. You have 25,000, you know, for a lot of these accounts in net account value, and it makes it really easy to practice a replicable system. So I only risk 0.5% of that 25,000 account, which gives me a lot of bullets, so to speak, before I hit my. It gives me a couple bullets each day before I hit my max drawdown. I'm not taking one missed trade and just out for the day. And, you know, it also just allows me a much bigger window of being wrong, even on streaks. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I've hit my max drawdown 2 days in a row for the first time in like a month or so. I'm not trading well, you know? So the good news is I capped my risk, and now I'm taking a step back, and I'm going to reassess over the weekend and hit those stats and figure out what I'm doing wrong more in detail there. So let me see really quick. I saw a few comments here. Mo saying, do you stop when you hit your goal? I should. I usually do. Some days I'm not perfect, and some days I give it back. And my rule is if I hit my target and I give half of it back, I'm done, and I take the small win, and I use that as fuel for the next day to practice my rules with more discipline. Because like I said, I'm not perfect. I definitely make mistakes regularly, and one of those is not always walking away when I should, you know? And I always say this is the weirdest job in the world, because how many people, if you said, okay, you're going to make your daily, you know, your daily rate in the first 2 hours of the day, would you like to keep working and maybe give it back? Nobody in a billion years would say yes, right? They'd be saying, all right, I'm going to go kick back. I'm going to go touch some grass. I'm going to do literally anything else other than potentially give my money back. So I think it's really, really important to just remember that if you want to treat this as a job, you gotta be able to be okay with when enough is enough. And if you've set the goal and you hit the goal, take the goal. You know, I definitely would. My equity curve would be a lot smoother if I just signed off hard as soon as I hit that goal. So good point, Mo. Thanks for mentioning that. Let's see. All right, VSync saying, do you size based on notional account size or max loss or daily loss? I think that there is a little bit of you know, you can make this decision for yourself. For me personally, I size on the basically that notional account size, and I factor in my max loss overall and my daily loss to kind of to hone in on what percentage I'm willing to risk on a trade. And for me, I've landed on 0.5%. But that's, you know, that's often because, hey, I just, you know, I'm getting more conservative in my old age here, and I just don't like the wild swings that come from these 1% NAV positions. Maybe that's a sign that I'm trading things that are a little too volatile, but, you know, I like trading volatile stuff, so I will trade smaller in size. I appreciate you coming in here, David. All right. I'm getting distracted by all these nice comments. Let's get back into it here. So yeah, it's also important to think about your max portfolio risk, especially if you're a swing trader and you're building positions that you're holding. So you should really be factoring in, like, what is my exposure to any one given sector, right? So maybe you have a rule about okay, I can't have more than 2 positions open in any given sector because it's kind of like just leverage, right? You're basically kind of cheating on your max percent per trade rule, because the reason for that is, hey, if something cataclysmic happens in this stock or this sector, you know, if it happens to one, it'll probably happen to both. And you give yourself the illusion of diversification, but really if you're holding, you know, heck, I don't know, Netflix and Meta, like, are you really holding different things? You're just holding leveraged cues. So important to kind of keep a holistic approach to your portfolio and make sure you're not over investing in any one given sector unless you're incredibly bullish. But if you are, then it's even more important to assess your personal risk tolerance and to make sure that you're playing by the rules, and that if the worst case happens, it won't be devastating. We are traders, and there's always tail risk, right? I always use poker as an analogy for this because it's so clear that, you know, anybody who's played poker over a long period of time knows how wicked variance can be and how much it can, you can give too much credit to these hot swings or these cold runs. And it's really important to remember there's always tail risk. Somebody could always hit those 4 aces or whatever. And the key thing here is that we got to protect ourselves if the worst case happens. So, you know, stops are super key. Stops are like bodyguards. We pay them to protect us. You know, if the worst case happens, that's our backup, you know? So little buddy, I appreciate you being here, man. I almost feel like you're messing with me. You're so positive, but I'm going to pretend like you're not. Okay. So never risk more than you can afford to lose. That's really the key here. You know, we all think we're right. Nobody takes a trade because they think it's wrong. So we got to protect ourselves from the worst case. Simple as that. So in terms of market selection, you got to choose your battlefield. There's, you know, this is a Street Fighter. You got to choose your fighter. Like, what kind of trader are you? What's the best asset class to trade your stuff? I see your comment. There's like, I will hit on that in a little bit, but I want to power through these points here real quick. So we have a lot of different options here, right? And I think that if you're unsure about what asset class to trade, stick to large cap US stocks. They have the highest liquidity. They're going to move very nicely. You can get in and out easily. They're most traded during the most traded hours of the trading day, you know? So it's a great place to start. If you do not have access to the markets during cash session, you know, from market open to market close, that's when I'd start looking into other options like crypto or like Forex or for me, futures. I think futures are very reliable, but just remember, whatever environment you're trading in, there's a different set of rules. So that's why I always recommend starting with just US equities. It's nice and straightforward, nice and simple. It's as simple as this game gets at the very least. So yeah, just keep that in mind. You do have options. And if you have, I don't know, industry information, industry knowledge on commodities or something, maybe you're a commodity trader. Most of us are not commodity traders. You know, that's a tough game. So just important to pick your market, pick your spot, and execute accordingly. So I think it's really important to just focus on 1 or 2 markets initially. It's so easy to get overwhelmed, and there's always going to be something to trade. So it's very easy to say, okay, I want to dabble in this and this and this. But in reality, what will tend to happen is that your overall progression will be will stagnate more than it would otherwise if you're really honing in on one system and kind of practicing that, you know, to push the limits of that, you know, before you kind of expand outwards. So the last thing is, I think that just like you're very selective on the market you trade, you're also selective on the times you trade. So for me, I really only trade the morning session and then power hour. You'll very rarely catch me in trades at lunch unless it's a runner and I'm just, you know, feet kicked back, already locked in profit. Let's see what it does kind of beat. You know, besides that, I think it's really important to just stick to these high liquidity windows because they will provide the most sustained moves. You'll get actual follow through on the moves that you're expecting. You won't get nearly as many fake breakouts or fake breakdowns. And, you know, just that'll reflect in your equity curve. You know, when the market's not faking you out, when you're in the things that are sticking, obviously that's a good thing. So moving on to strategy selection criteria here. So what do we got? We got technical versus fundamental analysis preference. So, you know, there are those fundamental traders out there. I don't understand how you do it. Obviously, you're a lot smarter than me. I need lines on a screen to tell me what to do. So for me personally, I don't rely too much on fundamental analysis. I do use it to color my technical analysis, but in general, I know my edge. I know that I'm not going to be able to out analyze all of these professional, you know, analysts. What I can do is see things that maybe they don't on the technical side. So because of that, I primarily look for the technical setups, and then I will cross-reference and say, okay, is there any glaring thing jumping out at me in terms of the fundamentals before I enter the swing? But, you know, primarily I'm a scalper. So honestly, I don't even care. I don't even care what the catalyst is. You know, if it's a real catalyst, it'll show on the tape. It'll be sustained volume. Like I always say,
the size of the volume will match the size of the candles. You'll have this expansion in both regards, and the move will probably stick if it's meant to. And if it's not, then we'll get signs, and then we can trade accordingly. So it's really important to know your edge in this regard. If you don't, that's totally fine. See what grabs you. Are you more of a technical trader? Do you like, technical analysis, all that good stuff that you guys know I love, or are you more drawn to the fundamental side? Do you want to see what's under the hood of these companies in terms of their financials and their projections going forward? And if you have, like I said before, if you have an industry edge here, if you're in some line of work that kind of gives you insight into the fundamentals of companies and how that kind of works behind the scenes, by all means leverage that. It's all about finding our edge here, and that's why this is a very building a trading strategy is very personal to you and what your interests are, what your passions are, and what your expertise is in. So based off of that, we can get a little bit more in detail in terms of the actual strategies. So, there's tons of different kinds, but in general, you have trend following strats, trading breakouts and stuff like that. You have mean reversion strats, which are essentially, fading the strength of a move. You're saying, okay, I think because X, Y, and Z, I think that this is running hot and we can return to the mean. And then you can also combine these, and that's what I do. So I love trading breakouts, but I often get, punished for it. So what I really like to do is see a nice base forming and kind of catch a mean reversion move where I think that it's I think that maybe it's a morning dip on HIMS this week, for example. I think that the overall structure is positive. I think overall we're going up, and I think any of these dips are opportunities to buy mean reversion and say, hey, I don't think we're going to keep going down very much because of, all of these, X, Y, and Z reasons I'm looking at the stock in the first place. And then you can get a really nice entry and use that entry to hopefully play a trend following system if you get the expected move. And if you're wrong, well, then it's a pretty easy stop out, because price comes down, you think that it's a fake dip and it starts to go up, you get in, and if it loses that swing low, well, hey, I guess we were wrong, right? And maybe we need to break down in the next range. So, you don't have to stick to one system, but it's important to kind of conceptualize your trading strategy right now into one of these baskets, and use that to inform your building out of your whole strategy as a whole there. So what else? Just win rate and risk reward expectations. So, we already talked about this. Essentially, you should know based on the strategy type what your projected win rate is. So if you're a breakout trader, you are going to be striking out a lot, right? But because you're shooting for those home runs. So, I know a lot of successful breakout traders that they maybe hit 3 out of 10 setups, and they have that resilient personality where they can just shrug off those 7 strikeouts, right? And they know, they have faith in their system. They have faith in their statistics as a trader that they've compiled, that, hey, I only need to hit 3 out of 10 and I'll do excellently, So if you're maybe sensitive to getting stopped out, if it makes you feel real bad, I mean, nobody likes it, but if you notice that you tend to not trade very well if you're taking a lot of stop outs, well, maybe you want to build up base hits and play mean reversion strategies and help build up that confidence, and maybe that's a better fit for your personality. So I'm all over the place. So, in general, I don't like those stop outs, but I do love those big base hits. Basically, I want it all, right? So I try to kind of combine aspects of both of these strategies to inform my own. Going off from there, we should hone into the actual entry and exit criteria, right? So after we've kind of established the type of trader we want to be, well, we can start doing research on how to best codify that into rules. So entry criteria include the technical setups that you need to see. You need to have the technical setup. That's a requirement. You can't just jump into something because it looks good. That's not practicing a disciplined system, right? So we have our parameters for the setup, and I'll talk about mine in a little bit. But right now, just in general, if you're trading a breakout, look for that break of market structure, maybe take a little bit on the breakout, maybe take a little more on the back test, maybe take a little more on the expansion through the initial breakout, that kind of thing. 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So, the confirmation signals are important. So yeah, maybe you do take a little starter. If you are one of those 3 out of 10 home run swinging base breakout traders, then you can take a little bit on the initial breakout. But what you really need to watch is the confirmation signal. Does the back test hold? Do we get expansion through that first push, right? So those confirmation signals are important, and your system should know what you're doing when you get them, right? So like I said, personally, I like to take a third on the breakout, a third on the back test, and a third as we expand and the idea starts to confirm more and more and more. So you need to also be cognizant of the market conditions that are required, right? So if you're in an environment where things are looking strong and basic, got distracted there, then you are more inclined to take more of these breakout setups. If the market is choppy and sideways action and you don't see much incentive to think that things are going to break out immediately, maybe there's not too many breakouts on your scanners, maybe there isn't a lot of money running to momentum names, well, then you can play mean reversion until the market kind of reveals its hand. So it's always just good to keep in mind the general market conditions, and if they coalesce, if they synergize with your preferred trading strategy. So, and I just want to mention, if you are a breakout trader and it doesn't seem like the market is conducive to that, you don't have to trade. I know people who trade 2 to 3 months out of the year when everything is perfect and they make all their money then, and then they kick back and relax, right? So there's definitely a lot of validity to that as well. Yeah, DJ2AM saying waiting for that's my problem, waiting on the confirmation. It's tough. It's absolutely tough. And so you can help temper the FOMO by saying, hey, okay, I will take a little starter, but I'm expecting it to backtest. Ideally, if you're really disciplined, you probably just wait for that backtest. And if you're not doing that, you better be one of those traders that's okay with taking stop outs, right? So just something to consider there. I'm totally with you. You're not alone there, brother. So in terms of exit criteria, what do we got? We need to know where we're taking our profits before we enter the trade. Does that mean that we need to know our targets, right? Does that mean that we have to fully hit the target to take profits? Well, no, it's important to be versatile. It's important to be flexible. And if market conditions change and you're seeing red flags on the tape before you hit your target, well, then it's probably a good sign to take some off the table and kind of wait for things to settle there. But the key point here is that it's really important to have those targets, to know what you expect the stock to do. If you don't, you're simply setting yourself up for failure, because once you hit some arbitrary target, all of a sudden you're going to start moving the goalposts and say, hey, I bet we can keep cooking. I bet we have another double here, and that is the most dangerous mentality to be in. I feel like it's so important to take what the market gives you. And by doing that, by taking profit at these targets, whether they're swing highs, previous swing highs, whether they're high volume nodes, whether they're ATR expansions from the current range, it's really, really key, because there are going to be disciplined traders. Even if you're not one of them, there are going to be disciplined traders taking profit there. And by being part of the smart money, it allows you to play with them and say, okay, we're going to take money at this easy off ramp. And then if it does the right thing and pulls back and finds support on these rising supports that are coming up, we can get back in and we've secured a cushion for an expansion trade. And if we take a stop out, well, that's okay. We already booked profit, right? So it really allows you a lot of versatility by practicing diligence on these profit-taking rules. So on the flip side, you got to have stop loss rules. You got to know, if I lose this level, I can't stay in this no matter how much I like it, no matter how much I believe in it coming back. Because, hey, if it comes back and sets up again, well, hey, new setup, let's go, right? Until then, you got to be sure to practice your stop loss rules, because, hey, those are the only things protecting you. One more thing I want to talk about, it's a little more advanced, but it's just something you can consider when considering your exit criteria, is time-based exits. So for example, if I'm a scalper and I'm expecting this move to happen in the morning session and an hour passes and we're just not getting it, maybe I just stop myself out because it's not working as anticipated. Maybe I'm not red, maybe I'm a little red, whatever, but that's not the point. The key factor here is that I expected something to happen by X time and it didn't. So that could be on any time frame, but I think it's especially crucial for scalpers because there's so much opportunity cost. If you have 2 hours of really good market movement a day and you're spending half of that just sitting watching your stock trade sideways, there's so many better uses for your actual capital and your mental capital. So it's important to be diligent, take the best setups, and if they're not working right, it's okay to get out. So another thing that's really important are these contingency plans, right? We need to know what we're going to do if everything goes wrong. So what do we do when we start encountering losing streaks? Like I mentioned, I'm on a losing streak. I had 2 bad days in a row and like significant bad days. It's fine, but it doesn't feel great, right? So I do need to take it seriously and say, what am I doing wrong here? And I already have some inklings, but what I will do is I'll reflect on the data this week and actually see what's confirmed by the numbers. So that's what I do. I take a step back. I didn't trade at all today. I said, hey, I thought I was good. I thought I wasn't emotional from the first day, but I think I probably was a little bit because I wasn't exercising full discipline on the next day. And I think a little bit of me had a little bit of chip on my shoulder about trying to make up the losses, right? So, and what happened? I made over my daily goal, and then you know, things happen. And so I'm being fully honest with you. You know, that was really bad, right? I hit the target and I still ended up hitting max loss. So yeah, there are definitely things to work on there. And that's what I do when I hit a loss streak. So I think it's really important you take some time away, even if it's just an hour, to go get some fresh air, reset your head, because it really does. It make a world of difference, because we get so locked into just staring at a screen. And it's like being a intelligent trader involves a lot of not gaslighting, but you're constantly checking yourself and your thought processes and saying, maybe I'm just completely wrong. Maybe I'm looking at this totally sideways. So yeah, it's really important to just kind of keep that all in perspective. Oh man, all the OGs are here. Russ, it's great to see you, man. Good to see you, buddy. Little buddy, good to have you in here. I will ignore what you're saying though. Anyways, moving on. It's a little less important now, but maybe it's becoming more relevant with the news hitting the tape in terms of geopolitical stresses and fractures. We got to know what we would do if the worst case happens and we do see a crash. So I'm letting my cat in here. Get in here. There we go. Apologies. So I'm really proud of how I have like my contingency plans for crashes, just because I don't know, maybe I'm a negative person, maybe I don't have much faith in the financial establishment, but you know, that kept me really safe. I noticed so many of my setups were not working in, when was it, March? I forget when the highs were. Oh, Russ, the cat left. The cat's unhappy with me. She ran out. If she comes back, I'll throw her up for you. So I will pay the cat tax. But before that, so things weren't working right in March, and I had, you know, my spidey senses were tingling, and then when I started getting stopped out, you know, I was losing money then too. You know, everybody was, but I flipped short pretty fast because I was recognizing that things are not working. And when things are not working, you can start to anticipate, you know, like what is actually the worst case here. And you know, it didn't hit my worst case, but it got pretty darn close. So by doing this, you can keep yourself safe, and you can keep your hands and feet out of the machinery if things start to break down. So some kind of tangible aspects you can use to consider, or, you know, like what would I do if the worst case happens, right? So kind of staggered stops, like maybe, you know, your long-term holds, you don't want to just stop out really fast, but, you know, for any position, you have to have a level where you just got to walk away and say, hey, I know it sucks to take a 10% loss, but the way that things are moving is setting up for a much bigger drawdown. And we saw this. I mean, 30 to 80% drawdowns during this year, you know, during the crash. So it's unfeasible to hold anything that isn't a very long-term high conviction play through that kind of stuff, you know, and especially so if you're highly invested and you don't have a lot of cash. So yeah, absolutely. Let me see. I think David's making a really good point here. Let me read it real quick. Yeah, damn straight. If you babysit, you're if you have to babysit, you're not raising. I get what you're saying. I have too much stuff on my screen trying to read and think here. No, David, you make a great point though. I think that it's super important to trade a strategy that makes it so you aren't freaking out, right? You know, so it happens to the best of us, and it's all about taking it in stride. And yeah, if you're not trading, or if you're trading what you can afford to lose, you're going to be able to keep a level head there, and you're gonna do well. Because I really do think conquering your emotions is the biggest factor in this game. So besides that, that segues perfectly into the point 4. You know, this is about how to deal with your own emotional, I won't say flaws, but you know, maybe just areas where you could use some improvement. So for me, I'm a bit of a doomer, right? So that might help in the market crash scenarios, but in general, it's important to temper that, because those same emotional you know, aspects that I exhibit also kept me underinvested on the way up. So, it's important on both sides of it to just kind of recognize where you're at emotionally and how you get affected emotionally by trades and operate accordingly. So if you're somebody who really has a hard time cutting those losses, that's even more important to have hard levels where you're saying, hey, if the worst case happens, I need to get out, and then I can be super fast to buy back in and average in, but I need to protect myself until the market provides clarity. So let's talk about how this looks in action, right? Like, how would I take all of these points and use that to build a trading strategy? So first off, what are my trading goals? $100 a day. What are my risk tolerance? What's my risk tolerance? 0.5 the net account value. I don't want to risk more because that's setting myself up for failure, and it's opening the door for me to give into my worst emotional aspects of trusting myself too much, having too much faith in a setup, allowing myself to buy in too early and to not stop out fast enough, and allowing myself to say it's okay to take drawdown because I know where we're going. I might know where we're going to some high degree of certainty, but that doesn't mean they can't take me for a ride and yoink my shares, with the max daily losses there, which I have to respect. So always important to tailor this to you, but this is how I do it. So for me, I'm only in large large cap US stocks and indices. I trade a ton of indices. That's my bread and butter. I know that's what works best for me because it reflects in my numbers. Because of that, that's what I stick to. And then if I have a cushion, maybe I'll expand, maybe I'll try some new things because, I am always looking to learn more. But in general, I want to keep trading the stuff that I do best in. It's really that simple. So maybe you're a crypto god. I don't know. I mean, I know you guys are out there. I see those gains. So if that's you, stick to what works until it doesn't work. But in general, I think the average advice, stick to big stuff, stick to large cap stocks with high liquidity, with predictable market movements, and you will be able to practice the skill set you have in a way that's more consistent and keep that equity curve nice and smooth. So for me, my strategy selection is trend following primarily, and I hedge with mean reversion as well. So if I get in a trade and it's working, the trend is doing what I would expect, I still will hedge at key levels and expect some drawdown. And you can do this in multiple ways. Maybe you don't want to deal with hedging and you just trim at these key levels. And by doing that, you're essentially doing the same thing. You're de-risking when things are going well. You sell into strength, and then you can always buy back if you see rebasing and continuation pattern setting up. So that's what I do. It's just what I've found works best for me. I still do take other setups, but when we're talking my trading strat, my bread and butter, that's what I'm looking for. So what are the specifics? What are the actual setups I'm looking for here? So yeah, Russ, stick to your ships. You know what you're doing. Keep hitting it. So we got entry and exit rules. So for me, I'm looking for very specific setups more often than not. And remember, I will take other things, but I'm talking about what I'm looking for every single day. Every single day, I'm looking for fake breakdown setups because, hey, we're in a bull market. We're probably going up overall. So I'm looking for pullbacks and reclaims of key support levels where they're shaking people out and then saying, nah, just kidding, we're going up. So these are very high probability for me, and they're very profitable for me. So why would I trade other stuff? There's plenty of these setups, I do better trading less, and there's still plenty. So that's what I look for every single time. And I also will look for the hedges for ATR mean reversion setups. So what that means is when a stock hits its projected move for the day and I've locked in profit, ideally I'll do this in pairs, right? So I'll pick a leader that I really like. And when it goes up to, to a good level and I see some weakness in other things in the market, I don't want to completely get out of the trade. I think it's going to keep going higher, but I do want to protect myself. So when these other stocks hit these ATR levels, these average true range moves, then I'll start building a little bit of a short position to hedge my long. And then if we do get the expected move, which is a small pullback and then continuation, well, I get a chance to get out of my hedge for profit. That covers the pullback on the main thing that I'm in. And then I can play continuation without having to forfeit my position. If you want to keep it simpler, totally valid, you can use these ATR targets to just take profit. And I do that as well. I do a combination there. So that's what I would say is really important for the entries. And then in the same way, the exits, like I talked about, if I get into fake breakdown setup and we're below VWAP, as we very often will be, I will always be trimming at VWAP, just because even though I expect it to keep going, there could be a lot of shake and bake. There will always be sellers stepping in at that VWAP, even if it's for very small mean reversion moves. So it's just a very, very logical level to take some off the table and to kind of wait and see if you get the continuation you're looking for. If you take a fake breakdown setup, it goes to VWAP, you take profit there, say on half the position, it comes back down to the base level where it faked down and then reclaimed. Well, if you see the same action there where it looks constructive and it shows that it's flipped it from resistance to support, you can add right back in, right? And by doing this, you can really compound small gains. You can not get dragged as much through intraday movement, because if you're a scalper, you probably have leverage on, you probably have a decent amount of capital at play when you get these small pullbacks. So just by knowing a crisp level to take it and be happy with that gain, and then reframe and set up the trade again from there, you can do really well. So that's what I do. And then if I do get the move through VWAP, then I'm looking for ATR targets of just on an average day, within the look back window of whatever 20 days or whatever ATR uses. This is the average projected move. If we get that move, it would be silly of me not to take some off the table, because that's a very, very logical place there. Alrighty. What else do we got? The performance review, right? So like I mentioned, every single day I'm making some journal entries, not Dear Diary, not all of this, yada, yada, not no extensive prose, just this is what I saw in the market. This is what I was expecting. This is how I traded it. So it could be as simple as took these trades. This worked well. This didn't. The market didn't seem ready for breakout trades. So maybe that's why it failed. Something like that. It can be really quick bullet points, but it's so important to get something down on paper or on your, I use Notion for, on computer. That works for me. But, you could use your notepad app. You could use a sticky note. It doesn't really matter as long as it's somewhere where you can look back on it at the end of the week and the month. So I do that every day. And then weekly, I will kind of compile all of these notes. And for me, it's because I'm also putting together a newsletter. So I kind of want to see where I was at on every day of the week and kind of use that to inform how I feel about the price action this week and what I would expect to see next week. And it's just as valid for your trading as well. You can say, okay, this is what happened this week, and I'd like to do this differently. This didn't work out as well. I'd still like to see this kind of thing play out. So I'll be keeping looking for some things. I will amend other things. And it's just a constant game of kind of adjustment here. Oh, all right. We got cat tax, guys. This is Cleo. She's a sweetheart when she's not being a psycho. So maybe not today, but usually. All right. That's a good kitty. Anyways, contingency plans here, right? So for me, that looks like OCO orders, which are essentially orders that will close if I hit my target, but they'll also have that stop loss in immediately. So I don't have to manually put in a stop loss or manually stop myself out. All I have to do is say, hey, I've set my risk and reward. Worst case, I take the stop, So that really helps for me because I want to move the goalposts. I love moving goalposts. That's my toxic trade. So because of that, I trade around that and I put up safeguards to protect me from myself, essentially. The other thing is I walk away. If I take 2 or 3 losing trades, 3 for sure, I'm out. I'm probably done for the day. I'm definitely stepping away from the computer, going to pet a cat or, something to reset, because this is such a mental game and it's so easy to get caught up in everything, especially if things are going poorly. So I couldn't tell you how many times before I had this rule that I would keep trading and just dig that hole deeper and deeper and deeper and really, really mess my progress up just because I was unable to accept that, hey, I am not in a state to trade right now. I think everybody will have those days. So the faster you can recognize that you're not in a state to maximize your performance, the better. And, there is some leniency here. Like if I take 2 trades that are losses, but I didn't feel bad about them. I just felt like, hey, way she goes, luck of the draw. It just didn't work out, and I truly check in with myself and don't feel tilted. Well, then maybe I'll take another one, but only if I really like the setup. And then if it doesn't work, I say, okay, all right, you got me. I should have probably stopped, but now I know I need to stop. So these are the rules that I use to really protect myself and just say, hey, I know me, I know my flaws, and I know how to work around them. And so by actually exercising these, it really made huge leaps to my overall equity curve and just the stability of this as a consistent career. So that's how I kind of would fill out this template here. But what I want is for you guys to do the same thing. But first, we're going to talk about some pitfalls really quickly. So I think it's really easy to have vague goals and just say, I want to be rich by the end of the year. Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. But how do we get there, right? So these pragmatic daily goals, and I think more importantly, weekly goals, because we're not going to hit our daily target every week. So my daily goal is $100, but my weekly goal, $300. If I hit $300 a week, I'm happy because I'll pass any of these challenge accounts and I'll, be able to, if on the funded ones, that's enough for me to, to feel like it was a good use of my time. And if I, it's very reasonable, right? That's basically saying I'm going to be right 3 out of 5 days of the week. If I have any edge, I should be able to be right 3 out of 5 times, right? If I'm practicing all the other stuff. So these goals aren't vague, right? They're very tangible and they're achievable. So I think that's super important, and it's very dangerous to only have vague goals here. Unrealistic expectations go hand in hand in the same way that, we all want to be rich. But if you are only happy with your trading, if you have a massive win, then you're going to keep searching for that. You're going to keep chasing that dragon, and it is not going to end well. I've seen it enough times to say with conviction that it is not a long-term strategy to go for home runs in an unreasonable way. Like I mentioned, you can be a breakout trader and only look for 3 out of 10 setups, but those guys have incredible resilience and incredible discipline to be able to weather the storm of those cold streaks, right? So I think that's really important. And another huge pitfall is no risk limits. I mean, do I have to say more? If you don't have stops, one of these days you're going to be wrong and it's going to kill you. And then if you're the kind of guy with no stops, you're also probably the kind of guy who would keep trading after a big loss and dig yourself in a deeper hole. So that's how things can really snowball. And that's why I really touched on contingency plans, because it's all about being wrong in the right ways, right? We are not here to be right all the time. We're here to maximize the potential of when we are right and to minimize the downside of when we are wrong. So strategy hopping is another mistake I see a lot. I'm not saying you can't experiment, but if you don't have a bread and butter go-to setup, go-to strategy, go-to plan, you're just going to be flailing around. You're going to be, you'll be spinning too many plates. They're going to crash. It's just kind of how it goes. You can't be an expert on everything. You can start with one thing and hone that system and then expand. And that's what I like to do. But just going one strategy one day, one strategy another day, one strategy the next day. At the end of the week, what have you really learned? I mean, maybe you've learned a little bit from each, but there's no cohesiveness to it. There's no trajectory to your trading plan and your trading arc, your career towards profitability or sustainability as a career, etc. So try not to strategy hop too much. You can experiment, but just, make sure you know what works for you and stick with it. And the last thing is you got to just review. You got to look this over. This is probably the thing that I see people not doing the most. It's so common to see people who are good traders, but they don't track their work. And I guarantee that every single time they start doing this, they become even better. This is a tool that can take unprofitable traders to profitability just with this, because a lot of unprofitable traders don't realize what they're doing wrong. And it's really hard to identify if you don't have tangible stuff to look back on. So highly, highly recommend that we actually do start reviewing our stuff. If this isn't you, you can do this. It seems overwhelming, but it takes less than 5 minutes a day. If we're going to be spending enough time to invest in learning all this other stuff, this is like the low hanging fruit and kind of the easiest gains you can get for the smallest amount of effort. So definitely review. So let's talk really quickly about the psychology of following a plan, because it can be very easy to throw yourself off course and make things worse for you and stymie your progress. So what should we be mindful of here? We should be mindful of why plans fail. And essentially what it really comes down to, what it boils down to, is that your emotions override your logic, and you start making concessions and playing games with yourself and kind of bargaining with yourself about why you can break your own rules. And it's very insidious. It's very easy for it to happen. It happens to me sometimes, but like I said, it's a muscle that we're building here, that we're building strength in. And the more you practice that discipline of saying, hey, I feel something, but if I acted on these emotions, it would go against my plan. The faster you recognize that, you can close that distance between when the emotion appears and your potential mitigation of that, right? And that'll really exponentiate your gains overall, because you just won't be making the same mistakes as often, and when you do, they'll be corrected much faster and they won't snowball, which is where the real damage comes in. So yeah, definitely make sure that you keep your emotions in check, and it's okay if you're a very emotional person. You just have to acknowledge that and be willing to have contingency plans, like saying, hey, I'm not feeling this. I'm tilted as heck. I am going to take a walk. I'm going to do whatever it is that makes me chill the heck out. So that comes into the discipline challenge, right? Because no matter what, we got to be able to actually practice these rules we set. It's one thing to get emotional and try to bargain with yourself, but it's another when it's like, a lot of people, it isn't even like they get super emotional. They're just like, I don't really care about following these rules. I know they're good, but for whatever reason, I'm not doing it, and that's honestly very common. So it's not just about emotions. It's really about actually practicing the discipline and building that muscle. So some tips to staying consistent regarding psychology is to print your plan, to keep it visible. I have some Post-it notes on my screen here, and they're pretty simple. They're just kind of very small bullet points, but they're things that I know I have trouble with during the day when you're in the trenches and everything's a little bit more overwhelming and everything's going on. You're trying to process so much in such a small amount of time. There are a few things that really help keep me centered, and they're different for everybody. But when you find those things that really resonate with you, write them down on a Post-it, stick it somewhere you can see. I have on my wall over here, I have trading rules, just basics that I know that if I follow, I'll do better. And just having them around me, it's a constant reminder, right? It's kind of like, if you have a McDonald's bag on your desk, you're more prone to want to go back to McDonald's, even if you think you're so strong and not immune to propaganda. That kind of seeps into our subconscious. In the same way, you can leverage that psychological fact and surround yourself by things that will help embolden your, that will help execute your discipline and your trading plan and to help manage your emotions. So review each trading before each trading session as well. It really helps me. It's kind of like just a nice moment of clarity before things get crazy, where you can touch base with your own values, with what you'd like to do today, with what you'd like to accomplish, and just kind of keeping these waypoints, so to speak, every day. It'll really help you just find your way home when you get off track and you start being emotional, you start being undisciplined. You can say, hey, what are the rules? Look at my wall. What do I got to do here? What am I doing wrong? And, you got to give yourself grace. Everybody's going to make mistakes, but you really do have to have this stuff written. I really want to take that, hammer that point home. And that all goes into tracking your adherence percentage too, right? So we're talking about tracking our trading stats. We should also, if we're every day, we're touching base with what our plan is, and we can just make another little column at the bottom of our trading journal. Like, did I stick to my plan? Yes or no? If no, why? And just doing that, you'll have a percentage every month of like your discipline rating, right? And I don't know about you guys, but when I see a percentage, all of a sudden it's very real. And I can say, oh, I have an actual target. If I beat this percentage next month, I'm on the right path, right? And I think that's what it's all about. It doesn't matter how low the percentage is. It's all about the forward motion and the progression. So what is your homework? Your assignment, if you choose to accept it, which I hope you do, is I want you to start thinking about and building out your personal trading plan. And every week we're going to build off of this too. So it'll be a nice project that we can all work on together if you want. But by next webinar, I'd really like you guys to think about any questions that you had that maybe didn't pop up yet, and to bring them to the table, and we'll really get into those. Because I want to, like I said, this is personalized. I want this to work for you guys. So wherever you're at, I want to meet you there and help give you what you need to take the next step in your journey. And I want you to go over those 7 questions. I will, in a second, when we do Q&A, I'll go back to that screen, and you can take a screenshot and you can start to think about those 7 criteria of a trading plan. So, so that's your goal. That's your homework here. And if you'd like, it'd be great if you come into the Trade the Pool Discord server and you talk about your progress, talk about your plan. We can critique it together. We can work on it together, and we can, just keep building this great community. Because I swear, every time I spend time in here, I learn something. We got some absolute killers in the chat. They mean business. It's really refreshing to see such a dedicated trading community. And I'd love to help keep building that and keep us all together, and help us with each other's accountability, right? I think that's a huge benefit to community that we need to lean more into. So this is the foundation of your trading success, guys. If you can build out a plan that really is reliable and consistent, like, that's really all you need, and it's only up from there. So that's what that's what I got for you guys today. I hope it helped. I know this one's a little bit dry. It's a little bit boring, but the first one, we got to lay the foundation, you know, and we're going to get into some really interesting stuff going forward. We're going to be, I mean, I'm talking about a comprehensive system here. So we're going to be talking about the fundamentals of chart reading too, like the really, really key things that are widely applicable. And that might sound like, I know what support and resistance is. I know you do. But there are certain aspects that really get brushed over that I think are so widely applicable that they really need their own session there, their own lesson. So we're going to be using that in the context of this trading system that we're building to help really flesh it out. And the whole idea is taking it from the abstract to the actual concrete. So there's a very smooth, kind of on ramp from having these ideas in your head to actually practicing them and building it out. So. Key takeaways here are that 90% of traders fail. It's hard game. It's a hard game. And if you're in here, I believe in you, but it's not about being a genius. It's about sticking with it. 90% of traders are not willing to stick with it and learn from their mistakes. So if you do, you will see the gains. If not, then I don't want to say maybe this isn't for you, but maybe it's time to revisit why you're unable to stick to the discipline and stick to these plans. So right here, actually, you guys can take a screenshot of this if you want, and I'll happily drop it in Discord or whatever as well. But these are the essential 7 components that I want you to think about. And I want you to kind of, you don't have to have exact answers, but have an idea to bring to the table, and we can talk about it. We can work with it together. So last point is hope is not a strategy. I think it's so key that, we are all about making this into tangible steps for success. And doesn't matter your conviction level if there isn't scaffolding, if there isn't a framework that allows you to capitalize on your intuition. So hope is not a strategy. We are building a strategy. So yeah, coming next week, we're going to have chart reading essentials. We're going to be talking about what actually goes into support and resistance levels, trend lines, and essential indicators, and why they're so important. So I want to kind of differentiate this from all the other support, the TA webinars out there by really focusing on the mechanics behind them and the why behind the what. Because we all know that support and resistance works, but what exactly actually is happening on the tape behind the scenes there? So yeah, awesome. I really appreciate you guys for joining here. Looks like we're just at about time, but we'll answer some questions, and then I'll be hanging out in the Discord room as well. We can chat there if I missed anybody. So let's talk some Q&A here. I'm going to start going through questions here. I see, 19 starred. You guys are awesome. So we'll have some stuff to talk about here. I'll get through as many as I can. All right, Tyler, I see we got some chart specific stuff. I will absolutely get to these if I have time. If not, I will hit you up on Discord and we can talk there, because I do have some ideas, but I want to talk about what we're talking about first and then kind of branch off from there. Really quickly, we got Katan here saying, great book to read. And Duke, Thinking in Bets. Absolutely, absolutely great. That was probably when I mentioned poker, because this is all about probabilities and about consistency over large time frames, right? Because we don't really care what we do next week. We care about what we do over the next year, 5 years, 10 years, because that's how it will compound and actually, leverage this into something worth doing, right? So great recommendation. I'm due for a reread, so absolutely there. Okay, kitty, go on. Get out. There you go. All right, what else we got? When do I consider lunch hour? Where the market opens to about an hour and a half after. So for me, that is like about 9 o'clock. What is that market time? It'll be like noon essentially. So that's what I would kind of consider. It's when Wall Street goes to lunch. It's when they kind of turn a lot of the momentum algos off for a while, and they kind of let the things settle, let everything cool down. It's lower volume, and it's just not as highly reliable in the setups. So that's kind of what I would say. It's not an exact thing, but that's roughly. And then roughly like let's call it like 2 o'clock or so is when the volume kind of steps back in and you can get these nice moves into power, or maybe 1:30 market time, that is. So yeah, that kind of window is when you can look for things to pick up and for trends to continue and maybe get back into a position that you scalped in the morning for continuation into the next day, something like that. Let's see, DJ 2 a.m. That's what happened to me this morning. It was that, and again, not waiting for confirmation. And just hearing this top helps big time on cleaning it up. Awesome, I love it. Because these are universal feelings, right? This isn't a you thing. This isn't a me thing. This is a people thing, right? And by kind of just focusing on the universal aspect of this, you know, it helps alleviate a lot of the guilt and a lot of the shame that we have and not sticking to these things. But it's also really to highlight that these are things that we can pragmatically approach and build this skill set. So awesome. I'm really glad it helps. It's helping me talking about it, because just, you know, whenever you're teaching something, you're also learning at the same time, and you're helping kind of reinforce these ideas and think about them in different lights. So I'm going to be doing this homework with you and seeing if I can adapt my strategy, if there's anything that I could take away from what I've learned in the past week since I've wrote this thing, and you know, all of that good stuff. Let's see. I will be a millionaire in 5 years. Oh yeah, basically I'm saying, yeah, keep the risk small, keep the targets small, keep it reasonable, and you'll build from there, right? It's you never get anywhere great immediately. It's always one step at a time. So yeah. Where or what are you documenting this on in regards to the trading plan? So I just use Notion. It's just a, you know, note-taking app. You can use literally anything. The sky is the limit. All that matters is that it's something that you'll be able to pull up regularly and it won't get lost. What else we got? Yeah, David's echoing what I'm saying, or what I was saying, or maybe he beat me to the punch there. I'm not sure when this was, but essentially, yeah, you're doing yourself a big disservice if you're not tracking your stats, because I mean, heck, this is a numbers game. We need to know the numbers. It really kind of is that simple. Once you start doing it, it stops feeling like a grind, and it's actually kind of fun. It's you know, I'm a stats nerd. I love this stuff, so I live for it. I think it's helped me more than almost just about anything, and I highly recommend you try it out. All right, DJ, this is good. You're admitting, and there's no shame in that. There's no shame in what we don't know. So you don't know how to set up a stop on Schwab. So what you can look into, for me, I trade on Schwab, but through Thinkorswim, and it's just, that's just an option type, an order type where I can put an OCO order in, which is essentially putting in my take profit level and my stop in the second I put the order in. So that's what I use. You can also just do stop orders, stop limits, and you know, take it from there. There should be like a drop down menu when you place an order. You're looking for not market essentially, and that'll help you kind of place these orders. Then you can place the stop order, and it's different for every broker. So if you're having trouble finding it, just give them a call and they'll be more than happy to help you. Also, it's probably available on their like frequently asked questions page, something like that. All right. Yeah, David, you're focusing on a small basket of things that you understand. I think that's amazing. I think that there's so much to be gained just from trading one stock even. I traded, what was it? Just NVIDIA, yeah, for like a month or something. And I learned a ton there, because it's kind of like the same way with just trading one system. You're kind of stripping away all of these other variables and you're honing in on like the real mechanics of what's going on. And it can really, really help illuminate things that might take a lot longer to come to your attention if you're trading a billion different asset classes, a billion different stocks. So yeah, totally. Can you trade indices with TTP? Absolutely. So when I say indices, I'm just talking SPY. I'm just talking, QQQ. Those are what I trade primarily. Sometimes I'll get spicy and do some small cap IWM stuff, usually to the short side, but not this week. Yeah, so absolutely. You can trade them with just the base tickers, you know, SPY, QQQ. You can also trade the leverage tickers on Trade the Pool. That's what I do. So I get a little more bang for my buck, and I'm able to kind of save more in my back pocket to hedge, or just to to not have actively in the market by using these leveraged instruments. So I will trade like UPRO, for example, instead of SPY, because that's the 3x leveraged one, or TQQQ for Qs. That's my most traded by far, TQQQ or SQQQ. And yeah, that's what I'd recommend there. A lot of great options though. DJ saying, I just don't get the journaling part and want to. When I go back and look at the chart, what am I looking at and writing about? I know I lost on it, but what would I journal about that trade? So that's a good question. So you could kind of frame it in like, this is what I was expecting to happen, and this is what actually happened. And I think that you can do this to kind of build up a repository of what to look for in a setup, right? So if you want to take it to the next step, you can take a screenshot of every trade you take after you close out, right? And then you can start building folders of pictures to reference and say like, okay, this is a, failed breakdown, long setup. And, then you can have 30 pictures after a month or two, a couple months, and say, okay, out of these 30, 22 of them worked, 8 of them didn't. And then you can start looking at those 8 and say, what are the unifying factors in these? What failed? What went wrong, right? So I think that can be really helpful. And often it's not a technical thing. Often it's a human error. It's a, psychological thing. Maybe you were right on the setup, but you stopped out early because your entry was poor. Maybe you were oversized, so you had to take a stop before the real move, stuff like that. It can be really so many different things. So that's why I think journaling is so important, because how do you troubleshoot it if you don't know what the problem is, right? If you don't have, what would it be? Tim's the technical guy. The logs of like whenever there's an error message, it gives you the logs of what actually happened. And then you can figure out how to troubleshoot the error message based on what actually occurred. So I know that's a little vague, but it's kind of hard without more specific examples. So next week, if you want, you're definitely welcome to bring some specific examples of trades, and we can talk about what we could get out of those. So in terms of market selection, are you guys using a screener, and how would a new guy pick which market to jump into? I'm not interested in any of them specifically, but would like to find my lane. Okay, great question. So what I would recommend is start with just large cap indices. They're the easiest to track. They're the most important thing to track. If you could only watch 1 or 2 charts in the market, it would be SPY and QQQ. Just for anybody, they influence literally almost everything else in the market. In terms of like sectors or stuff like that, what you can do is I think it's really important to have a heat map up throughout the day. And what you can do is you can either have a watch list of all the different sectors, and you can track the percentages that they move throughout the day and keep resorting them by strength. And you can start saying, okay, morning session, these sectors were popping. In the afternoon, they faded, and stuff like that to kind of give you a feel for where the money is flowing in a market. And in general, what I would recommend is, if you're not looking to trade a specific sector, then probably wait until there's a reason to. And by that, I mean, say, for example, recently in the past week, so many of my scanners, like my setup scanners, have been popping up with oil stocks for the first time in months. So that's why I've been kind of focusing there, because there's some reason for the market to want these. Now we know the reason, the whole Iran stuff. So, but by doing this and seeing them appear on my scanners and stuff like that, I'm kind of able to hone in on an area of the market that I think will outperform and is worth focusing on. So yeah, just heat maps, and when in doubt, stick to SPY. That's what I'd say. Let's see what else here. So if QQQ is down 1%, TQQQ will be down 3%. Exactly. And it's worth noting that I would not recommend these for swings unless you're highly confident. So there is a pretty complex mathematical formula that they use to calculate drawdown overnight. Basically, every day these kind of rebalance themselves. At the end of every day, they're buying or selling to rebalance these indices. And the actual result of this is that if the market is down 10% over a month, you'll probably be down significantly more than 30% on your holding of these, because it's called chop loss. And essentially, this constant rebalancing on the up and down moves essentially just skims off small percentages every single day from the direct results. So on any given day, yes, down 1% on Qs, down 3% on TQQs. Always worth it to kind of keep in mind the concept of chop loss, though, and just generally know that these are not things to hold. If you want if you want a levered position in something and you want to swing that or hold it long term, 2x leverage is mathematically the way to go. 3x, you will not. It won't work how you think it will. Trust me, I've been there many times. So look for those 2x ETFs. I'm blanking on what they are for QQQ and SPY right now, just because I don't really trade them. You know, I like intraday trading, so I use the more juice. But yeah, VSync saying it's called drag or chop loss are the two names for it. Yeah. So is QQQ just tech? Just about. There are some things in QQQ that aren't tech, like I think Pepsi's in that or something, or, you know, some weird stuff. But in general, QQQ is high beta, high momentum tech names. Let's see what else we got going here. Tim is dropping link ETF DB. I'm assuming that's information on, that's probably the link that I find on Google whenever I look for anything regarding ETFs. So you can find all the ETFs you could possibly want just looking on this website. It's a really good resource for sure. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. And let's see. So it's not supply and demand referring to, I'm assuming, these levered ETFs. Well, it is in a sense that supply and demand still works the same way on these charts as any other. The difference is that the supply and demand is coming primarily from these ETF rebalances. So like there will always be an exact, or, you know, a very, very close correlation between the leveraged ETF and the underlying asset. Where you'll find discrepancies is in the lower liquidity of the leveraged ones, although it isn't really a factor very much on stuff like TQQQ, for example, because so many people trade it. But for example, you know, I'm in HIMZ, which is a 2x levered version of HIMS, and the spreads are insane sometimes. So I have to only get in or out with stop loss or limit orders, while HIMS is highly liquid, so it's not an issue. Let's see. In terms of this this series we're doing, we have 5 more scheduled. So we will be talking about charting next week, the basics of using charting in this trading system that we're building. So the fundamentals of supply and demand, of trend lines, how to use trend lines in a way that actually works, because a lot of people have a lot of fundamental misunderstandings about trend lines and support and resistance. So we're going to be talking about that. And we're going to be talking about my favorite indicators and how I use them in conjunction with these. And to kind of build a holistic view about how to take it from an idea of a trading plan to an actual trading plan. So everything along the way. We're going to be talking about psychology, the TA. Heck, I'm sorry. It's been a long week. I have them planned, but I don't have them right at my fingertips here. Yes, it is Friday every time at the same time, 40 minutes after market close. And you can also always catch me 15 minutes after market closes on Friday on Trader TV's stream. So yeah, we kind of talk about whatever we're looking at and just a lot of fun stuff. So I appreciate you being here. I'd love to see you here next week. I really do love that you guys keep coming back, and we're like building a little community inside of this great Trade the Pool community. So it warms my cold, dead heart. I appreciate it. You guys are the best.
All right, what is up, guys? We are back. And we just got Powell walking out. I believe my Twitter feed says no change. All right, I will double check on that. How you doing, Joe?
Doing real good. How you doing, Steve?
Awesome. Oh man, I love that angle. You got the whole the whole database in front of you. That's awesome.
Yeah. Got a new camera, so testing it out here just a little dark, but yeah.
Oh, that's great. Awesome. So we got some wild moves already. Let's hop right in. Okay, all eyes on SPY. What do we got? We saw some interesting price action there over the lunch break. We did see a sweep under the hourly trigger. We reclaimed, popped up, and cleared right up to that 680, even a little higher, that high liquidity node. Now we are rejecting that for now. We are watching this hourly trigger and this cluster of triggers here for me. I'd like to see buyers step in. It looks like they're trying. We got some shake and bake. How you feeling about this first move?
You know, I'm taking a look and you know, a lot of FOMC days, you know, we see this kind of thing, you know, push, a sharp push and a you know, little fail there to kind of shake everybody out, and I'm gonna see what continues on here.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of shake and bake, a lot of false starts on FOMC days I've found. And what's more valid for me, or what's more meaningful, is watching the break of the daily candle that's formed today. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that tomorrow very closely. And I'm just taking a peek at the hourly chart here, and to me, it still seems bullish despite this pullback. I mean, overall, we pushed out of this secondary flag the past couple days that's been forming, and I mean, we're going to have to watch and see where this daily candle closes. Let's take a peek at the daily. Alrighty, so daily is holding this 9-day EMA right at 598.50, let's call it, give or take a few cents. So this is an area I'm watching. I'd like to see us close over that for sure. We could post a doji and still be bullish, but that would be a high top wick and it wouldn't be like amazing. So I'd really like to see a close up around over 600 for sure, and like 625. It's kind of what I'd like to see. We'll see what we get. Right now, we are seeing continuation of the selling through the hourly trigger there. We are only 4 minutes in, but this is posting an ugly first 5-minute candle of the hour. Slapping the pivots on here again, the Camarilla pivots. And let's see what we see. Their buyers are trying to hold this previous swing low. There are some imbalances I'm seeing right here that I would like to see negotiated. It looks like they just negotiated. We're going to test this as support, but this is some pretty strong momentum. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised if we reached lower here. We have targets on the low of day. And it looks like bulls are trying to step in off of that little imbalance there. Very precision algorithmic trading here. So I'm going to keep an eye on that level for sure. And let's see what we get. To be bullish, I need a reclaim of not just the hourly, but also that 5-minute trigger. And all of the triggers are basically aligned in a little 50-cent window. So there's going to be it's going to be some uphill battling to get through those, and we might see chop and digestion into those. And keep in mind, I'm not listening to Mr. Powell actually talk, because I've found that it's easier for me to just watch the price action. So I appreciate you talking chat. I appreciate you giving some updates there, but I'm gonna try to pull that up on another window too to give you some color on that, although it's definitely not my strong suit. What do we have? Testing a potential double bottom of the afternoon. It wants to try. We're going to see if sellers step in short term off of VWAP, off of these EMA clusters. But I do like seeing, as I said it, I was going to say I do like seeing strength into that hourly trigger, but now it seems like there are still algorithmic sellers there. So let's see what we get. Good afternoon, Rachel. Good to have you in here. We are going to hopefully make some money. I do like trading after FOMC, although it is a little bit risky. And in general, I do most of my trading the day after FOMC as opposed to on the day itself. You feel the same on that, Joe?
Yeah.
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 Just feels more reliable to me. Moves stick better. There's just a lot of froth in the market on FOMC days.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot that can be done in small scout moves, but I mean, you got to be really on what you're trying to accomplish with your entries to even really capitalize on it. Otherwise you can be baked real quick.
Absolutely. And I don't want to say it's setting yourself up for failure to do this, but like these mean reversion moves, they can be very abrupt. Like we saw this 5-minute candle. I mentioned in the chat that I was looking for a retest of that 680 level, and we did get it, but you had to be so fast. You had to be literally within 10 seconds up there. So that it can make it really tricky. Same with this imbalance down here. By the time I noticed it, it tapped it and went. So you gotta be have your levels ready to go for sure. And if that's you, awesome. You're probably a very competent trader, and you should be trading this high volatility because it's opportunity. Absolutely. So we are getting our first VWAP back test here. It is still selling off of that. We are ping-ponging in here between the hourly, the half an hour chart or trigger. Our short-term trigger still pushing us down. So trend is still down. VWAP still did reject. Now we need to see if we can hold this last swing low for the hourly low. Otherwise, I would say the hourly candle is open to expansion downward. While we watch that, I'm going to try to find a Powell stream on YouTube. We seem to be trying to hold and pin at this volume shelf here, the lesser volume shelf. But in general, the volume profile is a bullish P. Most of the volume is traded up into just under 600. So that is worth noting. If we see expansion away from that, we probably have some room to the downside. But I'm not convinced. Not convinced we're bearish. I should listen to what he's actually saying, though. All right, I'll have that up in just a second here. Not sure if I can figure out how to put it on stream, and I'm also not sure if I'm allowed to. So I'll just keep that to myself and let you know what I'm seeing and hearing. But he's definitely saying something. Oh, what am I saying? He's not even talking yet. It was just the what do you call it? Why am I blanking? He hasn't talked about it yet. He's just released the presser or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have 20 minutes until that, and we are basically watching the market digest and negotiate the bullet points there, so to speak. Why am I blanking on the word? The minutes. There you go. And so yeah, not surprising that we saw an initial pop up off no change. People like stability, then it flushed out, just probably due primarily to positioning more than anything else. So now I'd just like to see how the technicals respond, because hey, I'm a simple guy. I just follow the lines.
Yep.
Okay. While we wait for this to kind of progress, let's pull up a few other charts here. Go to the 10-minute to give us a little bit more clarity. I know you guys are 1-minute warriors out here with me, but sometimes we got to zoom out just a little bit, even intraday. So coins still very constructive, very constructive. Good stuff there. Just going to go around the horn. If anybody who has any tickers they'd like to look over, just throw them on in chat. Or Joe, feel more than welcome to bring anything to the table if you're eyeing something.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just kind of looking around. Earlier had a CAI pop up that was out of nowhere. Took a short on that.
Oh, very nice.
That was a little bit interesting. wild moves there. KWE, obviously, we've been watching that one. The trading Discord has been all over these, and everybody's working real hard in there to try to catch back up on the competition. So it's been a fun run today.
Absolutely, and it's a good opportunity to give some flowers to our morning crew, Mitch and Michael, because they are both putting in work today and yesterday, the whole time, honestly. So they are right up there at the top of the leaderboard. You love to see it. You love to see it. It's almost like we know a thing or two here. I don't know. Every once in a while, we get things right.
Every once in a while.
Yeah. Note how I just casually lump myself in there and take some of the credit. But so KW is interesting. It is holding this 965, this 10 level essentially, and it's trying to break back above. It's kind of a sloppy flag, but I think it's still valid. So I'm going to keep an eye on that into this 1064 equilibrium. That's good to watch. Let's flip back to the one real quick and see how SPY is progressing, just chopping it out. Still stuck under these moving averages, but it's posting bottom wicks, it's posting higher lows. It looks to me like this is accumulation here for an attempt to renegotiate this spike up. And, that's always nice when you get the push up and then it rejects, but it holds the previous low. So that's pretty cool. I like that. I like seeing that. Just kind of ironing out the tape here. Healthy price action. I got whispers of a bull run here in my trading server. Got some people saying that they're keeping an eye on this, and I kind of see what they're seeing here. Looks like a potential double bottom, kind of one of those scallop bases. If it can find traction over, let's draw a little zone out here. These top wicks. So this kind of 1075-ish zone, we can call it. Then we can start really cooking here. So this is a name I'm watching. I'm going to pull it up on the daily real quick. Let's see what we see, because it has been beat down. And this is a name that if you have a long-term trading account, I think it's a really good name to just start building a position in. Maybe write some 10-strike puts for a few months out. I think that's a great play. You can also just take a starter and wait for it to start cooking here, because it is bopping and chopping up against this 9 EMA. And once it flips it, I think we could get some nice traction to the upside. Although these post-IPO bases, Joe, they can take a while to play out. So, so I think I'm partial to put selling on these. I think I like that play on this.
Yeah, let me pull a bull.
Pull the bull. So we did break our downtrend doom loop line. So that is a good sign that we're basing above this downtrend line. That's a good thing to look for when you're looking for major reversals of really beat down stocks. And hey, this is a really beat down stock. You just got to keep scrolling up and up to find it. There it goes.
Yeah.
What a wild move. What a wild move. I have a good friend who banked 420% on his shares and took it off there feeling like a god, and then they doubled again just about. So
oh, nice.
It's a wild move. It's a wild move. His first trim was at 69%, of course, and that one stung, but but it's hard to turn down 69% overnight on shares, So
yeah.
It's still
Yeah.
not. All right, I like that pop on SPY there. Let's go to the 1 minute and see that velocity on that candle. Surprising, not a lot of volume, but I would expect this volume to supersede the past couple minutes just based on the velocity of that little move. I really like seeing that aggressiveness into VWAP, but we got it. What's up?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, testing into VWAP there. It'll be interesting to see if this continues to grind up right into the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And
absolutely. Yeah, I'm
looking at the 200 on the intraday. I find that line always holds value, obviously, as 200 does on most charts. But
so are you running that on all time frames?
I generally, I will, as long as it doesn't slow my system down.
I heard that.
EOS has been a memory hog lately. So
I'm liking this progression on SPY. This is looking like a cook of this VWAP and an attempt to flip. And you know what? I'm going to pull up my book map as well and see if that'll tell us anything. It usually does. All right, there's the VWAP flip. Let's look for the back test to hold so we know it's real. Because you know us traders, we have trust issues. I gotta know it's real.
a lot of trust issues.
We've been around the block. We've seen some things. Man, coin is absolutely explosive still. It's consolidating upwards after the initial parabolic pop there. So man, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. I'm buying every dip on this thing till 500, baby.
Here we go.
Book map relatively ambiguous. No big orders on the book. I am seeing more liquidity stacked to the upside, primarily around that 670 to 675 handle, about 20 points above. So that would provide a really nice target if we do get expansion today. I'm not sure we will, just being an FOMC day and all. So it looks like we're still pinned to that VWAP. It still is not ready to flip it and pop it. And now they're trying to engulf it. So this would definitely not be what bulls are looking for.
Yeah.
But that, Joe, you're on it. That 200-minute moving average, that was the tell. It couldn't get up there and just rejected. So
yeah, I've seen that so many times on days where the market will test that 200, maybe a couple times before it continues, down further. But that's in, kind of like in light of negative news on the day, potentially that type of thing. And I watched that along with the VIX and UVXY. But we'll see, we'll see if that, I mean, it's sitting like right just below 600 as well. So,
yeah, good amount of overhead pressure there, I'd say.
Yeah.
Especially on a probable range day. But yeah, no, just as a little case study here on today's price action. So this big darker purple line for me, this one right here, that's the 200-minute moving average. And you can see how much I value it because it's the same width as my VWAP. So when we broke above that, it was off to the races, came back, checked the 1-minute trigger, still good to go. Enter distribution up here when we lose the 1-minute trigger. But there are still buyers. It was like a heat-seeking missile down to that 200 and also VWAP, nice confluence there. You always look for those. And then when we lost it, once we back tested it, we really started the puke there. So just really, really precise trading outside of this high volatility move from the actual the presser, the minutes. So yeah, absolutely, guys. If you don't use a 200, throw it on your chart, and I swear you'll find a lot of cool interactions there. Just a little bit of free alpha from Steve and Joe.
Yeah, it looks like we can potentially pull up that meeting live.
Excellent. Still pinning on this little demand zone we're forming. Doesn't want to sweep as low, which is a good sign, but we still are under these moving averages. Still gotta prove itself. It tried to prove itself and failed. So bias is very short term down here, I would say, until it can start making constructive moves over that VWAP. Gotta trust the system, gotta trust the numbers. And if the average trader is underwater, then there's pressure to the downside. And I'm seeing on my scanner, my flow scanner for weekly options, which I really like to use for momentum trading. Even if I'm trading shares, I still use that for reference to see what bets are being placed. And it has got nothing in the past 40 minutes. So the options boys are chilling. They're hanging out. They're waiting to see what happens too. So if you're not in a trade, don't feel bad. It's probably the right place to be right now. As Mitch says, wait for Powell. And they don't call him Money Mitch for nothing. So you gotta listen when he talks.
especially
Yes,
when
you
he's carrying so much weight in this competition. Sorry, what were you saying, Joe?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Absolutely. So man, just I know I should watch something else, but coin is just hypnotic. The strength off this 9-minute EMA. They're giving nothing back, and they want more here. Look at that expansion, beautiful expansion.
Yeah, looks like it wants 300.
I think so. I was saying this week, but man, today, give it to me, baby. I'm here for it. Real quick, let's check that daily stick because it's a thing of beauty. Holy moly, what a stick! That is just a thing of beauty. So yeah, give me the sweep of 302 and then let it flag out a little bit for a few days, and I will be a buyer as these moving averages catch up. I'm already in from 244 average. The 242, that was a nice snipe, but hey, it's
Nice.
just getting started.
Nice job, Steve.
Thank you. Alrighty, we're still holding this zone. Interesting stuff, and by interesting I mean kind of falling asleep here, but that's okay. Taking a look around the horn. All right. 6 minutes till showtime. 6 minutes till showtime. And let's see what else we got going.
Got a little pullback in things, just a tiny bit. Nvidia, Apple, Tesla.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
While we wait.
All the high beta stuff. There's Nvidia for y'all, looking relatively weak today, worth noting, but it is back into VWAP. And we are just seeing indecision candles on SPY. They are bottom wicks on all of these, just about. So I think it's more important to look at the progression of the 15 and 30-minute candles, maybe the 10 minutes, any subdivisions of the 30 minutes between the change in character on the tape from the minutes dropping and the change in character of tape that we will likely get when Powell actually speaks. So what I'm seeing is 3 10-minute candles, 3 bottom wicks, all holding this pivot. So right now we're testing this pivot. We'd call it, 599 and change, 599 to 599.10. All right, we got Miranda short on SYM. Let's take a look at SYM. I have no idea what this stock is, but apparently I have a line here from 1 billion years ago. Oh, chef's kiss. Oh, that's such a dopamine hit. Just I don't know why it's there, but there was some reaction. So that'll just go to show you that price has a long memory. So Miranda is short on this. Can I endorse this trade? It's a scary one, but we have a level here. We have a high volume node. It did show an incentive to sell there. We are still holding this 9 moving average. So I'd like to see this get lost and lose this little new demand zone that's forming there. So we can take a look there. We're also seeing the market start to heat up a little bit into this. We're probably going to see a ramping back through VWAP, or at least into VWAP, as he starts talking, which makes sense, right? We're kind of resetting the tape, so to speak, into this event. We've tried to flush out shorts. We tried to flush out longs. The short flush out was a lot more effective. So it seems to me that there's more juice to the upside here personally, but always contingent on data, always contingent on tie color. There's we got to keep in mind. But so far, not too shabby. We are reclaiming. Y'all know I love my hourly triggers, and we are reclaiming these. Often the hourly will get some yeehaw back and forth, some shake and bake to kind of get people out, But in general, this acts as kind of a pivot on particularly hourly charts, So that is all well and good here on the hourly. You can see there's our hourly pivot at 599.16, bottom wicks below that, candle bodies above that. And all right, I'm gonna cheerlead Miranda here. I'm gonna will this symbiotic down. Get on down there now. Come on now. So far looking a little bit constructive, but Let's see if we can get the move. I don't like for the short that these moving averages are curling up like this now. They reclaimed, and I see this big buy stick here, and it's starting to get some follow through. So just some things to consider there. But you can also look at it like this. This is a topping pattern of distribution into a key level, into a high volume shelf. And what are we seeing? Let's go to a 5 minute. It'll be a little clearer. We are seeing an impulse move down on these two sticks. If we pop a fair value gap just like that, you know, it's a little imprecise. I'm actually going to go back to the 1 minute for this and get the full fair value gap, which is, remember guys, remember what we learned in the webinar? We got a 3-bar pattern. We'll zoom in here for you. 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars. And so what you're looking for is the bottom of the first bar and the top of the third bar. And that is an impulse zone where the tape just kind of knifed down like that. It allows you a little bit of a window. And what often you'll see is that it pushes down. It broke this low, this distribution or this consolidation pattern low, knifed through it. Now it's wicking back up. So what I would like to see is in this zone, we're going to erase this to make it a little clearer. In this zone, I'd like to see this act as resistance. And so far it seems to be doing that. It's just wicking back up, kind of just being very efficient on the tape. And so hopefully we can get some follow through to the downside. That's the bear case. It's looking better now that it's lost this 1 minute. And remember, I'm just talking about like confirmation of a trade. In general, I like the gunslinger here. I like the big level. I like taking the shot. You got to risk money to make money. But just remember your risk here because it is a high flyer. So if it starts breaking through this key level, this volume shelf, it's probably time to hang it up. But until then, good room for a move down. We'll keep an eye on that one. SPY doing some wild, wacky up and downs here, barcoding under VWAP. And we have 1 minute till showtime here, guys. 30 seconds, in fact. I see basing. I'm gonna call my shot. I think up, but let's see what he says.
Are you able to pull that up, Steve, on your computer?
Yeah, I think so. Let me give it a whirl here. Let me see. So I will try to share it here. And okay, looks like we do have that here. And Joe, you said we're good to have this on stream. Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so. Yep.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Shout out Associated Press. Like they need our shout out, but
yeah, I believe as long as we talk about it a little bit along the way.
Yeah. Okay, here he comes. Let me turn the sound on for y'all.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people.
Can you guys hear that? Oh no, and I got an ad.
I'm the CEO of
Production
Hello
value.
Prenup.
Apologies.
Hello Prenup is the first digital platform that allows couples to
Oh, and now my
prenup
window's
in
locking up.
hours
Sorry, Joe.
instead
Give me
of
1
months,
sec here.
and for a fraction of the cost of traditional methods. I started Hello Prenup because I was working at a law firm and I was talking to potential prenup clients. And there were a couple different frustrations that they experienced. Well, number one is they didn't understand why they needed to hire a divorce attorney.
Current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond
I'm trying to figure out why my
in
sound
a timely
isn't
way
coming
to
through.
potential
Maybe I
economic
muted. No,
developments.
I don't have the tab muted.
I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments.
And let me see if I can split the
Following growth
screen
of
here for y'all
2.5
so we can get both the charts up. You know, I don't know if I can do that.
percent last year. GDP was reported
So,
to have edged
let's see,
down in the first quarter.
Since you guys can't hear it,
in net
I am
exports that
going
were driven by
to switch
businesses
to the
bringing
back
in
to the charts. I
imports
think.
ahead
Unless,
of potential
let me know.
tariffs.
Let me know in the chat if you'd prefer.
This
Oh,
unusual
sound does
swing
work.
has complicated GDP
All
measurement.
right.
Private
then
domestic
I'll stop
final
talking over him
purchases,
here.
or PDFP, as we call them, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles
So we do have SPY
rebounded
coiling tightly
from
under
weakness
VWAP now
in the
through
fourth quarter.
VWAP. This is very healthy looking
Surveys
to me.
of households
We're
and
going to
businesses,
negotiate
however,
Joe's
report a
world famous
decline in
200-minute
sentiment
moving
over
average
recent
here.
months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise
We can do TA on that.
4% this year.
All right, getting
and
a little bit more
1.6%
expansion through
next
that
year,
200-minute. Next
somewhat
stop
slower
is the
than
600
projected in
level. We
March.
got to watch what they do there.
In the labor market, conditions have remained
And
solid.
on Bookmap, we are starting to
Payroll
see a
job
little
gains
bit of
averaged
momentum building up around that
135,000 per month
670
over
to
the past 3
675 zone. So keep an eye
The
there
unemployment rate
on
at
ES.
4.2% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for
Here's
the past
expansion
year.
to 600, just like clockwork.
Wage
You love to
growth
see
has
it.
continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide
this
set
is
of
the equilibrium
indicators
of the current
suggests that
range.
conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.5% at the end of this year and next, a bit higher than projected in March. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures.
Let's see.
Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor.
Yep, seeing more liquidity
Beyond the next
stacked
year or
above.
so,
I'm feeling
however,
pretty
most
bullish
measures
here.
of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the
And
S&P
Joe, let me know
for
if anything's
total
jumping out at
PCE
you based on what he's
inflation
saying
this year
here.
is
I'll be the
3%,
first to say that this is
somewhat
out of my
higher than
wheelhouse. I'm
projected in
a
March.
pretty purely technical guy for the
The
most part.
median inflation
and
projection
analyzing
falls to
this in real time is
2.4%
a little
in
tricky for me.
2026 and 2.1%
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
2027.
I'm pretty much right there with you, Steve.
Our monetary policy actions
Right on.
are
You don't need to
guided
know
by
this
our
stuff for
dual
small
mandate
caps. This is
to
a whole
promote
different
maximum
ballgame.
employment and stable prices for the American
I'm
people.
yeah, out of my
At
element,
today's
but
meeting,
learning.
the
You know,
committee
usually I
decided to
just don't
maintain
even
the
watch.
target range
I
for the
just
federal funds
read
rate
the tape and
at
I wait for
4.25% to 4.5%,
Mr. Walter Bloomberg to tell
and
me what I need to
continue
know.
reducing the size
So
of our
I'm keeping an
balance
eye on the
sheet.
Twitter feed as well.
We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain.
Continue to evolve.
The effects of tariffs will depend, among other
See.
things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so,
All right,
increases
congrats
in
to the
tariffs
Poly
this
Market
year
Arbors
are
who
likely to push
bet
up
on the
prices and
98%
weigh on
chance
economic
for Jerome
activity.
Powell to start today's FOMC press
The effects
conference.
on
Good
inflation could be
afternoon.
short-lived,
Okay,
reflecting a one-time
sorry.
shift in
We
the
actually have
price
something
level.
going on. Big red candle.
It's also possible that the inflationary
I
effects
did miss
could
what he said.
instead
If
be
anybody
more
caught what
persistent.
triggered that,
Avoiding that outcome will depend
use
on the
AI on
size
press
of the tariff
release. Oh,
effects,
Mitch,
on how
honey
long
Mitch,
it takes
you're
for
a
them to
genius.
pass through fully in
I
prices,
never thought of that. That's
and
awesome.
ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation
Okay, pretty much saying
expectations
inflation is going
well-anchored.
down. Okay.
Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well
All
anchored
right.
and to
So
prevent a
600
one-time
sellers still
increase in the price
absolutely in
level
effect. We
from
got to
becoming an
respect them, and
ongoing
we
inflation
got
problem.
to. Bulls got to prove themselves here, or we're
As we
opening,
act to meet that
opening the
obligation,
door to the downside.
We will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates,
Miranda
keeping
saying,
in mind that without
short.
price stability, we
Okay.
cannot achieve the
Well, you're
long
right
period
so
of strong
far.
labor
Let's
market
check in on
conditions
SYM real
that
quick.
benefit
Oh, you're getting the
all
SYM
Americans.
move too.
We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario
All
in
right.
which our
Miranda
dual
is our
mandate goals are
Cassandra, our
intentional.
oracle here.
If that were to occur, we would consider
So the
how
higher
far
low
the
did
economy
hold.
is from each goal, and the
Pushing back
potentially
up to
different
VWAP,
time
just
horizons
pinning
over
VWAP
which
here.
those
So pretty
respective gaps
typical
would be anticipated to
FOMC
close.
shenanigans for now. Backtest of VWAP
For the
is
time being,
rejecting
we are
softly.
well positioned to
Still holding
wait
the
to
hourly
learn
trigger
more
low.
about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year, the same as projected in March. The median projection declines to 3.6% at the end
So
of next
far,
year.
it does seem like
and
this
to
is
3.4%
relatively
at the end
expected
of
by the market.
2027,
No big
a little
scares,
higher
no
than the
big
March
shocks.
projection. These individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, and as I've noted,
0.2%
uncertainty
dollar
is
move
unusually
on that red
elevated.
candle, so nothing
And
to
of course, these projections are not a
nothing to
committee
be too
plan or
worried about
decision.
here, especially because we just popped right back up
At
to
this
the
meeting,
VWAP.
the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework.
So Miranda,
We
good
focused
look on your
issues related
SYM
to
short there.
assessing
Keep an
the
eye on
risks and uncertainties that are relevant for
3676. That's
monetary
confluence
policy
between
and
the
the
shelf
potential
lows here
implications
as
for
well
policy
as the
strategy
5-minute
and
trigger.
communications.
It does look like it would like to
Our review
yeehaw all
includes
the way down
outreach
to
and public
VWAP
events
to me. So
involving
I'd
a
love
wide
a
range of
36
parties,
target or so on
including
this.
Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference that we held last month. We're
Coin
open
is
to new
still
ideas and
moving.
critical
Let's take a
feedback,
look.
and we will take on board
Boom, look
lessons
at
of
it
the
eat
last
up
5
every
years
single dip.
in determining
And-
our findings.
All right, there's the system.
We intend to
Tag the
wrap up
1-minute
any
trigger at
modifications to our statement on
293.44 and off to the
longer-run
races
goals and
again.
monetary policy strategy
Beautiful, beautiful,
by late
beautiful.
summer. After that, we will consider enhancements to our suite of communications tools, including the SEP. The Fed has been
So
assigned
guys, if you
2
feel like you
goals
missed
for
the coin
monetary
move, just
policy,
remember these
maximum
kind of
employment
moves,
and
they have
stable
legs.
prices.
So look for
We remain
spots to get
committed
long
to
there.
supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably
Brother,
to our
I am
2%
grinning ear to
goal,
ear. This is a
and
good
keeping
day.
longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to
Review
all
up.
Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
All right, we're into questions. Buckle up,
Thank
Buckaroos.
you.
This is where it
Colby
gets
Smith with The
spicy.
New York Times. To what extent has the more limited impact from tariffs at this stage on inflation changed your view on what the ultimate economic fallout will be from these policies and the timing of when they will materialize in the data?
So we've had 3 months of favorable inflation readings since the high readings of January and February, and that's, of course, highly welcome news. Part of that just is that services, core services, both housing services and non-housing services, have really been grinding down toward levels that are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good news. We've had goods inflation just moving up a bit, and of course we expect, as you point out, we do expect to see more of that over the course of the summer. It takes some time for tariffs to work their way through the chain of distribution to the end consumer. A good example of that would
Miranda's
be
swinging for the
goods being
fences.
sold
She's
at
looking for the
retailers today may have been
$30
imported
demand
several
zone. I
months
love
ago
that.
before tariffs
So
were
yeah, just keep an eye on
imposed.
VWAP.
So
If
we're
it
beginning
loses
to see some
VWAP, doors
effects,
open
and
to
we do
I'd
expect
say
to see
33
more
at
of them
least.
over
That's
the
the
coming
hourly
months.
trigger for me.
We do
And,
also
this is just
see
based
price
off looking
increases
at the
in
1
some
minute
of
chart.
the
So I'm sure you have a better
relevant
read on this than
categories
me.
like
I'll take a
personal
look after
computers and
the meeting's
audiovisual
all.
equipment and things like that that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys of businesses, and there are many of those, and you do see a range of things, but many companies do expect to put all or some or all of the effective tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately
I'm seeing
to the consumer.
pennant start to flesh
Today,
out here on SPY.
the amount of these,
Nice,
the amount of the tariff
lower
effects,
highs,
the size
higher
of the tariff
lows.
effects, their duration and the time it will take
constructive.
are all highly
I
uncertain.
like a flag or a pennant right
that
under
is
the
why we
equilibrium
think,
of a range.
The appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more. And we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
Yeah, I'd like to
So
see it.
in terms of how we should
hit that
interpret the
pivot,
rate cuts penciled into the
650
SEP, is this reflecting that there's this
Yeah,
expectation that
absolutely.
underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually move ahead with those cuts? Or is it about responding to a deterioration in economic activity? Let's
I would
say?
not want to be
I mean, how
short
should
the
we make
market as a
sense of the
whole, but
forecast?
So
that
if you look at the
SYM
forecast,
short's
you will
looking
see
pretty
that
nice.
people do
No real
generally
traction off the
expect
5-minute
inflation to
trigger,
move
so
up
it should
and then
knife
come
pretty
back
soon here.
down. But we can't just assume that. Of course, we don't know that. And, our job is to make sure, one of our jobs is to make sure that a one-time increase in inflation doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And that, again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping inflation expectations anchored.
Hi, and thanks, Chair. Howard Schneider with Reuters. If you look at the rate path starting in December to today and adjusted over the full time horizon you've got there, you've taken about a quarter point per year.
All right,
out of
there's
your
the
projected
expansion on
path, and you
SPY
ended
through
a higher rate at
the previous swing high.
27 than you
Next
were
stop is
would
to
have
run
in
the
prior
stops
quarters.
of the
Is that a result
minutes
of
candle.
a sense that tariffs
So
will lead to more persistent inflation?
601.
Is
There
it
we
a
go.
result of reassessment?
Yeah, we got your pivot there. Now it's
Why,
digesting.
why are you on a slower path?
Looking good. Let's get some
I would
expansion here.
focus most on the nearer term. As you get out to the later years, it's hard for anybody to know where the economy is going. You didn't see people moving their longer term, estimate of the neutral rate, for example, at this meeting. So and those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower growth, just a tiny tick up, a 1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April, after the March meeting, that substantially higher tariffs were likely. And then since then, the estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time. And what you see is an accumulation of individual assessments.
But you say in the statement that risks have diminished on that front, but the July 9th, drop dead date for all the Liberation Day tariffs is still out there and unresolved.
This feels like a pretty boilerplate
exchange of missiles
FOMC so
between Middle
far.
East adversaries with a
uncertainty,
US involvement. How
change
can
with
you
the
justify
data,
saying
yada,
that risks
yada.
have diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys say that. They do. So and that's that's actually a line from the
crypto
Teal,
is
which you can see in 5 years.
digesting this news of
Remember to check that.
no changes, no rate changes.
No, but if you think about it, tariff uncertainty really peaked in April, and
nothing
since
to write home
then
about.
has come down, and that's
We'll
really
have to
what
see
that's
if
just
the
acknowledging.
weakness
It's
in
diminished,
Bitcoin
but still
maybe
elevated. That it's uncertainty. So
maybe
I think
based
that's
on
an
this.
accurate statement.
It definitely looks like it's underperforming a little.
Thank you. Chris
Miranda
Regaber,
mentioning
Associated Press.
VRNT.
There is an argument out there in
Saying
favor
touch
of
the demand
cutting
zone,
rates
looking to edge
more
my risk
immediately.
if market is up.
Inflation
Okay,
has continued to
hedge your
cool and
risk.
is
Yeah,
back
okay, I
at
like
roughly
this. I like
2%
this.
despite the tariffs.
Nice downtrend
And I
break.
guess I also wanted to ask about cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in just a few industries.
And yeah, I see what you're seeing. It swept the previous low. It should have room back up
We've
there.
seen some
We're
housing
negotiating
data,
view up here.
including this morning, that have been pretty weak. Do you
With
see
room
any
up to maybe 17 or
concerns
so
that,
minimum.
the economy is weakening, and that is a reason to cut rates going forward?
So we do of course monitor all those things. I think if you
Yeah,
look at
a
the overall
back test
picture,
of 600 on
what
SPY,
you're seeing is 4.2%
going
unemployment,
a little bit deeper,
and an economy that's
reaching for
growing
that
at
200
a
minute,
rate
that VWAP.
hard to know given the unusual flows in the first quarter, but it appears to be 1.5–2%, maybe a little better than that. Sentiment has come up off of its very low levels. It's still depressed. So you can point to things. The housing market is a longer run problem and also a short run problem. I don't think it's indicative of basically the situation is we have a longer run shortage of housing, and we also have high rates right now. I think the best thing we can do for the housing market is to restore price stability in a sustainable way and create a strong labor market, and that's the best thing we can do for the housing market. You asked about the job market. Again, look at labor force participation, look at wages, look at job creation. They're all at healthy levels now.
All right,
I
a
would
little
say you
pullback
can see
action right
perhaps
into that cluster
a very,
there.
very slow continued.
I know
cool,
I know. Well, at least
but
I'm
nothing
watching
that's
1 minute
troubling at
candles,
this
but
time.
it's important to
You know,
remember.
we watch it
They
very,
won't tell
very
you that
carefully.
much
So
on FOMC
overall,
day.
again,
It's
the
more
current
about
stance
the
of monetary
closes,
policy
more
leaves
about
us
those
well
hourly
positioned
closes, and
to
especially the
respond in
daily
a timely
close.
way to economic developments and for now.
So
and
don't get too excited on
we'll be
either
watching
side of the
data
tape, I'd
carefully.
say.
Well, just quickly on, given that there are concerns inflation will rise, but there is the alternate scenario that tariffs would create demand
But
destruction.
I
and
do
slow
like
growth,
talking about the little
sufficiently, and
minute
that would
moves because on a
perhaps
day
keep
like
bit of
this,
a lid
that's
on
kind of all you
inflation.
probably are
Do
going
you
to
see,
get. So it's nice
odds
to
of
be
that
able to kind
scenario?
of have
What
some
kind of odds do you see of that scenario
rapid case
coming true,
studies to
and how
show
many
like,
months
hey,
of cool
even on
inflation
wild
would you need to
days
see
like this,
before
there's still going to
concluding
be
that maybe that lower
a lot
inflation
of precision
scenario is
technicals that
taking-
you can take
So
very
this is
short-term moves
very much the
that are very high
conversation we had,
probability.
today and
Like I
yesterday.
think
There are
Joe,
many,
between you
many
and me,
different
we've
scenarios, many combinations
pretty much
of
kind of nailed like,
scenarios
okay,
where-
if this is
where
this was the
inflation
target,
does
this
or
will be the next
doesn't
target
prove
down,
out
this will be
to
the
be
next
at the
target
levels
up.
we think
It's very
the
fun.
labor market does or doesn't soften.
Yeah.
And I think what you see people doing is looking ahead at a time of very high uncertainty and writing down what they think the most likely case is. No one holds these rate paths with a great deal of conviction, and everyone would agree that they're all going to be data dependent, and that you can make a case for any of the rate paths, I think, that you see in the SEP. And, you know, we do this once a quarter. It's a hard thing to do,
The classic data dependency answer.
But it does reflect, you know, if you see somebody writing down, a rate path that involves cuts, that's them saying, yes, I think we will get to a place, more likely than not, where cuts will be appropriate. And it could be a joint probability of a number of possible outcomes. Again, remember how much uncertainty we face, though.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wonder if you could describe for us some of those scenarios. How do you get to a place? I'm noticing that the uncertainty levels in your forecast are very high. How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and or growth or the unemployment rate? How many months does it take, and what do you want to see in the data to get to that level of confidence to actually reduce rates?
Our question is, now do we get the hard-hitting questions?
It's very, very hard to say when that will happen. We know that the time will come.
Put some respect on our boy's name. Why wasn't he first?
Come on now. Come quickly. As long as the economy is solid, though, as long as we're seeing the kind of labor market that we have and reasonably decent growth and inflation moving down, we feel like the right thing to do is to be where we are, where our policy stance is, and just learn more. And in particular, we feel like we're going to learn a great deal more over the summer on tariffs.
I'm just going to grab some water real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it now, and they haven't. And we will see whether, to the extent to which they do over coming months. And I think that's going to inform our thinking, for one thing. In addition, we'll see how the labor market progresses. So at some point it will become clear. I can't tell you exactly when that will be. And, you know, meanwhile, we'll be watching the labor market very carefully for signs of weakness and strength, and tariffs for signs of what's going to happen there. And of course, there are many developments ahead. You know, even in the near term, developments are expected on tariffs. So I think we don't yet know with any confidence where they will settle out. We have an estimate, and it's I think all estimates are now pretty close together, but it's again highly uncertain.
When you say estimate of the impact of tariffs on the core PCE, is that what it is? And could you share that?
What you start with is what's the effective tariff rate overall, and people are managing to that. But, you know, the pass-through of tariffs to consumer price inflation is a whole process that's very uncertain. You know, as you know, there are many parties in that chain. There's the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, and the consumer. And each one of those is going to be trying not to be the one to pay the tariff. But together, they will pay for it together, or maybe one party will pay it all. But that process is very hard to predict. And we haven't been through a situation like this, and I think we have to be humble about our ability to forecast it. So that's why we need to see some actual data to make better decisions. We'd like to get some more data. And again, in the meantime, we can do that because the economy remains in solid condition.
Nick.
All righty.
The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I guess I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more the divergence we see in the dot plot, particularly around the 2025 rate projections. I realize this is, you have one group of officials that are putting down no cuts, another that are putting down more than one. And again, recognizing that could be difficult to summarize, but is it a matter of people having a different outlook or a different reaction function?
Looking heavy,
commitment to
we
defending
are
against another
testing that
how did
little demand zone there
play out over the last 2 days?
So you're right. This is often the case. We have a pretty healthy diversity of views on the committee.
All right.
We did have strong support for today's decision and broad agreement that our policy stance does leave us in a good place. But I would point to two factors, and you mentioned them. The first is just that parties have a diversity of forecasts.
That's a great picture. I love it.
And they do align with where the dots are.
We got some downside action on SYM.
You're going to be less
that.
likely to be writing down.
Checking up on Miranda since she's one of the only people trading right now.
But remember, as we see more data, we're going to learn more about where inflation is headed, and that means when it is time to look.
That took a little header back to VWAP, but no worries there. Seems to be trying to stabilize.
Resuming our normalization process, the differences you see should be smaller because we'll have seen actual data. Right now, it's just a forecast in a very foggy time. So that's the first part, is forecast. Secondly, people can look at the same data and they can evaluate the risks differently, as you know. And that includes, the risk of higher inflation, the risk that it'll be more persistent, the risk that the labor market will weaken. People are going to have different assessments of that risk. So that you put that in there too. So those are the two ways that the two things I think that drive these things. Remember though, as I mentioned earlier, with uncertainty as elevated as it is, no one holds these rate paths.
Oh, did you guys know that he mentioned uncertainty? Never heard him say that before.
That's really where it is. It's a function of those things. And I think as the data come in, you should see those differences diminish.
If I could follow, you've said the policy is in a good place and that it's modestly restrictive. Given all the uncertainty you just talked about, tariff levels, uncertainty around the pass-through, is it price increases?
I think Big Money Mitch might get his print here.
Some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing.
There we go.
Why wouldn't it be better to have rates at a more neutral setting?
There are
as
only
the
12 voting members.
into this period of very
that
high
sounds
uncertainty.
right.
So if you just look
You're asking the
backward
wrong
at the
fellow,
data,
though.
That's what you would say, but that's not.
Somewhere around
we have
that.
to be forward-looking, and the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months, and we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would lead you to a neutral stance, but we can't. We have to look at that and
Expansion
because
through
the
some of the
economy
first
is still
swicks
solid,
we got in this
we can
half-hour
take the
session.
time to actually see what's going
Like
to
to
happen.
see expansion through the previous
There's a
swing
range
low,
of possibilities
5 minutes
on
after the minutes.
how
Looks like we're
large
getting
the inflation effects and the other effects are going to be. So we'll
There
make
it
smarter
is.
and better decisions if we
Now we're
just
looking to
wait
sweep
a couple of
the
months or however long
afternoon
it takes
flush
to
out
get a
session
sense
lows.
of really
And this
what
is starting to
what
look
is
like
going to be a
distribution to me.
pass-through of
Okay.
inflation and what's going to be the effects
Beautiful.
on
There it
spending and
goes.
on hiring and all those things.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. Your friend down at 1600 Pennsylvania
boom,
Avenue.
nice
continues
red
to
candle on
lob
SYM.
insults
Very nice
in
trade,
your
Miranda.
direction. And I'm wondering, given now that the Supreme
Now it
Court
looks
has
like you are
maybe
probably
carved out the Fed
safe to
from,
free roll
some of the
based
legal
on your entry. I
implications
would
of
imagine
that,
it wouldn't go above
whether this is
37.30.
just noise that the markets and everybody should ignore until
Nice short on that.
out, or whether you worry that it could lead to more pressure.
Joe, did you say you're short on that as well?
On Wall Street.
No, just
consumers
a nice short
about
from
the,
Miranda.
outlook for the
Oh
economy.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Sometimes you got to risk it for a biscuit into those big moves into those volume shelves. Oh no!
Got safety
All right, switching
protocols?
back to charts real quick.
Granger
Sorry,
has the
guys.
Safety Pros 2
I,
call. Shop our
my
vast
subscription
inventory
ran
of
out.
safety products at Granger.com.
Let's do some of this charting. Let's go over what we saw real quick. So let's get granular. Let's go to the 1 minute. So we failed to push a new high here. Failed to push a new high. Now we are clearing out this set of stops here, here, here. Next one up is here, and I'm not seeing any strong bounce yet. So that looks good for expansion downwards. Let's zoom out just a little bit to a 10 minute and see what we see. We are back testing this downtrend line. So this is an area of interest where you could see buyers step back in. That being said, it looks to me like we want to sweep down lower here and probably fill this gap here. And then we do have to start considering whether this is all distributive into the 600. So we got to keep an eye. This is an important day, but tomorrow the follow through will be what really matters. So there is the new swing low from the afternoon flush. Let's see if buyers step in. Go back to the 1. And I will keep monitoring this while I switch back to Powell here.
And to be able to respond in a timely way as the data lead us around. The economy's been resilient, and part of that is our stance. And again, we think we're in a good place on that to respond to significant
Big
economic
money,
moments.
Mitch, up
That's what
12K
matters.
already.
That
I
is
love
what
to
matters
see
to
it.
us. Pretty much that's all that matters to
Miranda
us.
living her best life, having a
I need
glass of
to
white
ask,
wine, watching the
assuming you are
P&L
not
growing.
reappointed,
Oh yeah,
would
that's
you
the
stay
life
on
right
as
there.
governor
This is why we
when
do
your
it.
term
This is
is
why we do
chair?
it.
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this.
Nice job, Mitch.
Beautiful. And this expansion, oh yeah, now we're cooking. Now we're
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
What a snipe.
I guess with
And so
workplace
again, Mitch has
rates,
his own system, but for me, that was a
increasing,
back
picking
test and a
up
failure of the
significantly,
hourly
what kind of
trigger, and
effect
then
would
the
that have
bottom
on
just
the
kind of
labor
fell out
market
there,
in the
didn't
short
it?
term?
What picking up?
Workplace rates.
I've seen that before.
Immigration,
You
you're
don't
asking
get,
immigration.
you get stuck under the 200 SMA.
I wouldn't want to speculate. Like,
Down we
one
go.
way to get at that from
Yeah,
an
yeah,
economic
they pull the
standpoint. We, of
plug.
course, don't
All
comment
the buy
on
algos turn
immigration
off.
policy. It's not
They're
ours
waiting
to make or comment
for
on.
more
But
more
what
clarity
you
as
see
well.
is an unemployment rate
And
that
beautiful
has been
expansion
really
there to the
solid
downside.
and at a low level, not really increasing. It's been in a good
Mitch with
range and well within the range of
52.76,
mainstream estimates of maximum
32,000
employment.
shares long
And that
VXX.
means, like, part of that
That's
is
how
that
we do it
labor
here at
demand and
Trading
labor
Pool.
supply
So we are back into
kind
this
of
gap
moving
here.
down
We've got
at
to
the
watch
same
for
rate.
reactions
Labor
into
demand
the gap.
is softening. You see that in job
My
creation.
guys know how I
but
feel
it's
about
still kind
gaps.
of at a
They don't
healthy
always
level.
have to fill,
And
but
labor
man, they sure
supply
like to. So let's
is
see if we can get that
diminishing
full gap
because
fill down
the
to
immigration numbers
596.62.
that
It looks
we
like.
see are much lower than they were. So those two factors, supply and demand, that's what has kept the unemployment rate in a reasonably stable place.
Okay, thanks.
Top of
the
the
other thing I
gap
wanted to follow up on is if you could elaborate on
find
the
that
potential
for y'all.
changes to the
It's pretty
SCP
high,
that
so.
you suggested were part of the framework review, I think.
597.40 is a
the
level I'd
framework
like to
review
see
really
reject
has,
on the back test,
two
and I still
tracks,
see
right?
downside
The first
action
track
here.
is our policy framework.
candles are getting big.
That is reflected in the consensus statement. And we've said that we would finish that and announce it by the end of December.
Boys.
So we're well along in that process.
Oh,
We
hey,
had
how
the
you doing,
meetings
Michael?
That we need to have.
Doing
and we're
good.
now going
Can't
to
stay for
go
long. I
into-
just came in to
pardon me, into discussions.
very quick
about,
brag.
Specific
let's
changes
get an
to
update.
that. So that's
a little bit of an
framework
update
part of it.
before I gotta go get the kids here. So I'm just gonna steal the light here for a second. So top guy, we got 2,500,000. Next guy down, we got 2,300,000. Then we've got some handsome bearded gentlemen in third place at 2,159,000. So
Right there, baby.
right there. So I'm kind of YOLOing here, right? I've got one position, this APVO. I made a good chunk on the short side, and now I'm just kind of flipping that trade and riding into the close. But as for the entire competition, clawed back a lot of gains. We were down like 11 million when I left, and only down 1.5 million real now, with 6 million unreal. So
You're welcome,
if we
Michael.
close it now, we'd be down 7. So you guys clawed back what, 4 million?
They've been
Pretty
putting
good.
in work. Absolutely
Yeah,
putting
it's-
in work.
It's not a bad day. Pull back a little 4 million, but yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? If you look on the left hand side of the screen, you can see there's a lot of people up 2 million plus. So between me here and so I'm 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9, like in the top 10 are all like knocking on the door of 2 million plus. So it's going to be interesting to see riding into the close. So an hour left. It looks like everyone's just taking like a huge bet now, just YOLO that last hour. But yeah, I've been watching the show a bit. You guys have been doing a good job. Don't mind come steal the limelight, but I just wanted to do a little update on how everyone's doing overall. So yeah,
That's awesome, man.
Let's go. Let's see.
Let's get
So
some love from
nobody.
Mike in the chat. He's doing great.
Nobody take my third, and if we can all just pump this AVPO just back up, that would be great. So let's all just kind of YOLO in there and try to pump my bags a little bit. So you guys have a good one.
Thank you,
Have a
Michael.
good one, Michael.
Later.
Take care, man.
Some good
What a
stuff
rock
there,
star.
Michael. Yeah, he is a stock star today.
Yeah, like people don't realize we have some real killers in the lineup. I gotta say, Michael, I'm learning so much trading with him every Tuesday. It's a lot of fun. And obviously Mitch, but we all knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 hour left. 1 hour left. Make your bets. So we are seeing a mixed tape here the past 5 minutes since we dipped into that gap. We knew that was an area of interest. Bill, so asking, I just get in. So is there a reason anything is falling? Well, let's pop this back on stage. People are
Risen
talking.
over
People are saying
20%.
things.
It's been a
and,
rough
the
road.
market doesn't
So
like
what is the
uncertainty,
tipping
and some of these
point then
questions
for the
are
wait
providing a
and
little
see
bit of
approach in
froth and
terms
uncertainty
of
in the
how much
market.
it's going to
I think
help
it's
versus
pretty
when it
natural
hurts the
price
American
action.
consumer?
Like if I didn't know anything was going on,
I
I'd
mean, we're
just
trying
say
to
hey,
restore
completely
price.
normal
The best
price
thing we
action.
can do for the
So
public that we
nothing to be
serve
worried
is restore
about.
price
No, the
stability.
sky is not falling.
If we can,
Not yet.
and we
anyway.
will restore
So
price stability.
We're
meaning
keeping an eye
2%
on
inflation on a durable
trying to keep an eye on the
basis.
bigger picture because
That,
I
and
think
also
we're both in
maximum
agreement
employment.
that
We
what's
restore
more
those
important
things.
than the
That's
intraday
the
price
best
action
thing, and
here
that is our
is
goal. The best
the
thing we can do for the
continuation
American
going
people,
into
for
Friday.
households and businesses, that is the ultimate thing that we can deliver. And they can make
Tuck
their
is saying
decisions
consensus
without
is
having
really
to think about
upset
inflation
with
all
the
time.
hands-off Fed.
So in the meantime, we have to keep rates high
see
to
that.
to get inflation all the
Yeah,
way down.
it's
They're not very high. Let's be honest.
It's
I would
interesting
say
to kind of
policy is modestly.
I mean, that's why I
moderately,
love
probably
watching the chart,
modestly
right?
now
Because
restrictive. If you look at
there's the
economy,
data and then
it's
there's
not
the reaction to
performing
the
as
data, and
though
I care
we're
much more about the
performing
reaction to the
under
data
very strict
because
monetary
everybody
policy,
knows
very
there's gonna be
restrictive
data.
monetary
It's more
policy.
about
So I would say probably
is this
modestly
is this
restrictive.
more
And so
dovish
what it
than
will take
expected,
is
more
confidence that inflation
hawkish than
is coming down.
expected, and
Now, I would say without
so far it seems
tariffs,
like the market is not
that confidence
thrilled,
would
but
be
I'm not seeing
building
any
because
panic on the tape.
if you
either.
see
So
what's
for me, it's
happening
kind of a
with
nothing burger.
non-housing
Nothing
services
ever
and housing
happens,
services, which are the
despite
other two big
all the things
pieces
that
of
have
living
been
goods.
happening this year.
Those are
but
coming down really nicely now.
very
So
slowly
I think
than
we
all
have to
at
learn a
once
little more
is how
about
these things tend
tariffs.
to
I don't
work.
know.
So-
I
so
don't know what
far,
the right
very
way for us
slowly.
to react will be. I think it's hard to know with any confidence how we should react until we see really the size of the
And
effects.
Miranda
And-
with the
and then we
question,
can
what will be
start
the
to make
next
a better
step for the
judgment. So
competition
that's
ranking
what
on
we're
Discord?
doing,
Any
and I
date
think we
and
can-
time for
we can
meeting
take the time to
you
do
know,
that
I'm a little
because
bit out of the loop on
unemployment
that
is
side, but I'm sure if you ask in our
4.2%.
Discord
Wages
server,
are moving
somebody
up. Real
who is
wages are moving up at a
more
healthy
in
clip.
the
Inflation
inner
is
circle who knows
2.3%
that
headline
will be
inflation
able to help you
over
out
a
there.
12-month basis. So
I'm sure it'll be coming
it's a
up
good
pretty
economy,
soon where we
and a
announce
solid economy
winners
with
and all
decent
that
growth.
good stuff. So stay tuned. Come on in our Discord, hang out. We have a lot of
Thank
fun,
you,
a lot
Chair
of good trading.
So
So
you're
yeah,
saying
that's
that
where-
uncertainty
that's
has
where
come down,
you'll be
the
updated, I'm
economy is
sure.
moving at a solid pace, inflation has come down over the past 3 months, and this is all moving in the right direction. So are you indicating here that Americans should expect some sort of economic pain?
And remember,
in the
we
second
will
half
get a
of the
move
year?
once the presser
I'm
ends.
not saying that at all.
And once people
You know,
stop
from our
talking, we'll
standpoint,
be able to get a
what I
little
can
more
say
clarity on how
is
the
that
market is
the
feeling
U.S.
about
economy
all
is in
this once
solid
the
shape. Inflation has come down.
once the froth,
The unemployment
immediate
rate
froth
remains
subsides.
4.2%. As I mentioned, real wages are moving up. It's a good job creation is at a healthy level. Unemployment, again, as I said, low. Labor force participation in a good place. So, and what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand.
Bringing up some
what
good
will
and
happen
high level
with
points
really
here. The real
tariff
data
inflation.
are the
And
SOFR
there's a lot of
spreads and
uncertainty about
interest
that.
swaps.
Every forecaster you can name.
Bless
who,
my
you know,
poor
who is a
technical trader heart, but
professional,
could you
you know,
elaborate a
forecaster
little bit
with
on
adequate
the
resources and
on those
forecasts for a
spreads?
living
It
is
sounds like you're saying,
forecasting
okay, the
you know,
risk of
pretty
current
significant- everyone
versus
that I
future
know
rates. Okay,
is
absolutely.
forecasting a
So just
meaningful
trying to price
increase
in
inflation
the implications
in
on
coming months
all of these
from
rate
tariffs
sensitive sectors, and you know,
someone
obviously
has to
all
pay for
the market
tariffs,
as a whole
and
is
it
rate
will be
sensitive.
someone
So
in that chain that I mentioned.
definitely,
between the manufacturer,
definitely a lot.
the exporter, the
A
importer,
lot more
the
important
retailer,
than a lot of the stuff
ultimately somebody putting
that
it
maybe
into
they're
a good of some kind, or just a
focusing
consumer
on.
buying
So we
it.
are seeing a
You know,
buy
and
zone
all
here
through
off of that dip.
that
We dipped
chain,
into the dip,
people
and
will
now
be
we
trying
are
not to
pushing
be the
up pretty
ones who
strongly.
pick up the cost, but ultimately,
I will
the
be
cost of the
watching
tariff
this
has to be
1 minute
paid,
trigger to see
and
if it's
some of
real,
it
but that's a nice
will fall
base
on
that
the
we
end
built up
consumer.
there.
We know that because that's what businesses say. That's what the data
And of
say
course,
from
term
past
premium.
evidence.
Absolutely.
So
Okay,
we know
totally.
that's
I'm with you.
coming, and we just want to see a little bit of that before we make
coinciding with
judgments
a lot of
prematurely.
opening
And
prices.
follow up on that, so you spent years though talking
Oh,
about
yeah.
how you're data
Well,
dependent,
gotta
and
zoom
be a little
out.
more direct on this.
Yep, there you go.
You know, now
We're
you're
just
making decisions
bopping and
looking
chopping right on
forward.
that opening
Doesn't
level.
the data you're seeing today indicate there should be a rate cut?
No, I mean you're.
So you know me, I love my fake
Monetary
breakdown
policy has
setups.
to
I
be
do not.
forward-looking. That is elementary.
I would have
I
been.
always talk about.
I would have
incoming
been more
data,
into
the
it,
evolving outlook,
showing the
and
bottom
balance
hooks
of risks.
into that
We
gap,
say
but
that
I was a
over and
little
over
little
and over
distracted,
again.
and
Right. So it's always forward.
now I don't know if I would want to.
You know, if you
want
know
to chase it quite
at the
yet
very
until we
beginning
get
of the
some
pandemic,
traction over that falling
you know,
1 minute trigger.
we cut rates to zero immediately.
Got the
Nothing
rising
had happened.
curl on the 9 minute.
We just knew that it was going to be really bad.
And big money Mitch
So
is
we
looking
we
to
took very
looking
aggressive
to
forward
put a
looking
cherry on
because we
top of
knew
this
things
day.
were
Any
going
big
to
small
be
caps to short? Let me check
unusually
some of my
difficult.
scanners, see if anything's popping up.
Of course, this is something we sort of know is coming. We just don't know the size of it. And again, the economy seems to be in solid shape. So the labor market's not crying out for a rate cut. Businesses, were in a bit of shock after April 2, but you see business sentiment, you talk to business people now, there's a very different feeling now that people are working their way through this and they how they're going to go. And it feels much more positive and constructive than it did 3 months ago, let's say. So again, we think that our current stance of monetary policy is in a good place.
Thank you. Amara Mokwe with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in February, you told Congress that the Fed is, quote, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Then in a memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed, you said you wanted to ensure that the Fed was, quote, right-sized. Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements
really sparking
that made
joy
you
for me
decide
right
that
now.
staff levels at the Fed should decline?
I don't see them at all as intention. So I was asked, is the Fed overstaffed? And I said no. And I sort of said as a pun, overworked but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too. So, but we work hard. But I would say this. So we are careful stewards of public resources, and sometimes you need to show that. So there have been several times in our history, modern history, where the Fed has said, you know what, we're going to do a buyout. We're going to show the public, we're going to demonstrate that we are good stewards of public resources. So we thought, and I thought that this is a time when we can, we grow at about, our headcount has grown at about 1% a year. So over the course of a couple of years, we're doing a careful scrub of the board and all the reserve banks, and we're going to find 10% of employees who can do something else. Where we can streamline our operations.
The perpetual fence sitter here. Come on, give us some actionable info here.
In a couple of years. We think we can do that, and we think this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it again, respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had experience, a lot of experience in my prior careers, with headcount reductions and things like that.
Yeah, I'm going through my master watch list, and there are very few big movers
carefully,
today for me.
thoughtfully, with a lot of planning.
Almost everything is kind of pinned in consolidation.
I think the Fed will be fine. I think no one will notice any decline in our ability to carry out our missions. And I think it's just us wanting to demonstrate to the public that we are actually good stewards of their resources. We're effectively wiping out 10 years of headcount growth with this. So, I mean,
Spy still rejecting the 1 minute trigger. That's why we follow the system.
How is
Let's
progress
see if it
on
can reach
reducing
down and
headcount
fully
going
fill
so
the
far?
gap.
Are you
Oh,
on
it
track
did
to
fully
meet
fill
We're
the
just at
gap.
the
I
very
see,
beginning.
and now
As
it
you know,
still
we're
is
doing
weak.
a
So that
buyout
tells me
program.
that maybe we need to go
we're gonna hit
lower.
that goal.
Maybe this gap is
I think many organizations
now going to be
find that
resistance.
they can do this. You don't want to do it every year or anything, but you can do it at intervals, and you wind up not
there is
interfering
potential
with
if
your ability
this
to perform
this stick plays
your
out and a
jobs.
nice hammer on decent volume that we could be looking at a higher low double bottom here. But I am
Chair Powell, Claire Jones
I'm not
from the
convinced.
Financial Times.
We need to see it
As
get
you're
over
no
the
doubt
previous
aware,
swing high
the Senate
there
Finance
to get
Committee has
bullish.
tabled its version of the reconciliation bill this week, and I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the tenor of the debate at the FOMC over the past few days on fiscal policy and the degree to which that influenced people's projections for 2026 and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah, so we don't sit around and debate or really discuss. We take fiscal policy as fully exogenous, and so we actually really didn't talk about the bill or the contents of it. It's still evolving. When it gets closer, remember also we have a very, very large economy, and that the effects will be at the margin. I expect that they may already be in, but they will be in by the next meeting. We'll make an estimate, but it's not a major thing. It's nothing that we discuss. It may have been mentioned a couple of times, but as something that's coming in. But I think the outcome is, we don't know the outcome yet there, so hard to be real specific.
Neil. Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. There have been some cutbacks in economic statistics collection in the last few weeks, and worries that long-running problems around funding and response rates may be getting worse. How much is this concern on your radar? How much confidence do you have that the gauges you're watching to assess the economy are reliable right now?
So I'm going to try something. I'm going to try
things.
switching to my
One,
charts here,
the
and
data we
let me
get
know
right
if the
now,
sound
we can do our
goes
jobs.
through. 'cause
I'm not
I would like
concerned.
to keep listening here, but I want to give you guys some stuff to work with. I'll expand that. All right, can you guys still hear?
I don't hear anything on my end.
I see. Let me try to bring it up in a separate tab. I think that. Interesting. Okay, interesting. I think he's almost done, so we will. We'll make sure we catch the rest of what he's saying.
It helps businesses. They need to know what's going on in the economy. The United States has been a leader for many, many years in this whole project of measuring and understanding what's happening in our very large and dynamic economy. And I hate to see us cutting back on that, because it is a
pivot
real
forming
benefit
at
to
the
general
previous
public that
pre-market low
people in
that dug
all
into
kinds
the
of jobs
larger
have the
pre-market
best
gap,
possible
and that is at 597.36.
understanding of what's
So I'll
happening
be
in the
watching that
economy
level.
and hence what's likely to happen. It's very hard to measure what's going on in the U.S. economy. If you read, there was a book called, it's really remarkable how many things you need to understand to estimate U.S. GDP. Very, very difficult, and it's so important that we get it right. I just would say it's not a place to I would want to keep investing in that, for the good of the general public.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. So you're conducting this monetary policy strategy framework review.
I may have isolated the
next year we're
problem there, so I'm
supposed
going
to
to
have
try
a
one
new
more
Fed
time to switch
chair,
back to charts.
And I'm wondering if
just
that
let me know if you
affects
can
at
hear.
all the
We have a nice buy stick here. If you're short, I'd be very careful. This is a strong candle here. Looks to me like that is a change of trend. Yeah, big stick. And you can just tell early from the velocity and the volume coming in that this one was going to be an expansion candle, even when it was down here when I mentioned it. Yeah, James with the great point. Overnight gaps just got closed down to 596.61. So we got the reload, and we do have the volatility compression coming in when the talks end.
Yep.
So back over the 1 minute trigger here. And talk saying he will be late. We'll cut too late. We'll not cut enough. Yeah, classic. It's seems to be the rule, not the exception, to be behind the ball in these kind of things. The why behind that, who's to say? There's a lot of theories, right? But in general, that does seem to be the trend. He's an attorney by trade. Yep. Yeah, smart guy, but not always what the markets want to see. Okay, so we are essentially negotiating a base break here. We are over the swing high now and over the opening price. So let's see if we can get some traction and see what we do up at VWAP. I'd like to see a small dip back in here into this recent impulse move imbalance. Maybe tag the 1 minute trigger, maybe tag that 9 EMA. And then I'd like to see a nice push up again into VWAP. And there it is. Get the back test right into this confluence of cluster of relevant levels. We'll see if the candle can close in 14 seconds up there. I would kind of imagine it would. There we go. And we got the close over the 1. So that's a bullish stick despite closing red compared to the last one for me. We can keep on dipping back a few more times, but I just want to keep seeing these 1 minute closes over there. And I believe that was a 5 minute close as well. Five-minute close was bullish. So we can dip back in here a little bit deeper and still be totally fine on the 5 minute. Okay, now bulls should show their power in the last third of the candle there. Beautiful. 10 seconds for them to get the close. This is bullish to me. I like this. Oh, Mitch wants to fade me here. He says time to send the VXX. Okay, well, let's see, brother. Let's see. I think we reached the downside target, and there will be no more shocks into the close. So that's kind of my thesis I'm operating on here. But I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. We shall see. Talk saying, wait for the 3:50 p.m. imbalances. Yeah, those MOC sticks. That will be pretty telling, I think. Pretty telling for sure for directionality going into tomorrow. But oh, tomorrow. Yeah, not tomorrow. I forgot. Yeah, it's a holiday. And war looming, exactly. So there may be a de-risk. That's a totally valid. Let's see how scared they are. And right now I am seeing a Trump headline. Trump asked if Iran regime could fall. Anything could happen. Trump, Iran wants to come to the White House. I may do that. I don't know, guys. I'm not touching that. I have no idea how to read that. So yeah, Talk and Mitch both mentioning the geopolitical risk. What I'm noting so far is that the geopolitical risk, despite being valid, seems to be getting bought up on any potential headlines that show any sign of resolution. So it'll be interesting to see if that trend continues and if these little wardens get eaten up. Right now, we are just negotiating inside the range of the fair value gap from the impulse candle up. Totally healthy price action. Essentially, it's a micro flag. And you can get super nitty gritty with it and put a fib on it, and you'll see that, yeah, just like clockwork, holds the 50 fib. I'm telling you, it's like magic.
Yep.
And now we should be biased upside here, I do believe. We got curling moving averages. Let's see where the chips fall. I think we're due for a VWAP test. And what we can also do is within this range formed, we can slap a fib on that and see what it tells us. And yep, we transacted the equilibrium. There were still sellers there. So in that regard, overall, this is still bearish without the context of the potential that we reached our target into this gap fill here. So that was my bet on the reversal there. We'll see if it sticks. Totally valid to be bearish until we can reclaim this 50 though. Stop setting green, you might win. I don't know. Well, you're winning regardless because you're stop setting green. So that's the name of the game. Any big movers to push into here? Let me take a look around the horn here. I'll bring up a dual screen, see what I'm seeing. SYM looks tenuous. That might be a short. Hood was coiling a good amount. Oops. Wow. What a V shape on Hood. Hood looks like it wants expansion through high of day. What else? Bull might be moving with that. Nothing special there. Talk bringing up a good point. What is oil doing? Let's check USO. Oil doesn't like this, but oil was also running very hot. So oil's back to support, back to VWAP, and it is holding VWAP. Kind of a nothing burger there for me. Maybe biased to the downside, but it could also reclaim. Joe, you seeing anything that's sparking joy here for the end of the day trade?
You know, not really. The only thing I've been watching really is CRWV and SRM. I've been watching that all day long and grabbing dips on this down in the 680s. So
oh wow,
very nice. I've got a long on it right now, but no real conviction on that to be a heavy mover.
Absolutely. Okay. I do like the flag formation here, and the market is seeming to play ball. We will have to see what it does up back at our hourly trigger. Back at our hourly trigger at 599.04. VWAP 10 cents above that, and 200-minute moving average about 10 cents above that. So that's some stuff that's gonna probably take a little bit of digestion, I would imagine. And sorry, Joe, what was the ticker you said before SRM?
CRWV.
Oh, CoreWeave, gotcha.
Yeah.
What a stock.
Yeah, what a stock. I've been watching this thing. Just beautiful, beautiful fib moves on it, and
there it goes. So yeah, CoreWeave looks like it's setting up for a push into end of day. Let's pull back just a little and see what the targets may be. That's a big old flag. It's a big old flag, I see. Respecting the hourly triggers very nicely, pushing up nicely. I like CoreWeave long into the end of the day to sweep these relative equal highs at 176.45. Might be a little ambitious with 40 minutes left, but we'll see what we get.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep an eye on that one. But I love what I'm seeing in terms of all these stacked moving averages. I'll put it back on the 10 and show you just all these moving averages nice and stacked, evening out. And that's what you want to see. So you get the surge up and then you get the correction via time as opposed to via price action. And that's definitely a sign of strength. All right, Bill R saying Tesla shorts near 325. Let's take a look. Near 325. I see 323 as a shelf that it pushed up into. Backtested and is pushing above. If it gets up to 325 and clears those stops, it might pull back again for sure, but I'm not seeing like a super high reliability setup. I need to see a sweep of these and then on high volume a rejection. All right, and this is why Mitch is a great trader, because they don't all work, but he's so diligent with his risk management, and he's not going to get dragged and erase 3 of his great plays today on one bad one, because, you know, we're all going to make plays that don't work out. So good on you.
Yep. Good job.
And this is that's the dirty part of this job. You know, that's the unglamorous part, all the stop outs that you end up taking. But, you know, that's what really does set apart the good traders and the bad traders, because anybody can find a good setup and not sell, you know, until they hit a stretch target. But yeah, didn't hold his levels. And for that reason, I'm out, you know. Yep. Got a Shark Tank.
Yeah.
And there you go. You know, it is pulling back a little bit from the 0.5 fib. So what did we see when it popped over the equilibrium? When it was selling at a premium, or, you know, when it was being offered at a premium, the market didn't want it. So that tells me that we're not ready for range expansion up and out of this this FOMC swing range.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so who was looking? I think it was Bill. Yeah, Bill looking to short Tesla. I'm kind of keeping an eye on it here into the 200, but it did back test VWAP and is looking kind of strong. There's a hammer on SPY still, so I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not really seeing many setups that I'm interested in. I like the CoreWeave a little bit because that's just so darn strong. But even that, you know, you just have to manage risk into these moving averages, and I'm not sure we get a clean move here in end of day.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see it go green on the day again and then break previous day's high. But you know, it already did, but it's got this downtrend on it, and you know, if we can get over this, I think 173.30, 173.50 area. But we're running out of day.
Yeah. Well, Mitch is taking his shot. He's saying enough is enough, Circle. It's time to head home. So let's see how this plays out, because that is insane just how it keeps climbing. But okay. Top wicks, there's clearly a supply zone there. It's trying to hold a flag, pinning to this 9 EMA, but I think that it could use a little haircut here. I think that's totally valid. All right, so I'm gonna cheerlead Mitch on this one. I'm not taking any trades here, I don't think, myself.
Yeah, I had a small long on core weave there, but I stopped out in profit, but it didn't go. That's okay.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
pullback, that's okay. It's okay with me. I could have went the other way, but
Hey, Mitch is getting that money. It's starting to work here.
Yes, he is.
Let's see. Okay, so it's CRCL is violating its 1 minute trigger, and it is elevated as heck. So if momentum starts pushing down, I want to see this candlestick close and then a follow through, and then I'd like to see it cook all the way down back to 186.66 for starters here, because this is unsustainable. And I do see a nice trend line tap projection. Look at that. That's clean. So that's starting to look like a rising wedge, which is usually considered an exhaustion pattern. We could look for a revisit of under at 190 at the very least here. Okay, and is the presser done? The presser is done. So that was probably the big red candle there. Okay, so de-risk is in effect. Money Mitch knows what he's talking about. The 50 fib rejected. We are still in a downtrend. It has been decided. Let's look for a sweep of these lows and continuation past through the gap. And then we can start reaching into some ATR targets down, depending on how much day we have left. We could very likely see this zone here negotiated and potentially test the 595 kind of pivot level. That's a cam pivot level where it really shouldn't break unless we're having a trend day, and I would not imagine that today. Oh no.
Yeah.
Green candle from hell. Where'd you come from? Oh no, Zlak, what did you do? What did you do? Hopefully not too bad of a loss there. We'll make it back tomorrow. All right, he is Mr. Mitch is setting his risk at high of day, completely valid. I don't think this is too worrisome on CRCL yet. It hasn't engulfed that red pop down, but hey, this could be a flag. This could be a cup. I know it's a short time frame, but hey, it's a possibility. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm hoping for blood. Give me blood. Blood for the trade gods. And this seems totally fine with SPY 2. We swept intermediate stop. We're re-wicking some of that impulse move down. I would expect sellers to step in around the 598 handle. And if not, then that will be very telling as well. So even if we don't get the move we're looking for, we're still getting information, and it's just a big old puzzle. My Twitter feed is erupting about somebody placing a 100K bet on that poly market. Good afternoon bet. Easy 60K. Easy. Goodness gracious. Oh, let's see. I think I missed something here.
Let's see, IMRX.
That's a bot. Okay. All right. Mitch, I'm very naive. I'm very naive. You saw that. You could feel that I was replying. The lady on the plane. That guy ain't real. All right.
IMRX and small caps really making a push there.
Sorry, can you say that once more?
IMRX. I didn't see this one. IMRX.
Oh, wow. Big ramp. Big ramp. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's pull back and see why this is happening. And SPY is testing flipping that 1 minute trigger again. Wow. That's a yeehaw if I ever did see one. So on the daily for IMRX, this looks like it is not done. And I see a big old juicy target overhead at $3.79 to $4 to $4.20. Blaze it, guys. We have relative equal highs here. Let's mark that out. And yeah, I'd love to see 386 going into next week if this thing's got some squeeze juice, which it seems like it's trying to squeeze. But man, again, just the confluence of these clustered flat EMAs, when they break and backtest, it's such a high probability entry. Those are like bread and butter. Just add those to your setup and you'll do amazing. Heck of a ramp. Let's check back in with CRCL. Oh, they're coming for my boy. They're coming for my boy. Get back down there. Post some top wicks.
Okay, there we go.
All right, and SPY, just like we were looking for, that 1 minute trigger is still telling this story here. As long as we can't reclaim that, I can't be too bullish. Oh, Zlak, yeah, you're a long-term trader. Yeah, they came back a little on you, but you know you're holding good stuff. Those will come back. Whew, okay. That's a candle on CRCL. Looks like they're going to get him. Dang. That's tough to short these ones. Real tough. Yeah, out there, I don't blame you at all. That's high volume. Looks good for continuation. What a silly stock. What a silly stock. And SPY powered up through their 1 minute triggers, so now the chase is on back to VWAP, I'd say.
Wow.
Clean up this messy old chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see targets up here in the 599-ish area. 580, 98.80 to 599. Coin holding strong. Checking on my baby hymns. Just hanging out. No worries there. High flyer hood, still very strong. What else? SYM. Somebody was in SYM. Oh, Miranda's getting removed. Beautiful. Just stair-stepping on down. Excellent. So
that's
there's the
looking good.
Very nice. And so here's a great place to manage some risk if you want. But heck, this looks heavy into VWAP, and I see no reason why they would keep pumping this thing at this point. So what we can do, we can slap a fib. Let's go to the 10-minute. On this leg of the extension. Slap it right there. So, man, we got a lot of room. I'd love to see 3450, just a big old flush, but maybe that's ambitious.
Yeah, for Miranda, I'd like to see that flush VWAP.
Yeah, I think she's gonna get it. And let's see, a little bit of a consolidation at 3550 that I might want to renegotiate. More of a consolidation and a bigger volume profile at 3520. So that's another level to watch. And there is the VWAP breach. So now, if you want to keep this rolling, what you could do is put a stop on a candle close over this 3610 swing high, because I do not imagine that it would reclaim that and then continue down lower. That being said, there are imbalances in the tape here, and they could try to squeeze it up a little bit. But then if they do, you can just get long in those. So, or I'm sorry, get short again into those areas. So personally, that's how I would manage this. I would just lock in a lot of gains here, put it over here, and then just hold this baby till the end of day, and hopefully pre-market or after hours, you get another flush as people de-risk there.
With a nice little bounce.
Yeah, DJ mentioning, yeah, this is a simulated accounts. We're not actually trading hundreds of millions of dollars here. Not yet, someday. But we're just having fun. It's a competition with real prizes. But Miranda, sipping that wine, up 30K, living the good life. You love to see it. SPY looking nice and constructive the past 5 minutes here. Just renegotiating this zone. This volume shelf, no worries there. And yeah, VWAP's acting as a resistance now on SYM. Very nice. All right, Money Mitch, last shot on KWE. Mitch, are you long or short here? I'm gonna guess long. I like this. So you got the parabolic move, and now it's really quieting down and tightening up, and that is what you like to see. Yeah, Money Mitch is long. I like that. I like that. And we did. Sorry,
hopefully we'll get that. Hopefully we'll get that nice little push on KWE then for Mitch.
Yeah, I think we're getting it here.
You know,
make up that stop out and some more here for him. I would love a squeeze up to VWAP here. That would be a really nice move. A little 14% half-hour trade, no big deal. Let's get it. So we are cooking through equilibrium here. Let me redraw that, pull it out. Testing. And we're also through the midpoint of this flag. I don't give a ton of weight to these, but I do like to keep an eye on them just because it's usually a little area of resistance. There's some algos trading off that right there and stuff. Nice expansion. And Joe, there's your 200 minute. And flip the 200. Back tested and off to the races. It just works.
Yes, it does.
Okay, there is a potential buy stick on SYM. They finally found some buyers under VWAP. Let's see if my risk management of this hypothetical trade will play out correctly, or if I need to recalibrate for these small caps. We got to keep an eye on that KWE now. Whoa. Okay, so there are still sellers over that 50 fib. Hopefully they can hold these moving averages here. But I do remember this kind of stick playing out. Yeah, right about here. They like to do these stop runs and drops. So hopefully, oh, these are spicy candles. We got a big red on SPY. We got a fake move down, it looks like, and then right back up there for KWE. That's interesting. Maybe a short just got trapped or something. Nice expansion through the previous wick that nullifies or invalidates that mean down candle there. And SPY's kind of like watching paint dry here. It's not thrilling TV, but
no.
But hey, this is important to know what to look for in moments of consolidation, periods of consolidation, and not feel like you have to trade every candle, you know. And when there's no real move happening on the indices, you can often find moves elsewhere. So now we are getting a little expansion through the past 10 minutes of consolidation. We'll switch to a 10-minute chart and show that flag. And breaking this pivot. Yeah, and KWE, to me, it looks like it just ran out of sellers. Like, every red stick is so small and anemic.
Mm-hmm.
Even the high volume ones, they cannot push it down very much. Whereas the green volume ones seem to get follow through. So that's always nice. SPY negotiating its 5-minute trigger here. And still respecting the 5. Pretty healthy, trading up into this little bearish 1-minute order block. Meanwhile, KWE reaching. Beautiful. Checking on
There we go. There we go.
And okay, Sim back tested some moving averages and looks like it's rejecting off of that. So hopefully that move sticks as well.
SPY pushing towards that 200 again.
Oh, and talk is talking dirty to me here. Coin up $44. I love to hear it. Let's get a few more bucks there. Get the 300. I'll take a trim off and then I'll let the rest ride. I'm gonna wait for the 310 or whatever, 305, whatever that previous daily swing high is. Yeah. That's my target. I think it's gonna sweep it with this strength. KWE, a little bloody nose, back testing the 50 fib, but that's just moving with SPY there. Does look like it. Again, decent sized red volume, but no push down. And look what happens. Popping right back up. This thing's a beach ball underwater. It wants to go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, coin is squeezing. Let's take a look at that real quick. Oh, yeah. That is.
We're almost there.
I'll put an alert on there for 300. And I'll let the Discord boys know. Not a bad time to trim. But hold some. Oh no, my friend shorted a lot of circle at 160. Oof. That's a learning lesson right there. So coin with a nice expansion. It is totally decoupled from SPY. Sim fading very nicely. KWE holding very nicely. Nice. Some real crisp trading to end the day here. Let's switch to a 5. Looks good to me. Nice cup in action. Get it on up back to 14. I don't know what the heck to make of this price action on SPY, though. This is like abstract art or something. This means nothing. So I'm just not going to read too much into it. When it doesn't make sense, I just don't need to care, really. You know, I'll just look at the daily stick.
Yep. All you can do is set some targets and measure those resistance and support levels.
No doubt. Absolutely.
Best thing I've found is like to preset, preset those orders, never chase,
Yeah, no doubt. Because I mean, it's so easy to go back on what you think, like what you previously decided was a good level, So I totally get that. 302.53. That's my level on coin.
Let's see, we got NWGL. What's this one?
AWGL.
Yeah. What is this popping up on my scanner?
I must have misheard you. What was it again?
It was NWGL, Nature Wood Group Limited.
Nature Wood Group. What the heck is that? I don't know, but it's ripping.
I have not seen this ticker before, I don't think.
Never in my life. But that's a move, all right. And again, we had all those close moving averages. Whoa.
Oh, jeez.
Okie dokie. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay. So that's happening. Apparently long wood or whatever the heck they do. I wonder if it's like it's got to be something business specific, some deal or something. Back to KWE. What do we got? Posting a little bit of top wicks, but no real worries there. I think it wants to reach up into this big old volume shelf and make Mitch some money. Meanwhile, SYM.
Liquidity took me out of NVIDIA. I had a long on NVIDIA.
Oh, did they raid you? They grabbed your lick?
It grabbed me right before it ran.
Many such cases. And now it's got this 4-knock flat top setup that's very compelling to me. I love these when it bumps once, twice, 3 times, and then the 4th, often it will go through. So thank you for your sacrifice, Joe.
Yeah.
Not that long NVIDIA.
Actually, I got a small profit out of it.
Okay. Nice risk management. Very nice. And so interesting, we are seeing NVIDIA strongly outperform the market. I wonder if this is exclusive to them or it is exclusive to them. That's interesting. SMH doesn't seem to care. Is AMD basketing with NVIDIA? It's not either. So it's something NVIDIA specific here.
Yeah. Apple also pushing, it looks like. I don't know if...
Wow. Yeah. Is it just a Mag 7 thing? What's the ticker for Mag 7? Mags?
Let me see here.
That's not very helpful. That's just there's
Yeah,
no
round
liquidity
road.
on that. I guess I can just look at Qs. Qs heavy. So yeah, something's going on with Apple and NVIDIA, it seems like. Bit of outperformance there.
Google just taking a header. That's not great. This is my Mag 7 long, so I don't love this. Whack. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to keep an eye on that for sure. Don't love that. But hey, coin was good to me today, so I'll survive. Oh, it's fine. It's just trading into the 9. So this might be a decent opportunity for a little swing, but probably a little risky with this weakness into close. Back around the horn here, SPY. Just range bound all day. So kind of what we were expecting. Oh, Mitch took the quick scalp on NWGL. He was in probably around 151, 152.
Oh, nice.
Well, my time here. Let's see. Easy money, easy money. Just a little scalperoonie. Mags, thank you. Thank you, James. Let's take a look at Mags. Yep, there it is. So it definitely seems isolated to Apple and Nvidia. Nothing else is really pulling this basket up. That's interesting. We'll have to watch that. Not sure what to make of it yet. And just get another dopamine hit here. Look at coin. Beautiful. It is rounding up a little, so would not be surprised if it pulls back overnight or tomorrow. Totally fine. But it's got a home, and its home is above 300. High conviction there. HIM's also incredibly constructive. I really, really, really love this chart and the company. So sticking with my conviction there. And the SIM short continues to print here. New lows for Miranda through VWAP. Just knife through butter there. KWE holding key moving averages. That seems constructive still. Meanwhile, SPY looking like it wants to go lower. So the mock candle is where we sold. Net sell on the mock. Now we're starting to see a little bit of follow through there. I'm not sure how much we actually get, but it's worth noting. Money Mitch up 70K. There you go, baby. This is a spicy 1 minute candle here on SPY. Just an instant wake up and rejection. Probably going to push lower off of that kind of stick. There's a 48 seconds in the candle to just break lower and just have the bottom fall out. Meanwhile, KWE is pushing very, very nicely there. And hey, look at me being wrong. SPY's trying to go for the engulf. See if he can get it. Oh, KWE is ripping here. Oh, it's squeezing.
Oh, there it goes.
There
Let's
it
get
goes.
it, Mitch.
Not sure if he's still in. I hope so. Look for that 12 handle. Meanwhile, oh, okay. So SPY was just giving me the EHA, and it could not engulf. So sellers stepped in, and that makes me think that we have more downside here. KWE continues to push here. It is shaken and bacon. That's a wide spread, 1133 to 1149.44. So we're gonna tape read this live a little bit. Okay, there's a seller, 1124, spread tightening up, and right back wide again. Okay, wow, this is a mover. This is a potential squeeze right here. So I'm looking for this buy, this bid to keep on pushing up higher. So 35, 38. I don't want to see them give much ground. We had a level at about the 2025, so we don't want to see the bid to go under there to continue this move up. In terms of the immediate push, 10-cent spread, tightening up a little bit, but still pretty wide. We've got a battle here. Okay, bears gave up the 20. They stopped defending that. Now they're inching up towards the bulls, trying to close that spread and get into this thing. And or cover their shorts, I suppose. So now the bid jumping again to 1140. You love to see that. 1137. And we want to see them just hold, hopefully above that 1130. Let's see if they can do that. Shares traded at 1120. We might be losing momentum on this pump, but a little too soon to tell. Doesn't seem like the squeeze is quite ready there, but man, that candle definitely puts it on my radar.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm reading tape like that, I'm really looking for the bids to just keep inching up and not give any ground to the bears, and make the bears, or make the I'm sorry, the ask. I said the bid like 4 times. I meant the ask. So the ask, the higher price, I want to see that hold steady, and I want to see the bid rise up to that and basically capitulate within that range and say, okay, I need to cover. This is going to get a lot worse. I need to reach up for there, or for organic buyers to say, hey, I need to get in because this is going higher. They're not going to give it to me at $11 or 1120. So in this case, looks like it's just rebasing a little bit, but probably flags and continues to push. But I was thinking we might get a big old squeeze up to this 12 or potentially higher, potentially that 14. This is looking constructive again. So now we're watching these same kind of levels. That 1140 is very significant, and the 1120 is very significant. So keeping an eye there. Oh no, Mitch got out. KWE was the move. Your read was right. You could gunslinger this and jump in, but now you're playing with fire. Now you're playing with fire. All right, 2 minutes left for the bell, guys. Let's see what we get. We're going to get a big candle to close probably. It looks like it might be a flush stick and clear out some of these relative equal lows on SPY. And real quick, let's hop over to some of the other trades our guys are in. So SWM or SYM, a little mean reversion back to VWAP. What can you do? Still a good trade there. And got to get back on that KWE. Got to see what it does. Constructive. They're trying to pump the ask again. Ask holding steady. The bid wants it cheap. Let's see who wins. All right. The ask is coming down to meet the bid. Not what bulls want to see. Shares trading in the lower range, and yeah, now pushing lower. See how that happened, where the range was 30 cents, but shares were actually trading about 10 cents off the bid, and then that kind of pushed the whole thing down there. Spread widening out here. Both sides think they're right. But again, this is all just negotiating within this power stick. So the incentive is up. It's just about whether we're ready right now. And there is the bell, guys.
Yes.
Bell. Nice way to close out the trade. Yeah, 2 minutes. It was fun. All right. And so I always like to watch what the tape does immediately after the bell. And so there was immediate sell pressure taken off the tape, and the market wants to rise. So they may have been driving it down in cash session to get them a better price to push it up on the lower volume overnight and into the weekend. Interesting. We'll have to see how this plays out, but this was a fun day. I had a lot of fun streaming this. Joe, you got any last words here?
Yeah, heck yeah. Just what a great 3 days of the competition, and just get people into the Discord and talking about stocks and throwing strategies around, and it just a whole fun experience to do this. And so just want to say thanks to Steve and Money Mitch and Michael for all their hard work, and everybody who works hard on bringing Trade the Pool to the public.
Oh, absolutely. And likewise, man, I appreciate your time. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And man, this was a good time. Thanks everybody. I see we got 350 viewers. That's crazy. That's so awesome, guys. So thank you. If you liked this, come on, hang out with us in Discord. We have a lot of fun. We do a lot of live trading, and yeah, more good things to come. So I hope everybody has a great day off. I hope you go and touch some grass, enjoy your family, something good, reset, and then we'll hit the ground running on Friday and keep this thing going. So All right. I think it's about that time, guys. Take care, everybody.
Yep. Take care, everybody.